And welcome everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you happen to be in the universe. We are here for day number 2 of the Devils 2v2 Cup qualifiers. Now, yesterday, ran into a little bit of a skid when it came to, some people showing up and whatever, but don't worry, they have been permabanned from the channel. And I'm TenFourTim, obviously on the right side of your screen. Co-casting with me today is DrDabston. How you doing, brother?
Oh, doing good. No complaints. Excited to see some good players here, some good teams, some good matches today. We got a Schizo Multi over at the top versus Pincer, and that obviously we don't see who those teams are comprised of, but we know it over here, and you can check in on the brackets, exclamation mark brackets. And Schizo Multi is Baltune and Crackedy. Meanwhile, Pincer is Tyrone and Story.
Yeah, and I think we all know who Baltune and Crackedy are. They're both hell of a players, and their full name Schizophrenic Multitaskers. So get your tinfoil hats on, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going to be diving in to game number 1. Baltune in the color blue, playing as the English. Crackedy playing in teal as the Holy Roman Empire. What do we got on the other side, Dabs?
Yeah, on the other side, we got Tyrone in the color pink as the Roos, and Story is following up, also playing as the English, but he is in the color red. And this is kind of going to be one that you might say, hey, based on the Civ matchups, we got the mirror on the English and we got Roos versus HRE. What would you kind of think is the overall gameplay?
Yeah, it's I'm honestly kind of thrown back by the fact that Roos is being played on this map. Prairie is not usually a Roos kind of map just because of the wood lines. If we pan over HousedHorse, if you could do me a favor, pan over to that pink side of where that wood line is. He's got a little bit of trees over there on the south side. It looks like HousedHorse is schizophrenic in his own right. On the south side, we got just this little small wood line over here. Then over, if you keep panning a little bit south, he's got to go a far distance to get that wood. So is the Kremlin going to be as effective? We're not really sure. Are they going to go for some kind of feudal aggression because Crackedy playing the HRE? They need a little bit of time to set up. But I know Dabs at HRE pretty good on this map just because of how many sheep you can get.
Yeah, just makes things very, very easy. And not only is it the sheep, it's that massive gold next to your town center. So you're able to just sit basically in your own base and not really have to move out. The wood isn't as big of a concern because their main goal, get up to Castle Age, as we could see Crackedy not even going over to the wood. I honestly could see him just grabbing straggler trees for just a little bit of time and just hitting a real quick castle timing.
Yeah, because that's it. I mean, that's the thing with the HREs. Everything's so compact. You have that large gold mine right next to your town center. So your Aka Chapel pays off in terms of gold mine if you choose to put it there for a pretty long time, to the point where, he gets the Castle Age, he gets the relics, you're able to get some map control after that, and then you could sprawl out. So I think that's why HRE ends up playing particularly well, where English on the other side, obviously, English on Prairie. To be honest, I think English is good on just about any map nowadays, but English having a little bit less wood, as long as they get their farms up, they're able to stay compact pretty much for the entirety of the game, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely starts to become a problem later on. If they go into that heavy longbow composition, they'll start tearing through those smaller wood lines, become very, very vulnerable far out. And it's not too easy to protect yourselves. But that's where, the longbow meta has not really been the thing as of late, ever since the Abbey got the quite heavy buff where the king is just able to start popping out for free. And so that is where Baltune going up with the Abbey of the Kings. Meanwhile, Story still going with the OG Council Hall. So maybe Story and Tyrone are going for this kind of almost French English composition with feudal knights and longbows. Potentially could be going for an all-in.
Yeah, and I mean, the French Roan Knights obviously are that little bit better, just because they get the +3 after the charge. But for the Roost Knights, they're still good. I mean, those early Knights, they're still good in their own right. And I think for Crackedy, based on where he put his Aachen, he put it on the stone, he put it on the wood. There's a lumber mill right next to the town center that we're hovering over. Maybe not the best place to put it, but who am I to judge? The Chapel from Crackedy over there on the teal side. It looks like it looks like not so much of a fast castle kind of entity because it's not near the gold. Maybe he's looking for a second town center.
Yeah, I mean, easily could be the play. I've seen this plenty of times, and based off of that positioning, you're saving yourself quite a bit of resources, not having to drop a mining camp, not having to drop a lumber camp either. And so that's basically an extra 100 wood you jump yourself up with, and can spend every single next resource on ATC, which you do see him on stragglers already. If that is the play, but could just be that for the kind of long-term positioning. Main focus is food and wood, kind of, I feel like HRE's goals with the chapel. And is that a late Kremlin or is that a late Kremlin?
You know, you didn't give me much of an option. That's a pretty late Kremlin. About 4 minutes, 30 seconds. It's about a third of the way done. Usually, I mean, as a Ruse player who likes to play 1v1s, usually I'll get a Kremlin out before 4 minutes on some occasions. So, you know, just because we're 5 minutes into the game, that little bit of delay, even though it's just a minute, you might not think it's a big deal. But when you're playing aggressively and you're trying to play aggressively, that minute could make or break you. You know, you get that Kremlin up in 4 minutes, you instantly get a staple, and then in 30 seconds, you get a knight that comes out, takes another 30 seconds to get across the map. You could argue that he could already have a knight on the other side doing harassment, doing raids, or any of that kind of stuff. And now we're following Baltune's king. He got the free coronation, as we talked about a little bit before, looking to do some damage on either the English side or the Ruse side. And honestly, for Abby the Kings, just the fact that it's free dabs, it's such good tempo.
Oh, absolutely. And this is kind of where this allows Baltune and Crackedy to take the map control, even though they might be going up to Fast Castle H's, both of them. We don't really know right now. I still don't see any villagers over onto the stone for Crackedy, so it might have just been that long-term positioning for the chapel. And Tyrone trying to move out, get some of these hunting cabins placed, but scout for Baltune gets some vision of that. King walks or I guess charges right on over, denies that villager, and we see the first big kill of the game.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty difficult to get those Ruse hunting cabins out there, especially this early in the game when you're just trying to get your feet out from under him. King going to be able to get that charge back one more time, taking a hit on this gold mine. Even though that gold mine is pretty close to the starting town center and Tyrone has a couple spearmen, it wasn't in the right place. And that villager ended up going down. Look at its corpse right next to the town center.
Ends up getting 2 vills down from the Ruse, which this is the Ruse with the Kremlin. You would expect them to be the kind of one to easily protect himself up. And oh, he definitely wants this hunting cabin, sending another villager out, but sending a little bit of an escort with 4 spears. I've seen Baltune micro pretty well, though. Could just kind of bait these spears out in a way and circle back if he wanted to. But at the same time, could just head over to story side of the map. And a castle age is already coming out for Baltune. It's not the King's Palace. It's the White Tower. You might question, why is he going up with the White Tower? It's double production. It's super, super safe under his base. His base can't really be touched anymore. And so he's going to ramp up this night production. It's going to be my guess.
And that's what's so disastrous with this king, too, because you get it out free, so you got that tempo for the first couple minutes. Roos is going out to berries right now. Probably didn't do a good job of finding sheep throughout the map. And, you know, he's microing. He's basically running in circles around Tyrone right now. A third villager ends up going down. Well, on the flip side, Tyrone thinks that he's got to, in feudal age, he's got to make some spearmen. He's got to make something to try to stop this king or what have you. So he's going to sit in feudal for a while. We're back to Baltune on the backside, goes up to Castle Age. He gets a lot of those Castle Age units, and Castle Age spearmen, or Castle Age knights, excuse me, versus feudal age spearmen. I'm taking the knights.
You know, and you know what's hilarious about this Crackedy? He's got double outposts, double emplacements on both of those outposts. Hasn't even needed those. There hasn't been any pressure over on his side, and I feel like Baltune, just with his single king, was able to cause so much delay on both sides. Story just now moving out with his mass. He does have a decent little mass here, some longbows, some spears there with it, but Crackedy's already bringing home the relics.
Yeah, and that prelate might be able to do it. Those longbowmen are a little bit slow, but at the same time, he dropped it. Okay, he'll, you know what? He'll just go get it later. It's not a big deal. He remembers where he put it, and then he'll be able to go get it. But you know, for these players, for Baltune and Crackedy, how much damage they've been able to do while at the same time getting a technological advantage is absolutely insane. They've done such a good job. First relic is going to go into the Red Cathedral. I thought he was going to hand it off like a baton, to be honest with you. See that one prelate over there?
It looked like he kind of wanted to. I would have loved to see him place in the outpost, considering they get a little bonus in there, but he will probably get enough relics to fill up the regnants and fill up all those outposts as well. Story doing a good job of denying that one single relic, but that one single relic only does so much for him as Crackedy. He's already secured 2. He's moving out and about. One prelate does end up falling, but there is a battalion of knights getting ready to collapse on Story's army, and this is Story's army. That's it. What's he gonna do with his base after this whole entire army goes down, and not even gonna be able to take a unit down with it, I don't think.
No, I think just based on how many spearmen, there might have been 4 or 5 spearmen in that area. King obviously got a buff because you go to Castle Age, it gets automatically buffed. Easiest cleanup that we have seen probably out of this qualifier so far. Easiest relic for him. Story now has basically no military units, and if he does, they're just waddling their way over because we talk about the immobility of the English mass. So it's difficult to get map control when you're the English and you're not going for this rush. You can see that. There's a spearman, there's a longbowman. They were trying to conglomerate over in that side. Not going to be able to happen because the initial mass got mopped up. This is Baltune's map, and everybody else is just living in it.
Yep. And meanwhile, Crackedy behind it just further investing into his eco. I believe he's got some military units of his own moving out and about, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see him just hit Imperial Age in not too long either.
Oh yeah, why not? I mean, he's not necessarily stockpiling resources, you know, he's not necessarily macroing towards it, but now with these knights, I'm pretty sure if you want to click on one of those knights, I think he probably has Iron Undermesh by now, I would imagine. He does not. He doesn't need it. That English town center shooting like a machine gun. There's not enough places for those villagers to go, and all of these, including Crackedy's knights over there on the north side, they're all going to get mopped up here.
Yeah, and all that farming eco doesn't matter too much when you can't be farming knights in your base. 15 villagers all housed inside the town center, 5 inside the outpost, but that's the whole entire economy. That's the whole entire everything that Story has now, or 20 units, 20 villagers.
Yeah, Tyrone's going to do the best he can with about 4 or 5 spearmen in that particular direction. He's going to be able to... Oh, my God. Come on, dude. You slap the board to make sure it hits some of these spearmen. What an unbelievable display of micro. These spearmen are going to get mopped up easy.
Yep. Makes it to where they don't even get braced. Circles back around. He says, you know what? Why not just take the board with it? Deny some extra bounty in the long term. And oh, no. Tyrone, he's trying to take this boar in the middle, and this is not when you're hurting on resources, you can't take the ones that are more forward towards your opponent. There again, these knights are just circling. You said it earlier, this is Baltune's map.
Oh yeah, and you can see that how many villagers are going down. You can see excellent zoom in by HousedHorse. More spearmen are trying to come in to try to keep some of those knights safeguarded. One knight ends up going down, but spearmen all get mopped up. And this is the thing about Roos, man. You know, you try to get that little bit of map control in the beginning of the game. If you don't have the map control, especially on Prairie, you're never gonna secure this game. Tyrone ends up pulling the boys, pulls the Kremlin gremlins out, but they are not going to be as effective. And plus, they only have a lifespan. You know, they're only 65 seconds. If he chose not to take this fight, it would have been A-okay. He could have just ran around, but instead, he knows that those knights are so good, he can mop up anything thrown in front of him. Oh my God, there's a swap yet.
Yep, and just as expected, Crackedy hitting a 13-minute Imperial timing while he made some units, and while Baltune just wiped the floor with his knights. Baltune's moved out. He not only took the boar on his side, he not only took the boar that Tyrone was trying to take, he also is taking the boar that's in between Story and Tyrone's base. He's all over the map, taking the food resources, and that's because it's his map. He has all the control he wants. You can't even try to take down, what is that, almost 15 knights in the king when Tyrone and Story are both still sitting in feudal age.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're on Prairie, what are you going to do? Make a farm transition? With what wood? Right? You got to go out to get that wood, too. So, I mean, I feel like for Tyrone and Story, they put up a decent fight. They did the best they could, but these knights are going to be able to do whatever. That Kremlin on the western side of Tyrone's base, even though that was a good villager pull, just because of the fact that they are Castle Age units, they can just run around in this town center. There's so many more villagers than 15. And it looks like villager short bows from Baltune trying to get a little razzle-dazzle on some of these Kremlin and Spearmen. But Crackedy, I mean, just because he's on Swabia, we saw it over there on the western side. He's got relics. He's got 2 relics in the outpost. He's got 3 in the cathedral. He is swimming in resources right now.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those times where he's not even going to know what to do with the resources in a little bit. He's going to have like clicking all the upgrades where it doesn't even matter. He's clicking upgrades for units he's not even making at that point. It's like, I don't know what to do with that gold. There was a while where Baltune was beating him on the score by quite a bit, and all of a sudden, Swabia came through, Crackedy's eco's fully online, and Crackedy's score is just going to keep compounding.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he'll definitely be the first one to 100 villagers. I can tell you who isn't, and that's Tyrone. A lot of villagers are ended up going down. There's not enough space in the Kremlin. They shut the door. They said you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And they're going to end up getting taken out exactly like that. Looks like 23 bills just because that's the space. Going to be trying to get a Wolo over here on the center side.
Don't do him!
Man.
Look at those golden crowns, though. Imperial Age Knights for Crackedy already. He's grabbing the relics from the opponent's side of the map, just in full control. But Imperial Age Knights still don't want to be taking a fight that outnumbered against Spears, although they do end up winning it, not without some costly resources down the drain.
Yeah, and I mean, it might not be a quote-unquote cost-effective trade. I think Crackedy has enough resources that if he wants to go Imperial Age again, he might have the opportunity to do so. Story ends up going into Age 3 as the English, and he might be able to shore up just a little bit of food economy just because of some farms that are outside of his base, but his teammate, Tyrone, is drowning. He is currently drowning. The Kremlin is not going to be enough. I know it's a real big outpost. I know it shoots really good arrows, but with how many knights are here, they're just going to be able to throw torches at it.
It did look like he was also drowning in some gold, as maybe able to gather some gold and not too many other resources. Looked like Tyrone's had about 2,700 gold in the bank here in Feudal Age.
Yeah, and I think that was the only thing technically that was safe for him, surprisingly, on the east side, because Baltune's knights were pretty much just wrapping around trying to find anywhere to go. Kremlin now starts burning. It's going to be going down probably in the blink of an eye. It looks like villagers are going to try to garrison in, maybe try to repair it. But now that that's down, map control, obviously, with all 3 sacred sites. I know we didn't talk about it too much, but rather weird sacred site spawn here.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes you get some odd spawns. It's nothing too crazy, but they're still kind of mid-map, but still more both to the southern side. It's one of those that if Baltune or Tyrone would have been Delhi, they would have been sitting real happy with how close the proximity is to him. And Tyrone is making the great trek for some berries up in the northern side after that base dive from Baltune. And the big thing I want to see is I just keep seeing more and more teal just squares pop up, and it is just this massive farm boom all around the chapel. I mean, Crackedy's economy is just scary to even think about.
Yeah, I like to call them the golden Aachen fields, just because of how the ability for all of these HRE villagers to get wood, get food, excuse me, he's probably sitting around 2K per minute, if I were to guess, just because of how many farms that are over there. 1,600. That was pretty close. That's pretty good. But because of that, you're going to be able to make all of those elite knights. You have the technology. You have the ability to. Windguard Palace coming up for Baltune over here. I would have expected a Berkshire, but Windguard Palace, I mean, you get a lot of these foot soldiers, you know, whether they're the Rangers or the actual melee units. I mean, when you're up against somebody like a Roos Feudal Age player, I think you can kind of make anything.
Yeah, and this is the point where Baltune has just kept his mass alive so well. He's rehealed with the King, with the Abbey, and he's just been diving TCs, slowly burning down bases, and they're kind of dragging this game on a little bit more. I feel like they could have gone for the throat a little bit earlier, but hey, you know, better safe than sorry. Do this slow and methodically, and Crackedy decides that he wants to do some base diving as well, but doing it on the English side under a white tower.
Yeah, which is pretty interesting. I'm not sure if that White Tower does have network of citadels as opposed to network of castles, but you can't say Story didn't make the right units. It is still network of castles, didn't get citadels yet. The You can't say he didn't make the right units. You know, he had the crossbowmen. Just the fact that there's just too many knights of a superior technology that there really isn't much you could do. You could fight under a keep. You could fight under an English town center. They're just going to be able to absorb all that fire, essentially shooting marshmallows at them. And Baltune's just taking the roost fields and torching them all down. We're going to see our Wingard Rangers for the first time. It looks like they'll be able to take down any spearmen that Tyrone ends up coming out. But for all intents and purposes, you know, those farms aren't coming back.
You said take out spearmen. Baltune said attack town center. So those Wingard Rangers are taking down the town center. Might be slowly, but they are helping.
Oh, look at those palings too. Those are, oh man, if I was a horse, I wouldn't want to get the fuck near that. Actually, HousedHorse, shield your eyes. Just go to a different camera here, because those palings are going to give you PTSD. The knights from Crackedy, obviously these Imperial Age knights, just because of how many they have, you don't even need siege.
Well, both players, they're just like, hey, we're gonna win the game just by massing knights, and it just is, you know, if you're that far ahead, if you have that many resources, if you did that much damage in the early game, you're able to do this. It makes the game easy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they set it up perfectly well. That white tower is starting to burn with no siege whatsoever. All those torches, obviously with Imperial, your torches are a little bit better, right? They escalate by age, if you didn't know that. Tower goes down, 2 landmarks left on the other side. They're essentially just burning them, which I think if you're a lower elo player and you're watching this, I mean, obviously they have oh my god, that's a graveyard. That's a graveyard.
I mean, there's nothing left of the pink base anymore. I mean, Astartes, is that the monastery? He's like, wait, we gotta get the relics. We gotta get the relics, guys.
No, he's like, I'm gonna need Jesus if I'm gonna win this game. So he's gonna build a monastery. But starting town center is gonna end up going down. Council Hall very quick to follow, and that's gonna be the last landmark for him too.
So game number 1 goes over to the Schizophrenic Multitaskers as the last Council Hall, last landmark should be going down in the next couple seconds here.
Yeah, they were, at least for this game, they were able to silence the voices in their head and go in a game number 1 incredibly convincing. That was incredibly convincing. So we're going to go ahead to our game number 2 in this series. That was the first time we saw Prairie, though. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Prairie's one of those maps that in team games, it feels weird a lot of times just because the abundance of sheep and the lack of wood, it makes it to where you move out and you're very, very vulnerable, and it kind of feels weird at times, and Cavalry definitely plays even further, I feel like, into play on Prairie, even comparative to other maps.
Right. I agree. And I think it just goes to show, I mean, we know why Prairie has a particular meta, right? We know why there's French. We know why there's HRE. We know why there's Mongols that are played on that map pretty convincingly. And for HRE, they could turtle a little bit, as you saw Crackedy do, and got to Castle Age pretty quickly, got those relics. But when you're playing as somebody like French and Mongols, you just try to make sure that nobody can do that. You sprawl out, you're able to get map control, all that kind of stuff. But game number 2 is going to be coming underway. Do we know what the maps are going to be? Or the civs?
I believe they are in the civ draft now, which means the map has probably already been decided, but I'm not for sure what it is, as I did not have it pulled on up. But that being said, you kind of talked about HRE getting to sit back and boom there, and you know, it makes your life easy when your teammate on your side just takes full control with his Knight Mass and kind of just doesn't allow either opponent to move out at all. Cleaned up the whole entire military mass of the English and made grabbing all the relics even easier.
Yeah, honestly, it's almost like potential energy, right? You're storing it for 8 or 9 minutes, and then all of a sudden the fucking bottle pops off, right? So it was just overall just a fantastic game. And I hope for game 2, Baltune and Crackedy follow suit.
Yeah, it is Lipany is the map number 2. So if I'm gonna have to guess, I'm gonna assume Baltune is going to play Mali. And that's just because he likes playing Molly. It's really strong. And then I'm gonna say Crackedy plays JD. Oh no, JD's banned in that. um, French then, just because, or French or Roos, just going with a Knight Civ, and then I have no idea what the other side's gonna play. Probably the same thing, just comfort civs.
Honestly, like a lot of the quote unquote research that I can give you is more in a 1v1 setting, but when you're playing a map like I'm seeing Lipany on the screen, when you're playing a map like Lipany, man, I really love Delhi. I love Delhi on that map.
Delhi always, I mean, any of the berry loving civilizations, Lipany is always is going to be picked, or they're going to be picked more often on Lipany, as there is an abundance of berries there. So would not be too shocking to see a Delhi, to see an Abbasid, maybe even an Ottoman, something like that. But I am getting the actual Civ draft pulled up, at least on my side, so I will be able to give you some updates here in just a few seconds.
And I think for in this game number 2, obviously when we have we have players like Baltune and Crackedy, you just laughed, so just give me the information. Just tell me what it is. What's going on?
They fucked up the map draft. It's not Lipany, so we could talk more about Lipany if we want to.
Cool. Cool.
But just remember that. Just keep that in your brain for when Lipany comes up in another series that we have today. Because then we just don't have to repeat ourselves again, you know? I don't know what now. I have no idea. I'm just like, all right, great.
Where the fuck are we finding these people? What are we doing here? You know, we got, oh my god, you lead a horse to water. You know, or a housed horse to water at this point, our observer. But anyway, the maps that are going to be played. I mean, we could talk about the map pool in general, right? So there are some maps that aren't in the ranked pool right now that we're going to be seeing that can have a potential to be played in the tournament. So maps like Prairie that we just saw, right? There's maps like Ancient Spires. When was the last time, Dab? When was the last time you played a game on Ancient Spires?
You know, I will say that it has come a long way from what it used to be. I remember Ancient Spires used to be quite an annoying map to play. I think the previous few couple times they made it to where the fish spawn is a little bit more just not as RNG based. You got, I think it's just like 5 shoreline fish next to all your ponds, and it's a little bit kind of more even as far as that goes. But I have not played that map in ages.
Oh man, it's been a long time. I honestly really enjoyed playing Roos on Ancient Spires because you could put a dock down when there used to be a decent amount of short fish, right? You put a dock down and you just park like 1 or 2 Ladya over there. Oh my god. You know, I could talk about Ladya fishing boats for the next 10 or 15 minutes, depending on how much time we have to kill. The ability for you, especially on Spires, when you have those little ponds like that, the ability to just make 1 or 2, and then you don't need the dock. They end up burning down, you know, you're up against something like a Mongols player and they end up burning down your dock. You're like, I don't give a shit. You know, I just teleport my fish from the boat to my hometown center and I can make villagers out of it. So you could burn that dock all you want. On the other side, I remember for Ancient Spires, they were good. It was good Abbasid map. It was good. Probably, I would imagine Ayubid, just because you're able to make docks at half price.
But enough about Ancient Spires, enough about that. It looks like we have, is that Himayama? Is that what map that is?
Oh, yeah, little Himio Mama, dude. Let's go.
And I also got the update that Crackedy, Baltune, I'm not sure which one it was, but decided to get people a little bit excited. They clicked the random civs button. So you might say, hey, was this a plan? Yeah, I mean, they got a plan now that they got the civs picked, but they didn't know what civs they were picking before this. So we got Abbasid, we got Byzantines on the side of the schizophrenic multitaskers, and over on the side of Pincer, we have, is that HRE and Roos.
See, and that's the great thing when you're gonna pick civs randomly. You know, you're trying to think, oh, what's the plan? You know, what is our plan? Well, we have no plan. Okay. And the other team isn't going to be able to figure out your plan if your plan doesn't exist, right? So Baltune, Crackedy going for that surprise factor. We're diving in to game number 2. We have Baltune playing as the color blue, as the Abbasid Dynasty. His teammate Crackedy going to be playing as the Byzantines in the color teal. I still love this civilization, even though I can't play it for shit. Dabs, who do we got on the other side?
Tyrone playing as the Roos in the color orange. Gonna have a little bit better wood spawns for the Roos player this time. We'll see how the bounty goes. We'll see how that age up timing goes this time. And Story in the north side is playing as the HRE, already moving over to that gold, doing that typical early split that you see with the OG Fast Castle.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting. I mean, obviously for the HRE, if you're gonna learn how to play the HRE, you better learn how to do some kind of fast castle build. And that's most likely what Story is doing. I feel like this isn't a player that I'm familiar with personally, but it feels like he's more of a boomy kind of player. You know, he played English game 1, HRE game 2. Tyrone on the other side, going to be sticking with that Roos. Got some good bounty here, ladies and gentlemen. He's already got 70. He's going to be able to get 140 just from getting the rest of them. And for 2v2s, it's kind of nice when you play as Roos because more deer to kill.
Yeah, over on the other side, we're seeing a little bit of some micro war, but there doesn't really need to be a micro war because, whoopsies, excuse me, doesn't need to be a micro war because this is just all denial from the Roos side. I know a couple people might be asking, you know, ponds in the middle, there's some water in the middle. Why isn't anyone going for it? Well, only a few little shoreline fish in there. They're pretty far spread apart, and so usually makes it where it's somewhat difficult to make this like timing exactly pay off. And with 2s, it's that much easier to deny it from your opponent if you both just age up and have a quick focus on it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, the pod on Himiyama, obviously it'll get a little bit bigger based on how many civilizations are actually on the map at one time. But you're exactly right. I mean, you get two people that build Dark Age barracks, 2 people that really want to take it to that opposing dock. It doesn't really make sense for both players on one team to build a dock on a particular side. There's just not enough shore fish to go around. You're gonna be fighting over fish, hook, line, and sinker. Let me tell you. But so the middle of the map ends up being, you know, pretty much null and void. But what's really important about Himiyama, and this is something that I even comment on the 1v1 situation, is where is some of the external food? You know, for Crackedy, Byzantine's not necessarily a bad pick because usually you get a berry patch that spawns behind you, and it looks like Crackedy does have the ability to have that. But on the other side, the deer, the boar, you know, most of the berry patches, they're all in front near the middle of the map, and you can see HousedHorse panning over them. So you got to get map control on this map if you're not looking to do things like early farm transition, like say an English would.
Yeah, and you know what is a great way to get a little bit of early map control, or even, you know, get a little bit of early pressure on your opponent, is that military wing coming out from Baltune. So we'll have those few spears, few archers pop out, can head right on over to that HRE side of the map, maybe deny some of that gold. You can see HRE's base very, very condensed, but I don't see too many sheep here. And I think when we hovered over Tyrone's base earlier, I didn't see too many sheep for the Roos player either, actually. Oh, I think he's about to have a drop off now, but definitely. Oh,
one singular drop off is what he's going to be doing. Yes, absolutely.
I just saw the scout coming back. I couldn't see the sheep behind it, but yes, they both seem like they are in a little bit of a sheep gathering predicament, which means that map control, that food resource that you were just talking about, becomes even more of a problem.
Oh, and you know, being the HRE player, this is the tale of 2 different teams, right? Game 1, Crackedy played HRE on Prairie. He was going to be able to find a bunch of sheep around the map. That's all well and good. Now on Himiyama, you usually get about 6 or 7 sheep that spawn around your hill, and I think for the other side, Baltune must know how these spawn. You see that there's 1 sheep over there that he'll be able to pick up. But look at those villagers that we're highlighting right now. Dabston, they're standing around doing fuck all.
You know, they're waiting. They're waiting for that one big sheep drop off again. And look at how fast they're all like, oh, let me get it. And now they're waiting again. Not a good situation if you're HRE, if you're trying to kind of play this quicker castle timing, which I don't see any military buildings. I don't see many villagers on wood. That usually means you're trying to get to castle quick, and it's sitting looking good. Baltune already has those military units moving out. He has actually made his way kind of right in front of the HRE base, and looks like he's going to circle around to where the gold is now.
And you see, I mean, you saw this time and time again with Tyrone. You know, I mean, in game number 1 is the Roos. He went for those berries early, which is fine. It's a, you know, a somewhat safe food resource, but it's the slowest gather rate. Right? And then you end up 3 or 4 minutes down the road. You're like, well, why don't I have enough or the same amount of units as my opponent? And it's because you were taking inferior food resources. Baltune getting aggressive with that military wing, Abbasid Dynasty, you love to see it. That villager is probably exsanguinating in its gold pack.
Oh,
but
don't go back to the gold.
Oh, my God.
Okay. And every single villager that was on the food goes over to this wood line, forcing himself onto a farm transition, which, as the HRE, it doesn't feel as bad as it could be. But look at this wood line. Baltune's just going to sit here with his archers, and there's not going to be anywhere Story can gather resources from.
Well, there's also a difference in the way he structured his buildings, right? I mean, he's so...
Oh, no.
I feel like Story's so tunnel visioned onto getting castle age. He doesn't want to make units. He wants to go completely naked. He's building an outpost with the entire province, essentially. Yeah, it's going to go up, but you can only house 5 in there, and it might be able to stop you for now. But essentially, you idled about 20 villagers to build that outpost, and it took for Baltune. They were free units. Those spearmen and archers were free units. That is not free, however. He's looking to take Story to Ram Ranch.
Yeah, and he definitely has a few more archers continuing to mass across. I think this is one of these utilizing his scouting, the knowledge that he gathered from it, and said, all right, I might as well make some archers, might as well all in this HRE base. As he has no food, he's forced on a farm transition, and looks like the Roost player is struggling himself quite a bit on the food count as well. Already trying to prep a wooden fortress, maybe to get onto the deer, or not the deer, to the berries, which again, not where you want to be as the Roost.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what. I think Tyrone would love a deli or an Abbasid or an Ayubit or something that berries would be able to help you out. Now, first Ram going to be taking pot shots at that house. Got to remember, HRE does have the emergency repair if he chooses to use it, but it looks like he's going to be saving it for a later date. Trying to get farms around, trying to stabilize his food economy, going to be able to put a barracks down again through that Aka Chapel field of view, so it's not going to be that beneficial for him. Going to be trying to get a couple houses just because of that ram burned it down. He doesn't have, Dabson, he doesn't have units. He doesn't have a single unit. He's got to use villager with torches to take that ram down, and that just means more dead villagers.
And what are you going to build out of the barracks? Men-at-arms? You're off of gold, so maybe you can make a few men-at-arms. That's the gold that you preciously were gathering trying to get to castle. So he just queues up 5 men-at-arms out of it. But Baltune already has a significant amount of archers out, already has the ram out, knows exactly what's coming. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see Baltune getting range damage too.
Yeah, I think that would be a good investment for him. HousedHorse is hovering over emergency repairs, which is something that could have been used, but those emergency repairs and that stockpile, that first aid kit, is going to be saved for a later date for one of these buildings. First men-at-arms ends up coming out. We'll be able to take some hits on that ram, but that's pretty much it. Crackedy's on the south side of the base, too, just to make sure that HRE players stay so contained, right? He's got those Limitané over there on the south side, so if any villagers end up coming out from this small, it looks like almost a 2x2 area, both Baltune and Crackedy are going to know about it, and they're going to be able to smother them.
Yep, and I think this is one that they're just going to totally just, oh my, Crackedy, how many units do you have over there already?
Oh, I mean, this is Byzantines, baby. This is the new and improved Byzantines. With Grand Winery, you can pop it out longbowman masses in the blink of an eye. You're getting Limitané, which are so easy to macro because they're only 80 food, 10 wood. I think Byzantines, they're scary now. They're really scary.
Yeah, and this is the point where they're just going for the throat a lot earlier than last game. They saw how last one extended. They're like, we started kind of playing with our food a little too much. Well, now they're ready to actually go for some aggression, but Tyrone, he's thinking the same over here. He says, yeah, you know, you can see where the deer died on the map. I'm going to head on over there. You're on the deer. You shouldn't be. Baltune, quick reaction though, and Tyrone, he may be all-inning some of those dear villagers, but his partner is getting fully all-in and is going to lose literally everything.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think there's a damn thing you can do about it. Villager count probably for story right now is hovering around 10. Not going to be going to Castle 9. Oh my God, he's got.
I mean, I just see 9 villagers inside the town, so that's my guess. I don't know.
Right. I mean, the score. Well, a couple of them went down since that conversation, but the you can tell. Just look at the score on the right side of your screen. I know a lot of times for AOE 4, take the score with a grain of salt. This one, I think, is rather indicative of what's happening.
He has 6 units left. At least he does have his prelate inside of that chapel, inspiring that economy. Woo!
Spreading the word of their lord with a megaphone, baby. 6 tiles away. You're going to be able to do that, but there's just nobody to hear the prayers.
Yeah, and Tyrone, he might feel safe. He is over on those berries that he protected himself up with the wooden fortress. He sent a few archers over to try to help, and those got taken down quite quickly. Emergency repair has been utilized. I repeat, emergency repair has been utilized.
Yeah, well, Dad, this is a fucking DEFCON 5. Okay? like there are not amount of emergency repairs that are going to try to help you in this situation. But, I mean, Story and Tyrone, I understand why they're doing it. It's a tournament, right? They got to try to do everything they can in order to maybe pull out a victory and do the best they can, and that's why you're probably not seeing. You're seeing times where you're thinking, well, yeah, you should surrender, you should whatever, but you know, there's money up for grabs. You give it all you got, you lay it all on the table, and that's what Tyrone and Story are doing.
I'm so disappointed. I was over here distracted by those 5 longbows that just took down those farms. They just that all the way right farm that's on fire, about to die. 5 longbows the whole time, just taking it down. I was just locked in on it, and then Crackedy pulled them away right as the farm got down to like 10 health.
Yeah. all these farms are even gone. The chapel is going to be going down pretty quickly as well. I mean, Tyrone on the other side hasn't really been harmed too much, but I think that
Prelate's getting out of there.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, he's like, I gotta fucking bail from this situation. Get me the hell out of here.
Prelate Micro is about to be on point, though. I'll tell you that. He's got one thing to focus on right now. What is he doing?
He's disguising himself. He's trying to be an absent villager. I don't think it's gonna happen. Oh, why look? Why look at your chapel getting burnt down? Just get the hell out of there. Just get out of there.
Can't even grab a relic to go for Wololo. He's just like, I'm literally worthless now.
Yeah, go ahead. Inspire Baltune's villagers. That's a good idea. Oh my God, another ram gonna be coming out for Baltune, and I mean, honestly, this is just a matter of time. It was really good. Honestly, really good synergy out of both of these guys from Crackedy and Baltune. I don't know if you watch Crackedy's stream regularly for people in the stream, but I would highly recommend you follow his channel. He is fantastic. And the way that he plays team games with Baltune, they've had enough chemistry at this point now, you know, where they're able to do all of these things together. Their communication is fantastic to the point where, look at all of these units on the north side, both by Crackedy and by Baltune. This is a death ball.
Yeah, this is absolutely nuts with how many units they have, and not going to be too many landmarks left here for for Tyrone and Story. 5 rams on the base. Villagers are getting pulled. You mentioned, you know, they've been playing some practice games. They've been having some chemistry, and you are 100% correct. I did see them take down, I think it was Beastie and Core the other day in a best of 3. So that Beastie and Core were the ones who got the invite to the final round already, or not final round, but into the main event already.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to be, this is what happens with all of these qualifiers. It was anybody who ends up just signing up and playing, right? But we're going to see the cream of the crop. We're going to see the wheat from the chaff emerge, and we're going to see those guys in the main event next week. And you can see HousedHorse is, well, we can see quite over this game as he's watching the prelate over the past 20 seconds. They end up calling it the prelate waves the white flag 2-0 for Baltune and Crackedy's team in a rather convincing fashion.
Yeah, nice old warm up series of the day for us. And Baltune and Crackedy, definitely practice games have been paying off, made that series look very, very clean, very, very easy. But there's a reason why this is the qualifiers. There's a reason why we got the main event down the road, as we're just weeding out some of the lower teams.
Yeah, honestly, guys, huge shout out to you guys for watching. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you for all the follows. We don't have notifications on right now just because we're trying to, give these players the best cast and the cast that they deserve. Thank you, Janissary, so much for the raid as well. We're in, for the new people that are joining in, we're 2v2 Devil's Cup qualifier. We are far from over today. We have a lot of games, and the next game, as we're going to be doing the overlay and changing the overlay, two names that you might know, Anatan being one of them. He's kind of a big deal. And 3D Cat. We saw him in the Elite Classic, both 1 and 2. It's going to be just a fantastic series. They're going to be playing against another player, another team who's trying to get in the qualifiers, trying to get in the main event. But my God, if you're just unlucky enough to queue into somebody like Anatan, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, of course you're gonna make me say the other names. It's like Son of Null, and we're gonna go with Nikki. Make it easy on myself over here.
That's great. You're doing great.
Yeah, doing great over here. And so that's what we're already starting to get some Civ drafts, some maps on updated. We just did talk about Lipany a bunch, and guess what? Lipany, first map. Don't have to talk about it as much. We already knocked that on out of the park here. It's easy. We should just stop talking now.
Yeah, that's probably. Do you guys just want to awkwardly stare at each other for like 3 or 4 minutes? I think that would be really great. Here, you know what, Dabston, pull up your camera. Let's just stare at each other here.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
but no, it is Lipany, and we are going to see one of those berry civilizations we talked about, as I believe 3D Cat and Anatan have the Abbasid dynasty under their wheelhouse, and on the other side, it's gonna be one of the night civilizations that we always like to see in some team games. I might have been jumping the gun and talking about game number.
That's okay. That's fine. Hey, I mean, at least what we're seeing now behind the scenes, you're going to be able to see a decent amount of different civilizations, at least for this particular game, as we're going to be taking a look. The map is going to get loaded in. It
Trolled
is going to
everyone
be
again.
Yeah, I know you did. We are gonna we are gonna be on Cliffside for this first one. And I think Cliffside's an important map to talk about when we get into game number 1. No pauses, no breaks. Everybody buckle in, keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times. We have Anatan playing as the color blue, playing as the Japanese, his opponent, or his teammate, I should say. Excuse me, 3D Cat. I told you to buckle up. 3D Cat playing as the English in the color red. Dabber, who are their opponents?
Yeah, we got Son of Null on the other side playing as the Roost. We've been seeing a lot of Roost today in the color pink. And Nikki playing as the Deli in the color teal. And Deli's a civ I always like to see in team games. Always kind of fun to watch them, as they do kind of feel like they fall off, obviously, if you get to that late Imperial Age, or Imperial Age in general. But they have this crazy feudal age mass they can get, and this very, very strong castle age follow-up as well.
Yeah, they really hit a good power spike in Castle, don't they? I mean, it seems like, though, for how aggressive the meta is nowadays, and again, I'll speak in a 1v1 situation, but for how aggressive the meta is nowadays, they just end up all hitting feudal, and then Castle Age is sometimes a point that they don't even get to because of their ability to make units. But you're absolutely right. That Castle Age power spike, just to be able to get some of those armored units, right? You're able to basically instantaneously churn out things like men-at-arms, churn out things like lancers, knights, that kind of stuff. And you could do it with efficient production, right? You could do it at double the speed.
Yeah, and over here we see Cat doing the thing that I will say I have watched Anatan and Cat do this quite a few times. Just dropping 2 early farms as the English makes it a lot easier on your food economy. You're already starting to kind of boom up on your farms as English. They're very, very cheap, and so you're not going to deplete your sheep as much, so you don't need as many sheep. And that means you can either throw some over to your teammate or just have this even safer long-term food economy.
Yeah, I mean, that's really nice as English. That's kind of what we talk about. Oh, uh-oh, Aniki. Be careful with that scout, my friend. That's what we talk about as English all the time, and that's what we talk about how frustrating it is. A sudden null, I'm sure he got a decent amount of that bounty. Just being able to have all of your resources next to your towns and your town center being such a strong defensive area, you know, it's very difficult to go into an English base and really do some damage. You know, so usually you see a lot of a smothering effect. But I think for Anatan playing Japanese, how do you think that coincides with an English player? What do you think the synergies are between the two?
I mean, I do feel like both bases, both civilizations, they like their just kind of being able to stay at home, not have to move out too much. Obviously, we do have the king now that's going to be able to take the map control, makes it even harder for your opponent to focus on your side. And we might see Anatan and Cat both just kind of jump up straight to castle and not even worry about this feudal age and not kind of let Delhi play into their strong suit. Because, you know, if Delhi is the one trying to catch up to castle, it makes it a little bit harder. Yeah, they can get the units, but they take a little bit of time to get their upgrades on through. So I could see Cat and Anatan both just, like I said, jumping up to castle. We're starting to see feudal ages come through, though. We do see a much better bounty already this game for our Roost player comparative to the last series.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, obviously with Son of Null, and he's got a 375 bounty, and as a Roost player, anything above 200 is what you really, really shoot for to get that wheelbarrow. Anything above 250, you're essentially just playing with house money, and that's just something that Son of Null is going to be able to do, and it means that maybe you can get to Castle Age a little bit quicker. Maybe you can get a night out when you first start, but it looks like for Son of Null, with a mining camp on the stone, especially as a Roost player, probably a second town center is going to end up happening. Puts his Kremlin by the gold, so that when he does go up to castle, he's going to have a safe area, a safe availability in order to do that. Anatan, what we're seeing here from the Japanese side with how many he has on gold and for how few that he has on wood, maybe about 2 or 3. I think there might be 2 in the back, so maybe as high as 4 or 5. He's going to be able to get up to Castle Age very quickly should he choose to.
Yeah, very, very easily. One of the things I always love to do when I get extra bounty back when I used to play Roost, is just getting all the eco upgrades. You have wheelbarrow already in, you're able to get double broad axe, which compounds with your Kremlin even further. And like you said, sometimes you have some gold left over for a night out immediately as well. We're seeing Cat with the king circling around, wants to find some damage, but no villagers on gold, as this is Delhi. They don't need gold. They only need gold when it comes to Castle Age units. Other than that, it's just going to be able to spend it on scholars here in Feudal.
Yeah, and that's kind of the best thing for Aniki. King going to be able to get that charge, but good pull. Uses the scout for the brace. Let's go. Look at that micro. Unbelievable. I'm going to give Aniki credit for that one.
Yeah, that is some high-level micro there. Got the scout in front of the king charge, and villager, even if the villager took the charge, the scholar was there is able to jump out, heal that back up if needed. But still, if you got the scout there, you might as well use it, and use it. Aniki did.
Yeah, no, he absolutely did. What's really nice about that gold, how you were talking about before we highlighted that brace by the scout, is usually for Delhi, they keep 3 on gold, and then they're able to get like their 130 gold they usually end up getting, and then they are able to get another scholar. They can put it one in the mosque, as you see, one in the stable to efficiently produce. Some of these going to be Ghazi Raiders, going to be able to track down that king. What's great about it is the Ghazi Raiders, they do have that mobility. They have the extra +2 in Feudal Age to heavy units, so this doesn't give time for the king to heal. They can just continue to track this thing down. Takes a big arrow volley because the king doesn't have too much in the way of armor. It only has 2 melee armor and 2 ranged armor. But Aniki ends up backing up.
I'm appalled right now. Thought that Aniki was going to go for that king pick, as it is kind of huge if you're able to fully kill that king, as cost. I don't know the exact cost to rebuy it there, but it ends up getting healing out of combat, as we're seeing the health bar climb up now, and you really want to stay on top of it if you can.
Yeah, I mean, you let the king go, he's going to be able to lick his wounds. And you're exactly right, because the coronation is 100 wood, 100 gold. So you're basically making your opponent, it's almost like when you kill Jeanne d'Arc. You know, you're spending 250 gold to get Jeanne d'Arc, getting 200 resources for that king. How much it's able to slow the process of this English player. He's adding horsemen in feudal age, which I'm noticing. I'm not really sure how effective they're going to be against something like the Ghazi Raider. On the flip side, Sun and Null, the pink Rus player, going to be having a second town center. And it looks like having a little bit on gold as well, adding a barracks. He still has a decent amount of villagers on wood, so maybe he's looking for production buildings, kind of a 2 TC feudal play.
Yeah, and you said I don't know how effective they're going to be, and the key here is that Cat is leaning into his micro, is what he's doing. And what I mean by that is he's just going to constantly pull back horsemen anytime they're low, pull back the king anytime they're low, and then out of combat healing, go back to the Abbey, get them healed back up, and then can push right on forward yet again.
I really like, I appreciate HousedHorse for giving us the observation of this. Look how many villagers Anatan has on stone right now. It's got to be around 10 to 12. If we want to take a look, I mean, in terms of how much wood he has an 8 on wood. He might be able to try to get a second town center. Or, as we just saw, that Daimyo Palace just tick up. Maybe he's looking to get a fast shogunate.
He fully gathered all of the stone. There is no stone left in his initial mind, so he definitely has some plans for that.
Yeah, no stone unturned. That's for sure. And I think he's going for a stone over on the north side as well. I think Anatan and Cat, they're playing very synergistically with one another because Cat, just because he has the horseman, he has the fast units, he's got the king, right? He's going to be able to take a decent amount of map control. Anatan going to be using Onabugisha against Aniki's Ghazi Raiders. And I don't know if you've seen this matchup before, but Onabugisha will shred a horseman. I don't care what you call that horseman, Onabugisha will take it to school.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you start getting them in mass. Onabugisha are one of those units like there's, I feel like a lot of units in AoE4 that, you know, you have 1 or 2 of them, they don't mean too much. All of a sudden, you got a stack of 10, 15, 20 of them. They feel like they are impossible to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, it's the age old, if you're a StarCraft 2 player, it's circling, right? You get a bunch of them together, you mass them up, and they're just, they're essentially the unit that does death by 1,000 paper cuts because of how quickly they attack. It looks like that second Sacred Site ends up getting denied, but the team of Aniki and Sun Unknown, they do have one over there on the north side, so one's going to help him out. Maybe if he wants to get to Castle Age in that particular area, he will, but Anatan, this is a rather peculiar strategy. I don't really see this very often for Japanese, going for the fast Daimyos, getting Onabugisha, because they're only 60 food, 20 gold. So you're going to be able to, as exactly what Anatan's doing, he's splitting 1 or 2 off, just being annoying. You know, those villagers, they don't have armor, you know, so using an Onabugisha that only might hit 6, but they do it every 0.9 seconds is disastrous for an economy.
Oh, speaking of disastrous for an economy, we have Cat diving in. Oh, it looked like he was about to go for the circle around the villagers. Instead, though, Anatan splits that mass off into the base. They are the ones keeping up that pressure. Meanwhile, you mentioned it, Anatan, he's getting those Daimo upgrades. He's been heavy onto the stone. Now he's onto the deer. He's got farms all around, and it is the full-on Shogunate castle. We have a
Let's
castle.
go. Could you imagine? You could imagine in feudal age, in 1200 AD, you have a town center that shoots a fucking missile at you. You know, what are you going to do about that in terms of more fear tactics, if anything else? Spearmen are going to be able to get surrounded by horsemen, not something that I thought I was going to say today. Anatan on the eastern side going to be able to get a raid on some of those villagers. I think Sun and Null's attention is more so where these horsemen, where that king is. He hasn't pulled his villagers yet. Another 3 or 4 go down. And that's the thing. You pan away 1 or 2 seconds because you're looking at where your army is. Sun and Null did the exact same thing. Before you know it, 4 villagers went down.
Yeah, I mean, that's where there were 4 or 5 pings going all across the map. Anatan and Cat were just constantly raiding, constantly bouncing between everywhere, and definitely were able to get some good damage down, made that second TC not pay off quite as much. And so what does Sun and Null do? He says, all right, I need to start investing into some walls. I need to start protecting up my economy.
Yeah, because, I mean, that's the great thing about Onabugisha, too, and Japanese army compositions at the same time, is all of them have torches. You know, it's not like these Onabugisha, yeah, they might not pack a punch in terms of one, but you get 10 or 15 like we talked about, and they're able to take down things like outposts. They're able to take down things like walls. So it's really difficult, actually, to get us around, and I think for both Sun and Null and Aniki, you're gonna have to add a little bit more archers into your composition if you're gonna deal with them.
Yeah, it's just so hard to add more archers though into the comp when you just saw Cat's group of 15 horsemen and the king roaming across the map. Going to be so difficult to get reinforcing archers up forward, and not only that, protect your home. You know, I've seen so many times where you start to group up your militaries together, you start to try to push forward, and then all of a sudden this horseman mass hits your wood line or hits your food, hits your gold, whatever it may be, and then you can't really recover from that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of mobility, man. Especially even in this aspect. Yeah, the Zona Bagisha are pretty good, but we only have 4 of them. Ghazi Raiders are going to be able to track them down. One's got a horse, one doesn't. You know, so you're going to be able to take them down. Actually, Anatan making a little bit of a switch. Got the Katana Bannerman. Going to be able to have some Samurai as well to help him out. Even though the Ghazi Raiders do that little bit of bonus, they do that little bit of +2, they're going to be able to pack a punch. And especially when they're intertwined with Ona Bugeisha, you're getting the DPS of the Bugeisha and you're getting the tankiness of the Samurai. It's such a good combination.
Yep, and King's Palace is on the way, is almost finished. And speaking of the woodline dive, there it goes. But quick reaction, whole entire eco though is idle.
Yeah, and I mean, this is time that Aniki doesn't want to do this, right? His entire wood line is going to be null and void for at least the foreseeable future. He ends up going to the eastern wood line instead. So the Nolan trying to help out, but a little bit too late just because of the immobility of the mass. Looks like Cat ended up being able to hit that Castle Age button, and you know what that means. These horsemen, they might, 1, get upgraded for the time being, but 2, you're going to be seeing knights.
Yeah, and King gets a little bit stronger there as well. And this is where Cat and Anatan, they've been the ones continuing the pressure. They've been the ones denying the sacred sites. There has been one that has been secured for, I feel like, a pretty consistent amount of time. But upgrades are about to come through. Anatan, Cat grouping their militaries together, and Son of Null has a slow, immobile army that's not close enough to defend the base.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing the differences in choreography, right? Red and blue are together. Pink and teal are not. So now you're going to be able to 2v1 this army, and they're going to be able to do it quite effectively. Now, Son of Null's reinforcements are coming up on the backside, but look at what happened. They're still split up. There's a south front, there's a north front, villagers trying to get to the town center. That king goes down rather quickly from 3D Cat on the south side of the map. But it looks like blue, just because of Anatan having all of those samurai, they're going to be able to deal with the spearmen. The horsemen from Cat are going to be able to surround those archers in a perfect micro display. The Rus army gets absolutely demolished here. And it looks like with all of these samurai going up against those Ghazi Raiders, I just don't think their maces are strong enough to fight through them. And you're going to see a lot of those horsemen going down on the eastern side. Now on the north, just for Aniki, the only thing he has are archers.
Only archers left against veteran horsemen, against Anatan's samurais, and all this has been going down in the base. Anatan reaches Castle Age as well throughout the aggression, throughout this forward movement, and we have units split off, taking down more villagers of Aniki, and this is not looking good for the teal and pink squad.
Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely doesn't, especially now. They went through that entire fight. I would say they ended up emerging victorious, even though Aniki does have that archer mass still over there. That's okay. They took a fight under the town center, and I think cost effectively, the Cat and Anatan duo were able to come out on top. But they also have that technological advantage, right? Aniki and Son of Nuln had to continuously produce units, had to lick their wounds over and over again, using villager idle time. 15 villagers have been in that town center for God knows how long. So they're not going to be able to do this. If Cat and Anatan just remass and make some Castle Age units, game over.
You said if they do. We just saw 4 knights come into the mix from Cat. Those are the Castle Age units you're talking about, and they're just constantly streaming across the map. Upgrades coming on through. Delhi has been absolutely demolished. Rus on the other side, sitting on 2 TC, is able to hit Castle Age, has a pretty strong economy, I'm sure. But Cat has now equalized the TC number, and they've been doing constant damage. We see Aniki go ahead, throw in the towel, says, you can't, good luck 1v2 in this because I'm not going to be able to do anything.
Yep, he hit the fuck this, I'm out button, and his partner ended up following suit rather quickly. That's a 1-0 for the team of Anatan and Cat, but game number 2 is going to be coming your way. You got to remember, guys, this is the qualifiers. You have a chance to get in that main event next week. And I'll be honest with you. I mean, for Sun and Nolan and Aniki, these players that they're playing up against, Anatan and Cat, obviously we've seen them in pro tournaments. We've seen them in the Elite Classic too. We've seen them, playing with the likes of B because they're part of the 3D clan. And Sun and Nolan and Aniki, I think they did a really good job of, going toe to toe with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, they kept good army numbers, good masses, but the key difference was just positioning, I would say. A lot of times the spears were just a little bit, out of position. And what's that mean? That means you lose one, you lose two villagers, you aren't able to secure a sacred site. It just starts this snowball, and AoE4, very snowbally game. You lose 1 to 2 villagers. That means you're behind an eco. That means your opponent is going to get more military, which means you're going to be losing more villagers. And that's kind of what just seemed to happen as that snowball started to roll. It got bigger and bigger and bigger. And all of a sudden, it turned into an avalanche.
Did you just use my snowball analogy?
I don't know. I don't know whose that could have been.
Did you? All right. Well, we got a couple minutes before this game starts. So let's talk about some snow. All right, let's talk about some snow in the winter. So, usually when it gets cold, the precipitation, or precip, as I like to call it, would turn into rain, into snow, and it's all about when you're being a snowball, right? And you're having the civs like Delhi, like French. It's all about how you pack the snow, right? This is what intermission time is now on my channel. The packing the snow means getting your villagers on the resources they're supposed to, getting the units that you need in order to get a successful snowball. And then all of a sudden, when you have enough units than your opponent, you end up rolling downhill. And you're exactly right, Dabson. It becomes a full-on avalanche, something that on that mountain, it would be a rather Sisyphean claim in order to escalate up to that mountain. But anyway, enough talk about my desk in the chat. I swear to God, I'll ban you all. Anatan on the south side going to be playing as the Chinese. His teammate Cat playing as the Abbasid Dynasty in the color blue. Dabber, who are they playing against?
Over on the other side, we have Twitch chat, Son of Null in the color purple and Aniki in the color teal. It is Order of the Dragon in French.
First Order of the Dragon game, right? This is going to be a lot of fun to watch. I'm curious for your personal opinion. Where do you think Order of the Dragon sits in a vacuum in terms of, not necessarily the map, not necessarily whatever, but their overall quality as a civ? What's your opinion?
I feel like in lower elos they're strong, and in higher elos they still quite aren't. They don't have their space quite yet. Like, I feel like it's just later in the games, it's gotten a little bit better with like their eco to military count population a little bit, but even still, it feels like you'll like look up and you're like, oh, look, they just feel like they're always down in numbers, and it never really feels good. Like, yes, their numbers are stronger, but it just feels like it's not good enough.
Yeah, I really like the politically correct way that you said it. You gave some analysis, you gave some, whatever, but I kind of think they suck ass still. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I not necessarily the way I play them, but like watching people play them and watching pro players. Sometimes they'll come out of games and be like, "Yeah, that felt bad." Like that just it didn't sync up well. It didn't, nothing really meshed. But Order of the Dragon, if you give them some time to get going, what I've noticed too is the ranged masses that you can get. In Castle Age, those archers, for how quickly they shoot, number one. Number two, the crossbowmen, how well they deal with armored units. And don't even get me started, if you get to Imperial Age and those hand cannoneers, oh my God, those things, that's the first rendition of semi-automatic rifles that we have in Age of Empires 4 by how fast they shoot.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those that you're 100% correct, but where I find the difficulty is when the counter units come into play. Yes, they're great at killing what they're supposed to kill, but so are every unit. It's just what happens when, your spears are still taking extra damage from range. Your archers are still taking extra damage from horsemen. And if people are trading horsemen against your super, super expensive units, that doesn't feel too great.
No, it absolutely doesn't. And I think when you get to the early part of this game, as somebody who does play Order of the Dragon, you get to the early part of this game for how few units that you have and how expensive these are, how important micro is, right? You end up losing, you might only have the ability to make 2 or 3 men-at-arms, but if you take a fight and you lose half of that, how many resources just went down the drain, right? That's 240 resources. It's basically like a feudal age knight packed into a rather compact foot soldier. But getting the ability to make those units is very difficult. It's not like you can queue up 3 or 4 at the same time. I would argue your macro's terrible if you can queue up 900 resources worth of units in the blink of an eye, especially that early. But it's looking like what Sun and Nolan is going to be doing on the other side is going for a second town center as Order of the Dragon. He's got a mining camp. He's got 4 villagers. It looks like he's trying to make it happen.
Yeah, heavy onto the stone early on, and you don't go that many villagers onto the stone unless you're going with the second TC. This isn't outpost upgrades or anything of the sort. He's probably already got enough just about for that second TC. But speaking of, Cat, he went eco wing, did not go military wing, didn't find it necessary, and so we might be seeing 3. I could even see 4 TCs coming out of Cat here. And honestly, Anatan, he's Chinese. His 2 TC song is going to be the same as that.
And that's how, I mean, we'll talk about China in a second, but that's how Eco Wing Abbasid goes. I know you're an Abbasid player, my friend. So when everybody is making town centers, you're making one more than they are. Just because of your ability to get those town centers as quickly as possible, getting fresh foodstuffs, which come out of the mill, which is even better for the Abbasid dynasty. While Anatan on the other side, he's like, yeah, I might not have as many town centers, but I'm going to make vills faster than you. And I think now Aniki was going on to the French, and this is a very typical feudal age aggressive French build while getting a couple of these knights as quickly as possible. You better do some damage with those knights. You better stop some of these town centers from coming up, or at least be a little bit delayed, or you are going to be drowning later.
Yeah, the hard part there is we saw that knight pop out of the School of Cavalry, kind of just chill there, sit there for a little bit. I still don't really kind of see it moving on across. Son of Null is dropping his second town center. Knight's still on the side of Aniki, hasn't moved across. And Cat, he's about to have his second town center already finished, and he dropped that on the stone. That tells me he definitely is planning on another one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just having those secondary town centers, I know they're not as menacing as they used to be. But look at that. Oh, my God, that Barbican. Dabs, you got that deer. I think
you're helping Cat's gold, too. Like, come on now.
Yeah, that's good for your teammate. That's good for you. That's good for the economy. That's good for this broadcast, to be honest with you. That deer pack, I'm pretty sure Anatan ended up pulling them near that Barbican as well. So Aniki's going to be able to get over there with the French Knight, about 5:45. Pretty decent timing. There's a little bit of military idle time, but that's okay. He doesn't really have anywhere to raid now.
I mean, it's not even doesn't really have anywhere. He doesn't have anywhere to raid. There's the Barbican up. He's not diving woodlines, or else you're taking hand cannon shots from the town center from Anatan. And then over on the side of Abbasid, there's already 2 town centers up and soon to be a 3rd.
Yeah, and that's a really frustrating thing if you're an aggressive player. As I've noticed a lot with a lot of high-level players, and especially players high level that play in this civilization. Look at this town center that he's going to be able to pop out here with just a little bit of wood. 1 berry patch, 2 berry patch. Also near that second town center that he has near the stone, it protects his berries, and he also has a deer farm over there on the northern side. And he's finally going to be finding an area. Hand cannon slits from Anatan's town center are going to be able to take good hits on those roan knights, but that's 1 villager down. I do want to say, though, Dabs, it feels like a drop in the bucket compared to how many vills are going to be in this game.
Yeah, you know, it at least is a start. He just needs to continue to add those up, keep adding those up, cause more idle time, cause more damage. As Anatan, he is not going second TC. Looks like he is planning more of just a Song Dynasty Castle Age timing. Quick reaction this time. Barbican going to get some shots onto those knights as well. More and more teal knights are moving on across the map. So Aniki is trying to keep this pressure up. Meanwhile, we see Son of Null dropping some odd walls, it looks like. Wants to protect up the deer, maybe protect up the gold in the north, and he's got his 2 town centers working. It just feels like it's just not quite the same as what we're seeing from Cat.
Yeah, for some reason, looking at the map, I don't know why, it just reminded me of a crop circle because of the walls out and the mountain ranges around it. But I really like what Anatan's doing and not going for that second town center, to be honest, because he's going to be able to get to Castle Age quicker. So he's going to be able to get to Castle Age, units. He could use Palace Guards, which are rather quick. He could use the Lancers, obviously, for the Chinese that can help, but I think this is going to help Cat while he's sitting there booming, because we know that Abbasid power spike. It happens, you know, once you get all of those villagers out of your town center in feudal age, you get to castle age, and all of a sudden you're getting hit with 1,000,000 units and you don't know what the fuck to do about it. For Anatan, he's going to be able to get to castle age. He's going to be able to get map control, just like Cat breathe a little bit. I think they're working well together.
Yeah, I mean, definitely have played together quite a few times, and Astronomical Clock Tower is on the way, so we'll be able to get some buffed up siege if Anatan wants. But knowing Anatan here, you said Palace Guards, I could also see him just going with Lancers of his own here, you know, Castle Age tiered already from the start. Knights also trade decently well into Palace Guards if you can kind of catch them out, as, you know, can't really move out across the map in small numbers. And there is a big little night a big night mass here from Aniki, and Aniki is actually starting to produce some archers.
Yeah, I think one of the things, maybe, you know, for Aniki having this night mass, probably what I would tell you is try not to be too afraid of these secondary town centers. You know, they only hit for 6 damage per arrow. Really solid pull from 3D Cat, as we come to expect. But these knights can take a decent amount of town center fire, the secondary town center fire. So it begs the question. I mean, he probably could have been in and raiding over and over again, because no knights were harmed in the making of that villager kill.
Yeah, you just saw it right then and there. I loved, as you were telling him to do it, he's like, you know what, I'll try this out. And it was like, oh, look, I didn't lose a knight. Yeah, I took a little bit of damage, but nothing too long term. And it can easily either pull that knight back, put it in the town center, get chivalry down the road. But just as you mentioned that Anatan was kind of going castle, giving some breathing room to Cat, that's what these knights have also been doing for Son of Null. He's been able to just kind of go chill. He's going up to castle age as well as the Order of the Dragon, who's been on 2 TCs, just untouched.
Yeah, in all of these, I mean, that secondary town center, you see the Regn's Cathedral, the blueprint will finally get completed, as we see another night raid from Anatan over here on the south side, or the first night raid, I should say. Aniki's still in feudal age. He's pulling all of his units back, so help me God. I mean, I get it. You know, there's not a lot of villagers that can be made out of that town center. There's only 15. The rest of them don't really have anywhere to go, but you were trying to be the aggressor, right? You were trying over there for Cat to try to get some villager kills. Now he's got to pull everything back at the cost of, for Anatan, essentially just 2 Lancers, or they're going to be able to run away as well. Yeah. So, you know, it really takes the edge off of Cat here.
And this makes the archer swap feel so bad, because now all those archers that moved out just are essentially worthless against those Lancers that are out from Anatan. Anatan can just continually raid, continually deny food. We see him actually move across over to Son of Null, causing some idle time over there, and able to secure some relics over on the side of Aniki. So really, really good focus by Anatan here, making sure that Son of Null will not have, you know, the full map control, full relic control like we saw Crackedy do in games earlier as HRE.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, I think the same metaphor that I use kind of applies, where this is potential energy, right? We're feeling it store for Cat with those 3 town centers, and for how cheap they are. That scout is not going to be very long for this world as well. Son of Null going to be trying to get some of these relics as the Order of the Dragon, because that Regn's Cathedral not going to be as effective for him. This prelate not. Oh, you can't turn around like that, dude. Come on. Wait, you're better than that, Cat. Oh, son of a bitch. A couple. I'm upset. There was no way you could have been able to take down that prelate, no problem. A couple camels now going to be turning purple, and against the Lancers and mostly knight composition of Cat and Anatan, these camel riders are going to be able to, although they're going to be going down for how many horse units that there are, they're going to be able to make sure that that prelate comes home with their precious.
Yes, they will, but the relic still went down, and Anatan somehow might find a way to sneak this out, even with Aniki, even with Son of Null having big masses here. He's got a prelate over there. He's sneaking. Watch out.
And I think he might be, just because of that wall load, this is something that I talk about with relics all the time. If you're an American, you'll understand this reference, but this is field position for these relics, right? You're bringing them closer to your base, even though you lost a prelate. You're going to be able to get those relics closer to your base as quickly or as best as you can. And now with these Gilded Knights, man, those guys are tanks. That's a thick-ass knight, Dabston, for how much health it has. 400 and an attack, not when it's getting torched, but an insane attack that's going to be able to rip through all the heavy armor that the Knights of Cat and Anatan have.
And Son of Null is able to secure up that relic after gaining some of that field position like you were mentioning. You can still see, though, that it feels like Anatan has started to move across it. Oh, no. I think he's hitting the berries. Oh, double outpost, though, already ready and waiting for Son of Null. That Knight Mass, though, Lancer Mass, though, is just going to continue to circle. It's going to force Son of Null and Aniki back to their bases and not allow them to put any pressure on. And keep in mind, Cat's been 3TC this whole time.
Yeah, I mean, they're just chasing. They're chasing these Knight Mass, you know? It didn't wall off all of the area, so those Knights from Anatan are going to be able to go around, and we know from watching wall play, the wall is only as strong as its biggest hole, and you see that hole over there on the southwestern side of his base, going to be able to create a little bit of idle time. These Gilded Villagers, however, from Order of the Dragon, they do take a while to go down. With Textiles, they have 98 health. They're pretty beefy.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Anatan was the one putting all the pressure. We were following Anatan's Knights, and we looked back, and Cat, he's got more Knights than Anatan because he's got the 3TC economy behind it that's been untouched for this long. Now, he's fully online. This is his game to win now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Son of Null is doing the best he can as Order of the Dragon and doing things like changing up his composition a little bit. He has veteran Gilded Spearmen. If you can hover over the portrait of the Spearman, HousedHorse, if you don't mind, for how much damage that those things do to cavalry units. Plus 46 to cavalry. Those things are move. So you're not going to be able to, when you're playing against Order of the Dragon, you're not going to be able to brute force into one unit. You got to get some of the counters for these units. And you'll see, as Cat, he should back away. Those Spearmen, even though there's 5 or 6 of them, man, do they pack a punch against some of those Knights.
Yeah, that's one of those, we were talking about it before the game. It's like countering units are very, very important when it comes to Order of the Dragons. But I guess when you have that many numbers, Cat just says, all right, it doesn't even matter. He's got quadruple the amount, and those are the higher tiered up Lancer units. Aniki has still been stuck Feudal Age this whole time, has been making a huge Knight Mass, has still been able to keep it alive somewhat, but needs to be able to equalize Castle. But I feel like it's just stuck because of the mass that we see from Anatan and Cat, and Siege has come into play. All of the units are here together from both Cat and Anatan and going to force a fight from Son of Null and Aniki. They are making them react and take this.
Yeah, I mean, they have superiority in the siege department with Clock Tower, Nest of Bees. You see a second beehive going to be coming out on the western side. Arguably my least favorite unit in the game, if I'm being completely honest with you. But they do a big deal to those Spearmen. Not necessarily the Gilded Knights, but making sure those Spearmen end up going down and they're damaged just a little bit. The Archer Mass, because it's Feudal Age, we're dealing with all of these Castle Age units. All of these Knights, Lancers, we got a Camel in there as well to debuff those Gilded Knights and those Feudal Age Royal Knights from Aniki. They're not going to be doing much of anything. Cat has the ability to only create a front with how many Knights that he has, and will be able to section a few off 3 or 4 to try to get some raids. And this is just brute strength. I'm running over your base.
Yeah, and I don't know if we'll even get to see it, but one of the most fun things to see is when those Nest of Bees run up and start hitting the farms and everything just starts burning. We don't get there. Team 3D takes the victory. A nice, clean 2-0, but definitely Twitch chat made him work for it.
Yeah, I think so. You know, for Order of the Dragon, I really liked how he played, where he knew that Anatan and Cat, they're going to be booming a little bit, so it gives you the potential to get a second town center, which feels difficult for Order of the Dragon just because you have less villagers. You know, it's difficult to macro. It's difficult to allocate for resources to try to get that second town center up, but he was able to do it. It just seemed as though the payoff wasn't there yet. You know, he wasn't really able to get the relics because he wasn't first to Castle Age. right? So Anatan was going to be able to get to Castle Age, get those units, take that map control. Then Cat was able to get behind it. And we just saw that potential energy become kinetic, right? We saw all of those knights end up getting there. And I think Aniki he just fell behind. You know, he tried to get aggressive a little bit in the beginning. He was only on one town center as the French, and you're making knights, so it was a rather expensive unit. It felt like he was just perpetually in feudal age for the duration of that game. So that's a 2-0 for Cat and Anatan in a rather impressive fashion. But obviously, give it up to Twitch chat, because not you guys, not the 120 people watching. I'm not giving you credit for fuck all. But for the players, the son of dude and Aniki, you could decolon me in chat all you want. I don't care. It's my channel. Coming up next, we have what looks like what I'm seeing from HousedHorse's observation is we're gonna see the DEBILS Clan themselves. But actually, I am gonna request HousedHorse. Can we take like a 2-minute BRB? I gotta pee so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I really appreciate HousedHorse for letting me alleviate my bladder. Now,
He is in control.
he is, yeah. I don't know if you guys knew, but HousedHorse just has control over everything, and we are actually chained to our chairs. We have to be casting this today. Only we will be allowed to have lunch if we get through all of these games. But now we're going to be seeing some Devils players here in the Devil's Cup. It's BLB. It's Gokowski. If you are team game players, you know them. You know how fearful you should be of these guys. You've probably dodged them once or twice. On the other side, we have a Swedish team of Lamet and Road Orm, I would imagine, is the other team. But now, no delays. We're getting you to game number 1 on Himiyama. BLB playing as the English, spawning in the northwestern side in the color yellow. Gokowski as the French in the color blue, his teammate on the eastern side. Now, Dabs, who are they playing against on the south side?
Yeah, south side, we have Road in the red as the Japanese, and we have Lamet in the orange as the French. So a little bit French on French
gaming, and it never is fun when you are on the French side and you lose a knight. You take the first trade down. It feels like you are just in a hole, and it is hard to come back from. But they are on diagonally opposite sides, so makes it where it's not quite a straight head-on-head matchup for them.
Yeah, and just because they're not right across from each other, it feels like
doesn't
in a
surprise me.
2v2
Gotkowski missing
situation.
sheep.
Oh my God, Gotkowski, get him a pair of glasses! I swear to God. The on the other side though, for French, it really seems like that's the sieve that you want to attack. Because the French, they take 4 or 5 minutes. They need their feet out from under them. They need a school of cavalry. They need to get their food and their gold underway. So if you're able to disrupt that in any way, and I feel like BLB's English could have a capacity to do that, the French never ends up getting off their feet. You never see that night mass that you're so scared of.
Yeah, we could have, I have seen quite a time. It is a highly utilized strategy, especially in team games, to put the French player behind that minute or two, like you're talking about, for the English player to maybe do some Dark Age men-at-arms, but did not opt for that from BLB this game. It is just going up to that kind of clean feudal age. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing an Abbey of Kings from BLB would be my guess, because that King, just another cavalry unit that can help with those knight trades that we are going to be so focused on here in whenever French is involved in team games.
Yeah, and I think it depends on whatever synergy that they want to use. For Japan, obviously our red player on the south side, he can be going spearman. He can be doing things as the Japanese. He has a pretty good ability to get infantry out. Maybe BLB senses that. We're going to see a Council Hall instead of Abbey of the Kings. Honestly, though, Dabs, I feel like as English nowadays, even in a 1v1 situation, a team game situation, both of them are such good landmarks. It feels like it doesn't matter which one you pick.
You know what? I 100% agree. And maybe it's just the game plan that says, hey, you're going to be the knights, I'm going to be the longbows, let's all in, and not going to be more of where if you're going Abbey, I think I skip feudal age. I use the king to cause a reaction to make, it's almost like the Ayubids with their reinforcement wing. It's like, okay, I'm going to go reinforcement wing for feudal, not because it's, this unbelievably great thing that's going to make this extended feudal age pay off. It's like, no, my camel, my desert raiders are going to force a reaction, and now I'm going to have this free castle age that you can't deny.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of, this is something that I've made analogies to as well. It kind of reminds me of those old 2TC French builds, where you make 1 or 2 knights with your school of cavalry. They're so focused on those 1 or 2 units, you put a second town center, you end up booming behind it. Now I feel like this Abbey of Kings build nowadays, obviously we're not going to see it in this game, but the Abbey of Kings build reminds me of that. Where you get a second town center, you could fast castle or something like that behind it. But with that Council Hall, I mean, it's still the same Council Hall that it has been, man, for a long time. You could pump out longbowmen every 8 seconds. And before you know it, you have this massive group of longbowmen that only a mangonel can deal with, but you're still in feudal age.
Yep. You always have to respect those longbows, especially once that number starts building up. All of a sudden, knights, you have to, have your knight mass and take the full fight 100%, or else all of a sudden you're taking poke shots here and there and you're losing knights. Instead, you're losing damage out. And the big question there is, what is Road going to be able to do to equalize the other side? And BLB dropping a barracks down as well, getting some spears.
Yeah, I mean, I like it for BLB. I mean, you gotta think your counterpart on the other side, he's not gonna make spears. He's French, he's gotta make knights. So you gotta be able to do a little bit of both. And I think for the English, their macro ends up being that way, where you're able to do that. Because you're gonna be expecting French on the other side with knights. Lamet does have a royal knight traversing his way across the map. He's looking for a place to go. It looked like he was previously going to go for that French player, but for how big these 2v2 maps are, you usually end up, these knights just crash in the middle instead of going to one particular side.
Yeah, speaking of, though, BLB has been tracking the Knight of Lamet, whereas this Knight of Gotkowski has been able to go across the map unimpeded, unscouted, and unknown. And I'm a little bit scared for Lamet here, as he might just have that first little drawback in the Mirror French.
Yeah, it looks like that one being down that one villager is so pivotal because of how expensive these things are. Lamit
You said
not gonna be able to
one.
check his mini map. That's number 2, and it's gonna be going the other direction. Now he is gonna take 1 or 2 lance hits from the Knights of Lamit, those creamsicle Knights. But Gokowski, if he does get shield free, he will have the ability to heal that thing up. It'll be like it never happened.
Yep. Spear number has gotten to the point where, okay, BLB, he's starting to make more longbows. He can start moving out a little bit, because if you're only making longbows, you can never really move out, because if Knight Circle, you just lose your whole longbow mass. Goat doing another decent raid, gets to charge in, isn't able to get a kill there, but a little bit more idle time. And BLB just continuing to build that mass up. Probably will just ask Goat to circle back around when he is ready to move out and pressure French together.
Yeah, and I think it's probably, I mean, that's probably the best thing you could do against a French player, doing 1v, like, trying to get 1v1 with all of the Knights or lack thereof for you. Lamit, I feel like Gokowski won in this quote-unquote French mirror because he made his opponent make an outpost like this, and all of his villagers still aren't going to be protected by it. That's another one.
Yep, this is really where it becomes hard. You've seen Lamit, he's done a good job of keeping his whole Night Mass together. That's not always a good thing, though. Splitting off one here and there, you have to respect them, and you have to constantly kind of keep knowledge of where they are, and BLB has been able to do that with the whole mass of Lamit because they've stayed together. Meanwhile, Gokowski has been keeping his in the dark. He's been having his, you know, invisible knights come out of nowhere and all of a sudden hitting villagers, and Lamit's moving out to deer right now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Oh, this is
This is just look. If you're squeamish, just look away. Like you really can't do anything about this. You know, he just got lucky. You know, I mean, Gokowski was able to curb him exactly in that moment. BLB is going to be able to round up that front side. Only 5 on that outpost. That's got to be 8 or 9 different villagers that ended up just getting absolutely slaughtered. Lamit is at 21 villagers right now. You're never going to be able to make enough knights with that. You're never going to be able to come back from that.
I mean, and dude, he's got 21 villagers. How many villagers are actually working? He's got
and he's
14
going back
here
over.
walking. No, what?
Is Lamit not learning anything?
He doesn't have food. He says, I need these deer. I need the food. But only one outpost is not going to be enough. BLB bringing a villager forward with his spear mass. Lamit, you don't want to take that fight either. You're not looking.
Oh, there's too many spearmen here, Lamit. Come on now. You're going to end up moving down on the south side because these knights, this is the thing though, Dabs, with these knights, you can't make more of these. It's going to be so difficult for you to reproduce these because you don't have food, right? So every knight that you have is sacred. You need to make sure that you take good fights. You with your opponent, or with your teammate, I should say, excuse me, going to be able to take good fights. You're looking at score differential from the French players. On the right side of your screen, Gokowski at about 1,000, Lamit at 750. That's kind of tail of the tape for you.
Yeah, he does get the outpost finished, but knights have arrived yet again. There's only 5 spots in this outpost. There's, what, 14 villagers that were here, and the rest of the knights for Gokowski arrived. There's nowhere to run other than to his teammate's side, and I don't think he's going to get there in time.
No, he's definitely not. I mean, he has a couple samurai. He does have spearmen, but based on how many knights that are here, it looks like we got about 7 or 8 Royal Knights. Looks like Lamit, he just needs that food so damn badly. He's like, dude, just let me, just once, just one drop off, please. Like, it's just so terrible for him to deal with. And it looks like Orange was going to be able to bring some of his knights back home. But again,
has he even been queuing villagers? Like, he hasn't been on, he's not. Okay.
No, I mean, he can't. He can't. And, you know, this goes to show how Himiyama works. Right? He didn't get the map control in the beginning. He lost a couple villagers to gold. He had to build an outpost. So he has to go out for these front food resources. He didn't get map control in the beginning of the game. So now he's locked out on food. There's nothing he could do.
Yep, and we mentioned it. You lose that first night trade. He lost 3 villagers on the first raid. Now I think he just lost 1 or 2 more on, oh, yep, another one on the woodline. And now he's never able to come back from that hole. BLB was able to get his English mass fully online to where he's good with taking this. Now it's Japan versus English. Does look like there might be a few samurai here, so will be hard to take this engagement without the knights, but Goatkowski has significantly more knights, and we have a longbow mass that has even circled around doing some raiding on Japan.
Yeah, and I think you're going to have the ability to now. Both of these players, both red and orange, not syncing up with another. Yet again, you're seeing yellow and blue very closely together. These spearmen are getting trailed by knights and end up getting taken down. Spearmen are going to be able to focus the knights out of Lamet. And again, these knights go down. You cannot make more of them. He has 2 stables. All of those horses are just sitting there grazing. They can't make knights. They have to sit there and be idle. Red gets mopped up. Orange gets mopped up. And now all of a sudden, all of those villagers, that outpost is full. There's a lot of those gold villagers. I just saw the queue from the School of Cavalry going to be able to make something. I would actually argue that it might even be a horseman instead of a knight. And when you're a French player and you're starting to make horsemen, you're in trouble.
I mean, those longbows have been sitting onto these farms this whole time during these fights. More reinforcements from Goatkowski are headed towards Japan. They know Lamet. He's demolished. He can't do anything. And they both make the realization, let's just move on to the next one. That one, I would have hated to be the French player there. That felt so bad. Couldn't get food, couldn't queue up villagers. There's nothing you can do.
Oh yeah. If I'm if I'm that French player, I mean, it sucks because it's a situation that you can't break yourself out of. You know, you're perpetually struggling. And with those villagers going down, probably that first time those 7 or 8 villagers that end up going down, I would have been like, if it was a 1v1 and I knew I didn't have a teammate that relied on me, I'd be like, yeah, I'm fucking done. Actually, let's just queue up again. Let's just forget about this one. And hopefully Lamet and his teammate Road have the ability to have that short-term memory and start diving into game number 2, because the series, it's not over. I mean, BOB and Goatkowski did a really good job in game 1 containing their opponent, getting some aggression, but game 2 is still there. There is a potential for Lamet and Road Orm. If they wanted to come out of this one, they could have the opportunity to.
Yeah, it's one of those that was just, you move out to the deer, and there's one thing when you're like, you react a little late to a raid. There's another looking over and being like, I reacted on time. I should not have moved out with that many vills. I was in bad positioning. It was just an awful situation to be in. But game number 2, we're seeing the new civs get updated. It's Dry Arabia classic match, not French on either side. We're going to see English on either side, and Rhodes playing Japanese again, but this time Goatkowski playing more to his style, and we're probably going to see 3 or 4 TCs here from Goat.
Yeah, I would imagine so. It might be difficult for them to punish Goatkowski, like we said, as the Abbasid playing as the color blue, spawning in the south side. BLB, teammate, English, color yellow, spawning western to him. Lamet playing as the English, Rode playing as the Japanese, as we see orange and red, respectively. And we see that Road probably going to be getting some kind of, probably some kind of fast castle in a perspective of the Japanese, because you're up against 2 civs that have the potential to boom. Although BLB could, we saw a council hall before, we could see, some longbowmen coming out of him. But I think this is going to be Road's game to shine.
Yeah, maybe this is where we see the little bit of a different gameplay from BLB. We saw them go in for that just feudal all in. Let's see if this game, maybe he decides to go for maybe that more cavalry base, the king, the horseman, to kind of just keep the mobility and the opponents on the back foot, while Goatkowski goes TC, 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 and then says, all right, give me 10 more minutes and then I'll come help.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a viable option as well. We just saw Cat and Anatan do that in the last series, right? So there's obviously potential, and obviously storing that potential for the Abbasid dynasty. I don't know about you, Dabs, though, but in this current season, I just feel like that military wing is so good to use. That instant payoff is just so much fun.
It is, except against the English, because the English, if they just go council hall, they make 3 longbows, your whole entire military wing was worthless. And then English, they're fine with making 3 longbows. They kind of wanted to do that anyways. So I do love in 1v1s 100% in every matchup essentially, other than the English. Yes, military wing. You get so much payoff from those free units. Again, it just forces so much resources and reaction and gives you this breathing room or the ability to place your second TC where you want it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And just having the ability, I mean, obviously the units being free is so important, but just having tempo of getting 4 free military units immediately, you know, being able to take the fight to your opponent who might be trying to get a second town center for themselves. You know, I've had games where sometimes I haven't played against Abbasid in a while. I forget that they do that. I don't build defenses. I don't build any units, and then all of a sudden I lose the game because of 4 units. So it does have the potential. Gokowski, however, going to be going up with the economic wing. He realizes, as the Abbasid, if your crescents are not fertile, then what the fuck you doing?
And we do see the different build from BLB, so it is probably going to be the game plan we're talking about. Get that king out, get your opponents on the back foot. Those longbows, they can't start moving across the map to go force, you know, some aggression on Goat without spears as well. So Lamet's going to need to invest into a barracks. If not, the king's just not going to have a heyday.
Oh yeah, and it absolutely has the potential to. Being across from the Japanese, we know that the Japanese is notorious for struggling to get some of them, but oh my god, what do we have here that HousedHorse is highlighting? Oh, and it's gone. Forget it.
They have 1 health, so.
Yeah.
What?
All you need... Okay, he's just shitting out campfires.
Is he misclicking? Like, why would you do that?
Those things, that villager just took a knife and knocked the pile over. That's all it was. Oh, there's another one.
What is he doing?
Okay, yep, just shitting about for sure. Look at the oh, okay, BLB, don't take a torch to the campfire. I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, that doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't agree with that.
So he spent 100 wood now on campfires.
Yeah, I don't.
Two are still there next to each other, literally in the closest proximity you possibly can have to each other. Oh my god! I'm losing it here. I
don't think I'm not really sure if he's aware of the expensiveness of those things, because like they're 25 wood a pop.
He must be playing wizard. He needs to reset his spells over here.
I think he's trying to do a long rest, you know, but this is just the ability to do that. And then I hope he doesn't go back to his resources and he's like, dude, why the fuck do I only have like 100 some wood right now?
He doesn't even have a lumber camp yet. He's housed right now. Like
it's rough. It's rough. I mean, for the campfires, I mean, yeah, it gives you that little bit of vision, and I guess around BLB's base, it might be a good idea. But for these campfires, they're not it's not like an outpost. You can't just put it down. You know, you need to, if you're going to be using it for vision, you got to be able to protect it because they can just knock it over.
Lamet is still housed. Let's talk about other things. The king's moving across the map. Road has done a great job at following this king, knows exactly where it is. He has a spear there already. Didn't quite get the brace off.
Man, we're talking about... Oh! I thought that was a little bit of a brace.
It seemed like one, but I don't know. And now he just goes over to Lamet's side. So why not? If he's down, just keep kicking him while he's down. Just keep going.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean... With this king, I mean, again, this is just more idle time. You know, these villagers standing around doing fuck all, right? Going to be able to get back to that gold mine as soon as possible. While Gokowski, on the other side, his teammate, again, that king, we basically just foreshadowed this, right? This is map control. This is tempo. This is all of these great things. So the Abbasid player, Gokowski, is going to be able to get their crescents fertile. They're going to be able to get their foodstuffs fresh. And then that is, for the Abbasid dynasty, we're packing snow over here, baby.
Yeah, he's already got enough stone for the third TC. He's just waiting on the wood to get it now. Meanwhile, BLB, he's using just that king to keep the aggression up, to keep those longbows in the base, to keep spears being produced from the Japanese and in the base as well. So think about what just the king has caused. We see 4 longbows, we see 3 spears, that's barracks as well, and just tons of resources. In the meantime, this has allowed Goatkowski to get 3 TCs out. This has allowed BLB to probably have a full set of farms, and maybe he's thinking about Castle Age himself.
Yeah, it definitely has the potential to, and you know, it's frustrating that a free unit could.
He's making units. He's double range now.
Yeah, which is interesting because if you're gonna be going longbowman afterward, it almost begs the question for me why you go Abbey of Kings at all. But how much this thing has been able to pay off, not only just villager kills but idle time. You know, those 6 villagers aren't doing anything. BLB can move his king back up north. And while he's trying to find a different area to raid, that king just heals up like it didn't happen.
Yep, forcing some walls out, or attempted walls out. The spears were in the complete wrong position. We will see that villager. Oh, and the king goes down. That will not be 50 population going over to road, though. That is not different game mode.
It's a revolution now on BLB's side, so he's got to pay for another coronation, and those things, I'll be honest with you, Dabs, and for what I know about medieval history, those things aren't cheap. It's 200 total resources. So having that king, you know, being able to micro it successfully is basically like microing a Khan. It's like microing John Dart. There's a big skill gap in order to do that. BLB, this is the first time we did see it go down, however, and I think he has the resources just because he's been able to allocate his macro very effectively. On that side, I think he'll be able to get another one very soon.
Villagers jumping inside that secondary town center. Goatkowski has his wood line essentially full protected. Scout didn't quite get out of the way, but is going to be nice and fine. BLB sending his reinforcements on over. He has more longbows than Lamet does, and will easily be able to push this little small mass away. And that's not even including Goatkowski, who also has a range, who also has a stables.
Yeah, and I think that's what's very frustrating for Lamet, because it looked like he was trying to go this aggressive route, right? These longbowmen are going to be touching each other, but it looks like there might be more relaxed, and there might be more longbowmen on the side of BLB when he only went Abbey of Kings, right? So it's very frustrating. While Goatkowski's going to be adding some horsemen to kind of absorb some of that longbowman mass, and you know, as an English player, Dabs, when you get your army in harm's way, it is so tough to get them the fuck out of there.
Yeah, and especially when you're 1 TC, English just feels so much worse because you invested so much into this army, and now if it gets cleaned up, which it will get cleaned up, if you turn to kite down these horsemen, they're going to be taking damage, which he is turning to kite that. Now every time he turns to shoot a horseman, BLB gets another volley on. So you've lost like this big mass that you've been investing into that even further allows your opponent's multi-TCs to pay off. I mean, this is at the point where 2 more minutes from now, Goatkowski's going to literally be able to 1v2 this with how much eco he has.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's going to be no problem for him. It looks like Road I'm going to be adding some samurai over there. I just don't think there's enough, to be honest with you. I mean, samurais are a good unit, don't get me wrong, but I think if he's continuing to pack on those samurai, especially in Feudal Age, he's going to end up having to stay there forever.
Yeah, and that's kind of the trap that you'll see people fall into a lot, especially when it comes to these team games. If one person ends up getting to the castle, you feel like you got to keep making units if you're taking fights, and you never get this timing to be able to get up to castle. But Goatkowski not going to have that problem by any means, as he can probably outmass both these players and get up to castle if he wants, and get eco upgrades, get military blacksmith upgrades, really whatever he wants.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the scary part of
Put
Abbasid.
the resources in the bank.
Yeah, like it. I'll tell you what. I mean, Goatkowski, he put on a clinic here with this Abbasid dynasty, being able to get a lot of the units to defend himself, while also going for the second TC. Obviously, he's got a little bit of help. He's adding I think there's a third TC over there on the southwestern side, as well, on that berry bush, and it looks like those berry bushes will be gone at some point, but. You know, it feels like the damage has been done. I feel like for Road too, he has the ability to get some of those samurai, he'd be able to kind of make sure that his teammate Longbowman Mask didn't go down. But now we have BLB taking a fight where if he backs up just a little bit, he has network of castles and his opponent doesn't.
I was about to say, like, three of the longbows had it during that fight, but this is a fight now where they're on the defensive, but this isn't a bad fight when they're on the defensive, where they're, like, taking damage and their eco's getting idled. This is just one where they chose to take this on the defensive because it's better for them and it's an easier fight. Samurai haven't been able to step up. Goatkowski just clicked up to Castle Age, and he's been killing reinforcements consistently from these longbows.
Yeah, that's been really, really good. And, you know, those samurai might be able to tank some of these longbowman shots, but because of the town center that's there and for almost all these arrows for the immobility of the samurai, they're just going to end up getting cleaned up eventually, and they'll be able to go back to their farms peacefully. It's just kind of a matter of time for the Abbasid dynasty. I mean, obviously, when you age up, it's 1:45 seconds whether you like it or not. But he's going to be able to get a couple camel riders. He's going to be able to get composite bows out of that House of Wisdom. If he chooses to go archers, he can, you know, try to get some of the other economic technologies that can benefit him. While Road on the other side is swimming an Abbasid horseman.
Yeah, swimming an Abbasid horseman. The king has still been doing damage this whole time. I wish we had a kill counter on the king. I mean, 10, 15 villagers minimum throughout this game, if not more than that. He is probably one of the sole reasons Goat got 3 to 4 extra minutes at the beginning of Feudal Age to just not have to worry about anything but getting TCs down and getting his macro right.
Yeah, and that really was key, wasn't it? I mean, the spearmen are going to be able to maybe do something. Hello? Okay. He will be able to see it, and that king will be going down. But I'll tell you what, they are building a statue in the middle of London for that guy.
Yeah, he has had more than the kill counts. He'll be telling his war. People will be telling his war stories for ages to come. Longbows for BLB just doing a good job taking out not only Road, but also Lamet as well. And BLB still has just been going untouched and just macro booming.
Yeah, I mean, why
Tier
not?
2 now.
Golden Age Tier 2, just like you said. Then Goatkowski will be able to make whatever unit in Castle Age that he will be able to, just because of the amount of villagers that he has. You know, you can see how many villagers he has on food, wood, gold. He's got about 83 exact villagers, and it's going to be continuing to go up. And I think that's the big difference once we get to this part of the game is there are some civilizations like the Abbasid where if they lose units, I don't think they really care because they can continue to make more. Look at that.
Eight Lancers and 7 Ghulams in queue. He literally went up, and he could have gone Imp right after aging up. I always laugh when that happens with the Abbasid. You boom up so hard, you have so many villagers, and you're waiting for this, like, Castle Age to hit so you can click all the text to start making the higher tier units, and by the time you get there, you're like, should I just go Imp? I don't know. But that's where he spent all these resources, and we're gonna see a just blue mass start running across the map, and these are the higher tier units that Road and Lamet aren't gonna have anything to be able to clear these up with.
No, I mean, you think of the Japanese as an infantry civilization, but they really don't get that power spike until they get to Castle Age and they get Odachi, when you get +4 to infantry units. So these samurai aren't going to be doing much to those Ghulams. The Ghulams have double tap, so they can rip right through that refractive armor that they have, or reflective armor, I should say, excuse me. And these samurai have to run it basically with their katana between their legs.
Yep, and there's going to be so much armor on these units that the longbows don't mean anything. The town center fire from English, while yeah, that sounds great, it feels good in Feudal Age, it's going to do nothing here at this point, and Goatkowski is just going to A-move the base, literally going to put his rally point onto the farms and just say GG.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what can you do? And we talk about the network of castles being such a strong technology, but if you don't have as many longbows firing arrows, it's not really going to do too much for you. So those longbowmen masks are going to be able to get mopped up. The Japanese, I feel like for the Japanese, in terms of their villager count, it's so low to the point where they want to get things like their units, they want to get things like their samurai, and it's just not going to happen. You know, the king did too much damage.
Yeah, and that's where BLB, I mean, just, again, that king did such a good job of relieving so much pressure in the early game. It allowed them to really do whatever they wanted, and We see the towel get thrown in. We see game number 2 go over to the side of BLB and Goatkowski.
Man, what a good series. These
Debuffed
guys.
Devils.
I mean, that first that first game was just it just sucked for Lamet, you know? Like getting those Bills caught out of position. I'm not gonna sit here and say that's never happened to me. You know, that's just it's a terrible situation. And then the second game, I think Gokowski was a pretty good MVP there with that Abbasid play. And that King from BLB as well. So another series in the books. I think that was our third. So congratulations for BLB and Gokowski getting into the main event. Obviously, a hearty GG's for Lamet and Road Orn for their performance as well. And I do want to take a look. I'm going to check Discord really, really quickly. It looks like we're gonna have a be right back screen. Is that what's happening, Dabber?
It sounds like we are figuring out if one of the series from the afternoon. So the next series is basically played in like 50 minutes, like an hour approximately. But
Okay.
one of the teams, one of the series might move up. We're trying to get that figured out here. If not, we're gonna put the be right back timer for a little bit, or maybe Tim wants to play some games. Who knows? I'll go grab some food and get some sunlight over there if that's the case.
Well, for a little bit of time before we do hit that BRB screen, just want to say thanks, guys, for hanging out. There's been a lot of new people that come into the channel, a lot of new followers that happen to come into the channel just because this is team games, this is tournaments, this is that kind of stuff. Really appreciate it for everybody who wants to hang out. And again, we're just giving you the appetizer this weekend. You know, the main event is going to be next Saturday and next Sunday. Now we're seeing some of the big name players going to be in the qualifying stage and making their way into that pivotal main event. $500 plus on the or yeah, isn't it 500? Is that what's happening? Is that the prize pool? I don't know.
It's gonna be more because of donations from Twitch chat.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, I forgot. Of course.
Frere, you don't want to see the DrDabston versus TenFourTim show match. It has not gone Tim's way too many times.
I don't, dude. You have not been playing too much, my friend. You haven't been. Oh, you shut the fuck up. You have not. You have not been playing too much. And I don't know if you know, but I've been playing every fucking day.
Yeah, you know what? As long as you're just reading chat during the show match, I'm all good with it, man. I'll be fine. Keep reading chat, and I got a better chance then.
Yeah, I'll just keep skimming chat while I'm doing this. Oh my god. But yeah, thank you guys so much for follows. We do want the next series that'll be coming to us. I know that one of the series that we're going to be watching, as Andy just told us about, Wham and Puppy Paw will be playing at some point today. Looks like the first one might end up being Louis and CSO might start a little bit early for us. So we're going to figure some stuff out.
Wham's the team that was playing against Wham, I think, no showed today. So Wham made it into the main event, and we'll get him next weekend.
Oh, motherfucker. Well,
but that being said, it probably would have been like the first couple games we saw today. You know, I saw some people in the chat were like, wow, that was one-sided. It was like, this is qualifiers for a reason, but I always will say it's fun to have the chance to play up against some of those people, see how you can do, see if you had a shot at all, or see how bad you just get the floor wiped.
Yeah. And that's what happens. It's qualifiers, and especially when it's open, right? Anybody could sign up. You just so happen you reach, some of these players, it happens, and hopefully for the players that do play, you're able to watch those replays. Maybe you can watch the VOD again, because the VOD will be published. You can also watch, the Devils will be having the YouTube channel where they're gonna put the VODs and all of the games and stuff on the YouTube channel. So if you got your game casted, take a look at it and you lost. Take a look. See the things that you could have been doing. It's a little bit better, a little bit of replay analysis for you for these guys. So HousedHorse does say the YouTube VODs are coming soon. Obviously, he could take them whenever he wants to from my channel as well. So we're gonna be right back. Guys, give us about 4 or 5 minutes. Okay. And then we are going to come back, hopefully, with Louis MT and CSO. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And hello, everybody. Welcome back to our Devil's Cup 2v2 qualifiers. We're in our second day, our final day of qualifiers. I'm TenFourTim. Obviously, DrDabston is my co-caster for today. So, what the current plan is going forward. So, it looks like that Wham and Puppy Paw's opponent that we were supposed to see today ended up not showing up. So, they will not have a game today. They will be in the main event next week. However, next Saturday and Sunday, you can get that at the same time on the same channel. It's going to be on noon Eastern on Saturday and Sunday. Today, however, we are not done. We do have we have our fourth and final qualifier pool, which is supposed to be starting at about 3 o'clock Eastern. So we were trying to get Louis MT and CSO to perhaps play a little bit sooner. However, just because of their time, maybe they weren't able to do that, which is completely okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a small hiatus. Everybody can get something to eat. Everybody can go take a shit and do what they got to do. And then at about a half hour, we're going to let the timer play. In about a half hour, we're going to come back and we're going to have 3, potentially 4 series to bring to you guys. So do not go anywhere. We appreciate very, very much the attention, the viewership, the follows, all of these kind of things that are going on with the tournament, and I hope you guys are enjoying it too. So we're going to take a little bit of an intermission, and we will be back with you guys very shortly.
See you on a few.
And welcome back, everybody. I hope you took a little bit of a power nap. You know, you got ready to go, got your energy level back up. I know sure as shit I did. I know DrDabston did. He sat in the sun for a little while. Imagine that, touching some grass. Couldn't be me. We're back. 2v2, Devil's Cup qualifiers. Last pool of qualifiers we have left. Okay, so the teams that we're going to be seeing today, or for this next match, I should say, Dabson, are players that you might know of. Maybe you haven't seen play too much. The team of Elephant is CSO and Louis MT. I know probably you've heard of Louis MT. He plays a lot of practice games with Beastie, and he was actually my dark horse to win Elite Classic 2. Ended up coming a little bit short. But on the other side, the Uncreative are composed of Archiverism, Plethonius, Pedro, Ali, Bumbum, and Sergeant Merkel. So these are players that I do notice their names. I see them in streams like Lash and Crackedy. I also see some of them playing in Low Legends games. So it's really fun to see these guys in open qualifiers, Dabs. I'm pretty hyped about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's always fun to see some of the big names and see some of the names that you're familiar with, just playing with, against, and just in the community, and getting to put your test against some of the big names and see how you go up against them. See how wrecked you may get, or if you felt like you actually had a chance. And one of the things I will say is you mentioned Louis practicing against Beastie. He's a name I've known in the team game community for quite some time. Same thing with CSO. And so it is one that it's not like they're just kind of just jumping now into the 2v2 space. They came from the 2v2. They came from the team game space. So you are about to see some clean games from Louis and CSO, and some very scary strategies.
And what I will tell you, because we're seeing we're seeing behind the scenes of HousedHorse going into Louis MT's account and all that kind of stuff to try to find the games. Louis MT, I know level doesn't matter in Age of Empires. I get that. I really do. But he's level 1075.
1075.
1075. I don't know anybody who's cracked 1,000. He might only have one account too, because a lot of people are sharing like different alts and all that kind of stuff. You split your levels throughout all of that kind of stuff. But that is remarkable. So you know he's played the game a lot. Like Dab said before, he came from the 2v2 space. So his teammate, CSO, is somebody that he's played with, I would assume, since, the beginning of this game. So having that kind of synchrony, with your teammate ends up being very, very good. And I think that's something that for all team game players, whether you're playing 2v2 or otherwise, you got to strive towards that. You got to be able to read your players, your teammate's mind, and finish each other's sentences,
Yeah, speaking of team game players, look at one of our own qualifiers here in the chat. We got Baltune over here. Big wins there today. Had some clean games as well. So excited to see him in the main event.
Yeah, congratulations, my friend. Hopefully next week we'll be able to see some really good casted games of Baltunes yet again. I'll tell you what, man, that Abbey of the Kings, I hate it. I hate it. I don't like that it exists. I thought I hated the council hall, but my God, Abbey of Kings just fucking sucks, dude. I hate that thing.
Whoa.
All right. It looks like we're trying to get into.
Yeah, we're slowly getting things moved along in the process.
We'll get there. It's also very important for these players to make them observable only, or to allow observers, because if they don't, I'll ban them.
They might have forgotten the first time, but we'll make sure they don't forget the second.
You better not. You better not do it. Okay, so looking at game one, obviously we have the civs, we have the map, so let's talk about that a little bit. So Elephant, Louis, and CSO going to go with the Ayubids and Mongols. The first time we're seeing both, actually, of the civilization. And then Merkel and the Uncreative squad, which is Plethonius, will be his second teammate, is going to go with the French and Japanese. I'm excited to see how Ayubids and Mongols actually comes together. I feel like those are two civilizations that just theoretically I wouldn't piece together, but I'm curious to see what they do. And we're going to be jumping in to our very first game of this series. It is Elephant versus Uncreative. We're ready to go. CSO playing as the Mongols, packing up that town center, or unpacking it rather, as the color red. Louis MT spawning. To the north of him will be the Iobids in color blue. Dabber, who are they playing?
Yeah, we got Merkel in the north playing as the French in the color purple, best color out there. And in the south, we have Plothonius in the color pink as the Japanese. And you mentioned, you know, what you thought about Mongol and Ayubids kind of pairing with each other. And to me, when I kind of think about it, I feel like it's one that they can kind of bounce off each other pretty strongly. Mongol, obviously, they can tower rush if they want. I would expect them to do some sort of Dark Age aggression of some sort. In some high elo players, they will actually do horsemen. Some will still just go with the spears into the typical tower rush. And against the French, I would expect spears into the tower rush. They're trying to kind of figure out where the purple side is, where the French gold is, and that would be my assumption. And then Ayubids, they get to do the typical Ayubids build. Go with the Desert Raiders that are free, go up to Castle Age, and just snag up all the relics, use their, you know, mobile camels to grab those relics very, very quickly and just have that extra boost in economy that way.
And I'll tell you what, Dabson, I will say, just because of your ability to foreshadow the tower rush and the Iobids fast castling, you're so fucking good at this job. You know that? They could take these barracks, they could produce spearmen 2 at a time, just like Noah's Ark, and you could put them anywhere for your kind of tower rush. So obviously you talked about French, but let's not slouch on tower rushing against the Japanese. You know, I feel like in a 1v1 situation when the Mongols play Japanese, it's Mongols' game to win. You know, it feels like you kind of lose in the lobby screen if you're able to get that tower rush going pretty effectively. The Japanese never get on their feet, but if you tower rush the French, you'll be able to stop some of their night production, stuff like that. I really don't think I think the only bad way the CSO would make this game is if he didn't tower rush at all.
Yeah, I mean, definitely just put your opponent on the back foot, make them react. And one of the things we know about high elo players is they're so good at having that first tower place in such a good time, such a good position where it really does actually have an effect. And sometimes, you know, some of the lower elo players overreact or don't react in the correct way, and it can really start to just tilt the game from there. So CSO already moving across pretty far with those spears, and let's see if it is going to end up being the Japanese gold like you were talking about.
Yeah, I do see HousedHorse, our resident Mongolian player, and he's quite good at it, highlighting that area where that gold is next to that wood line, as you can see right there. And that's exactly where those spearmen seem to be going. I don't see a villager with them that they should be escorting, but it looks like they're rounding out. Oh, there she is. There's Tina rounding out the back. She's going to be able to build that tower back there as well. Around that gold mine, it's really difficult for the Japanese. I mean, he's not even reacting. You know, there was a couple villagers took a good hit. He got 1 torch on that forge, which is so important, Dabston, because you need that raid bounty.
Yeah, and the real bad part here is not only is it the forge that can be torched down, look at what is next to it. It's one of those houses, and this is just extra bounty bonus that can go over to Louis. Watch out for pathing. Okay, there we go. There we go. You know, I know the CSO's on top of this. He's ready to go. He's getting that outpost on up. More spears are on the way, so should be able to get that bounty bonus up on the house, up onto the forge as well. And the Desert Raider reinforcement wing is on the way. Oh my gosh. Plothonius, what are you doing?
Oh, what? So, okay. I usually say during a tower rush is when you are getting tower rushed, it's put up or shut up time. You either take the battle to them, you don't let that battle, you know, you don't let that tower go up, or you shut up and go to a different gold mine. Plothonius chose the latter and went to a different gold mine, and you can see that over there on the western side. However, that gold, I would say, Dabber, that's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, it's kind of where all of the reinforcements are going to go, where the scouting is easily going to go, everything of the sort. The only thing I would say that would be the smart way to do that is if he dropped an outpost first, maybe not the worst, but he doesn't have an outpost. He's just sitting there on that gold with yet another forge, and his base is still getting burned over here.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. I mean, you talked about the Cura, and in terms of, you know, where the farmhouse was, where the forge was, but let's not forget about the farms. I think the con is going to be... Oh! Yeah, he found it. And he's going up with deer stones right now. It's about 1/3 of the way there. So the con does have to sit and shoot, and it doesn't do that much in terms of an armor value. But look at what he's doing with these spearmen over there on the eastern side, Dabs. He's just looking for potentially anything to burn to get some of that raid bounty. And you might not think, well, you know, raid bounty, it's only 25 gold, 25 whatever. It's not that really that big of a deal. But like, the reason why you tower rush, one, is to delay your opponent, and two, you have the potential to fast castle behind it. You have the potential to trade behind it, and this is going to give him a lot of opportunity to do either or with the raid bounty. Now, it looks like Merkel, his teammate, is going to be trying to help him with some of these Royal Knights, and yeah, he might stave off the con for a little bit, but you know, you got to remember, CSO already has spearmen.
And the Desert Raider from Louis MT heads across the map, spots out these vulnerable villagers, say that 5 times fast, able to pick off the 2 low health ones. Plethonius decides to stay on the gold still, so is fine with it. Desert Raider just runs on away using that movement speed, hasn't even taken any damage, it seems.
No, I mean, honestly, CSO couldn't have planned a tower rush any better than he did right now. He finally gets up to feudal age at about 6 minutes 12, and will be continuing to make units in feudal age. I'm seeing this more from the Mongols than just trying to go up to castle. He's going with 2 X Keshik, so he will be able to plop the 2 of them out. They might be good against something like those Royal Knights just to create a little bit of fodder, but they're just such good raiding units, and I think they have the potential just because of their mobility. He could just make Plethonius run with these villagers all around the map.
And we've already been seeing him run all around the map, and the amount of raid bounty that Plethonius has just handed over to CSO has just been absurd. It's been multiple houses, multiple forges, and these spearmen have gotten so much value.
Yeah, I mean, for how much they cost, it's 60 food, 20 wood. The raid bounty gives them 50 resources back. He already burned 3 buildings. He basically just got free spearmen.
Yeah, just making resources out of thin air. He's about to do it again over here with this next forge.
Yeah, I think this is building number 4, and I really like, this is something that if you are a lower elo player, you want to be aggressive, you want to manage a tower rush really effectively, take a look at what CSO is doing on that north side. He's got to be thinking, okay, I stopped my opponent's gold mine, where's he going to go? All the way to the north, while Merkel is trying to get his team back into the game. A little bit of a counter raid here. You know, you got our arrow slits. You're going to be able to get some of those villagers in, but that Royal Knight will end up getting healed up. More villagers going down for Plethonius. Oh my god, it's a nightmare.
It is indeed a nightmare. The first few spears are finally getting cleared up, but not before they take down yet another house. Can we switch over to Plethonius's view? Does he have... Yeah, no, he just built another house. I was about to say, he was definitely housed there for a second from that. Just had finished yet another one. Merkel's trying to help clear up the first initial outpost, but at a cost that is quite high. And night goes down, and the villagers for Plethonius were moving out early.
Yeah, that was. I mean, he really expected. He really expected that thing to go down. I think if they put all of their forces together, both pink and purple, maybe they'd be able to take it down. But Onabugisha, I mean, they're not great in terms of ranged armor, and they're also not great when you only have 3 or 4 of them. We're looking at HousedHorse. Take a look at the economy for Plethonius. It was 24, maybe 25. Right now, CSO sitting at around 28, but his military count is the big thing. How much military he has, he's making Plethonius's head be on a swivel because of all of these Keshiks going in multiple directions. And it seems like every time he sends a Keshik in a particular direction, a villager just drops.
Yeah, and that's really the big key. Every single time that he's circling around, every single time he's causing not only idle time, he's usually getting another villager, and there's nowhere to actually gather resources from. We just saw another villager go down from the outpost because tried to go onto some of those farms around the Kura storehouse. Louis MT finishes Castle Age now, and this is when it's going to get so much worse.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're a player that has been around, especially as far as November when a lot of these civs and the variants came out, you know that Ayubid Castle Age is so damaging. It's such a big power spike for them. They're able to get those relics really, really quickly. They're able to get things like Camel Lancers, Gulams, all of the things, especially for Merkel's side, those units is difficult for a French player to deal with.
Yeah. And CSO and Louis are just doing such a good job of keeping up the aggression, keeping their foot forward. Think about the French Knights. There was that one single raid we watched, and fortunately there was already an outpost with aeroslits in it. And other than that, the Knights have been very, very contained to their side of the map. And that's because of the aggression that Louis and CSO have still caused just with the few units that they brought. Desert Raiders still moving on around, though. Knights are still circling. That outpost that CSO dropped forever ago actually gives vision of the massive expansion that Merkel had moved out to as far as the berries go.
Man, you know, and he's looking for any kind of food, you know? He's looking for any berries. It doesn't really matter. And as a French player, not having food is so disastrous because even your backup, if you don't have gold, your backup is horsemen. You can't make horsemen without the food either. So they all got to vacate. And on a map like Cliffside, where everybody spawns a little bit close or closer to one another, it's very difficult for Merkel to even try to get out anywhere.
Yep, and once you start losing that food control and your opponent already has that military mass forward, it just seems like you can't ever sustain it. You're never going to break out of it. You know, you don't want to be making a farm transition. You're going to fall even further behind, but you feel like you have to because you can't get safe food.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes from resource limitation, and I think that's what, if you're an aggressive player, that's what you want to do, right? Your opponent is trying to get some certain amount of resources. You are going to try to stop it from happening, and this is one very particular thing for the Iabids. They can make siege whether they're on a horse, whether they're on a camel. They can make anything. They're going to make a battering ram because they're going to take it to Merkel being in feudal age. Oh my god, all those villagers are trying to find somewhere to go. They got to just walk right back.
Yep, cannot go secure the berries. There's villagers trying to build outposts to do that exact thing, and don't know if they're going to be able to do so. We see multiple Camulances still circling around. I don't even see any relics left on the map except one all the way in the north side. Wololo going down, forcing Knights away from that location. Ram's going to clear up the few outposts that were being attempted, and CSO circling, putting another raid down.
I think, oh my god, just I'll call it. after that night, that was unbelievable. I was surprised that dervish actually stayed alive, but those dervishes, man, they're tankier than you might think. Villager corpses littering the ground for Sergeant Merkel, and it looks like Louis MT just showing off that micro. You know, being able to use those Desert Raiders to pivot between the range and the melee is doing a good job. CSO on the other side just doing the best he can to eliminate Plethonius in terms of his villager count. Desert Raiders from Louis MT are going to be able to kite some of those spearmen and doing a good job. And as soon as those Rowan Knights come back, the swords come out. You heard the sword come out. They turn around. Knights are gone.
Yep. And look at Louis' micro. He pulls back both the low health ones, makes sure he doesn't lose one single unit during that fight. It is just, you can tell the level and why he is at the point he is now and kind of climbing to the top and being one of the talked about players.
Yeah, I mean, it makes total sense. And Plethonius, now after getting hit with that tower rush, not being able to get the ground from under him in the feudal age, ends up calling it. His teammate does as well. This is a 1-0 so far for the team of Louis MT and CSO. So we'll see if Plethonius and his teammate, Sergeant Merkel, can rub some dirt on it and try to get back in the game too as best as they can. But that tower rush, man, that just set the tone for the entire game.
Yeah, it was just very clean game from beginning to end. It was one where, you know, even those little small things that you saw, like the, you know, players like us might have made mistakes where, you know, I'll just pick on the villager that almost pathed into the town center fire. He was able to correct it, circle back around. Little things like that could have made the whole tower rush fail, but very clean from the tower rush to the follow-up with the camels to just constant pressure. Never allowed the other side to stabilize, do anything as far as aggression or boom or anything at all, really.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really good, and I think you did a really good job of laying out the total game plan, right? Of what Mongols and Iabids wants to do, and it feels like when you pair Mongols up with a civilization that would want to do any kind of booming or do any kind of, you know, want to avoid getting that early aggression, Mongols seems to be a good choice for the teammate because they just really take the battle to the other side of the map, so you could do your own shit.
Yeah, and whether that's hey, I want to play, you know, a boomier Civ drop TCs, or whether it's a Civ that like a Ubids that has this really like sick timing fast castle build that, you know, with a Ubids going fast castle, they also with the Camulences allow them to secure the relics even faster comparative to other Civs. So kind of have that extra leg up as well. And so really solid first game there from CSO and Louis, but that's only game number 1, and
Mhm.
the best of 3 over here. You know, not saying they're not favored for the next one, and it looks like we at least got the civs for the next one. It's going to be Rus and French for Louis and CSO. This seems scary.
Yeah, this does seem really scary. We're not going to take any breaks at all. We're diving right in. CSO playing as the Rus in the color teal, his teammate Louis as the French in the color green. But take a look at what we got over there, Dabston. We got a little bit of a sub out. It looks like there were 4 team members as a part of the opponents of the team Uncreative, I guess their name is. So all of them are getting a chance to play. We've got Archivarism playing as the Abbasid in the color yellow. Pedro in the color pink playing as the Delhi, the Sultanate. And, you know, I'm seeing Rus and French together from Louis NT and CSO. And I know, you know, from playing team games with me, oh my God, it's an infestation. That's an infestation. Are you kidding me? That's insane.
I saw it at the very start, and I was like, I just can't wait till we hover over this location. It's going to look so cool.
And look at that. There's even a wolf over there. Oh, CSO is just...
That's like 250 bounty right there.
Yeah, he's gobbling it up. It's absolutely incredible. And he even actually, because of how many deer that he has and the fact you can't animation cancel anymore, which still grinds my gears, he pulls another scout in that direction just to cook them all up. I think he's got 210 with the deer, then 25 with the wolf. All he pretty much needs is one more wolf. He's at 250.
Yeah, really solid start with your CSO here. This is one of those that you get to click wheelbarrow immediately right when you want to. He can click it now if he wants. I don't even know if he dropped a hunting cabin at the start. I assume so. Okay, yeah. So could be good. Could be going ahead and getting that if he wanted, as should be able to age up right after he finish up the rest of the bounty as well. So great early opening for the Rus player, and you know, obviously his teammate over there should be following up with some early knights himself, as there is no tower rush coming in from the Delhi or from the Abbasid. We got 2 berry lovers on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, and on a map like this, when you're playing on a map like Lipany, you really love that, right? You like having the most amount of berries as possible, although having both players want to get them might be a little bit challenging. But CSO is going to be going with the Kremlin, a rather forward Kremlin, but I love this spot. You know, it's going to be able to, he's kiting some of the deer around that Kremlin, which is fantastic. Number 1. Number 2, there's a wood line right there that's safe. The HousedHorse is highlighting to me. And then 3rd, you get a gold mine. If you choose to get gold, if you wanted to get up to Castle Age, you might have the ability to do so as well. It's really weird for Rus because the Kremlin, it's such a strong building. It's such a strong outpost that wherever it goes, you could make a base out of it.
No wheelbarrow clicked at all. And yeah, this is going to be this base. And one thing that I love about the location, you talked about all the resources it secures, but it's also the location it secures. It's the positioning point in between Louis and CSO. So if there was any pressure, this is where Pedro and Archivarism would want to kind of locate their forces, kind of split CSO and Louis. And this Kremlin will not allow them to do it and provides a ton of vision.
Yeah, we saw that strategy. I think in one of the last series that we played is there was a little micro scout war, but we saw that before where when you cut your teammate or when you cut your opponent's teammates off from one another, you're able to just like 2v1 and then systematically pick them apart. So you're exactly right. Having the Kremlin make sure that they're not able to do that. Archivarism is the Abbasid dynasty going to be going with the military wing, trying to get some tempo as quick as possible. Pedro going to be going with the Tower of Victory as the Delhi. I really like, obviously, I like the Tower of Victory as the Delhi now. I don't really see much Dome of the Faith anymore, just because the Scholars actually have a somewhat nerfed healing potential, because we remember how toxic that was. That was unbelievable.
Oh my gosh. What a fun time to cast, at least, as it was always laughable seeing certain situations that people could find themselves in. But CSO has found a ton of bounty, I think, still, as we saw him microing over for another deer pack. I want to say there's still some other deer that have not been secured out on the map, but these feudal ages starting to come through, and this is really when the game is going to start opening up. We have double night civs versus double berry civs, which, yes, Abbasid do have, some of the strongest spears. I always laugh when people say that, because it's not like you all of a sudden start with phalanx right off the bat. It's a very expensive upgrade. So it's one of those that you're not getting any point early on in the game. And so it's usually just kind of trying to defend from the raids, trying to make sure you have your units in correct positions, and making sure you don't take damage from it. And it's a lot easier said than done.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm watching Archivarism now as the Abbasid dynasty. He's starting to build walls. He's using his military wing rather defensively. I think he's really trying to, I don't know if he's trying to get some sort of boom off at multiple town centers or whatever the situation is. Maybe it's just a little bit of knowing that you're playing against Louis MT and CSO. HousedHorse, take a look at that stone for me. There's nothing there. So it looks like he's just trying to go one town center. And this is so much more defensive than the Delhi Sultanate wants to be. An outpost by the berries is rather difficult to deal. I mean, you'd rather spend that 100 wood getting things like a blacksmith, another production building, or all that kind of stuff. He ends up having to delete it and go to his home sheep. But you got to remember, playing against the Rus, you were at a scout deficit. So how much sheep do you really have?
Yeah, it's not only that, it's you want to have the better gathering rate too. You want that better food. You hit the nail on the head though with the outpost. You do not ever want to be dropping that outpost that early. You need so much production early as Delhi. You want 1-1-1 out of each production building, and you want double blacksmith typically, which is a ton of wood that you end up needing to get online. Great micro by Louis MT, just circling around that spear, taking it for a walk, taking it for a little trip around. And now he has it out of position. You can just have a nice old 2v1, say bye-bye to that spear without much damage.
I don't think I'm not sure if everybody understands how ridiculous that was in terms of micro. He did that so perfectly. So the spear was turned around so he could not possibly brace. And he did, that was unbelievable. I know I'm a caster and I'm supposed to have a lot of words, but I didn't want to I didn't want to just gloss over that fact, because that was absolutely insane micro. And continuing to add idle time for Archivarism out of these berries, those things that they love so much, those nice little pomegranates, cherries, whatever you want to call them, they're just sitting on the bush.
Can we flip back to the Kremlin real quick here? I feel like this is not it's not the old OG boar play. It's the triple deer pack. I'm dropping triple range. This is an all-in. I love this. This is the classic OG Rus that you know and love from the old days. You take the boar, you drop quad range, and then you just non-stop produce archers because you have so much wood production with the way the Rus is. And then pair that together with your buddy old French, who's gonna have those Royal Knights.
Oh, buddy, I love this shit. Let me tell you. You know that this is something that I used to do, too. Not with the Kremlin, but with the second town center, because it used to be easier to get those second town centers. But now having the proxy base with those archers, we talk about Rus being a night civ a lot, as you see Louis MT trying to get some damage on the Delhi villagers, but ending up having a good pull by Pedro. The ability for the Rus, just because their wood economy is so good, they can get so many archers. So maybe they're not the highest quality compared to the Pedro's Tower of Victory kind of archery ranges, but you can still get so many, you just overwhelm people.
Yeah, it's one of these. He's going to nonstop be producing off a quad range. So this number that he's going to have is just compounding so fast. He's already in, the 20, 25 range here once everything kind of groups on together. Comparative to the other side, we only got a few spears left. And the archers, anytime those spears try to step up to deal with those Royal Knights, the archers should be able to just clean those up very easily.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is, too, just a little bit of increased quality of frontline from Louis MT, right? He's the one with Knights. He's the only one that can make them, compared to the other side, where Pedro just has Ghazi Raiders. Archivarism just has Horsemen. So as long as those Knights can maintain a little bit of a front line for him, archers are going to be able to pick off the Spearmen. It's easy. it's ball game. And I think just because of how many knights Louis MT has, he's able to get aggressive like this. He can get some charges. Look at that. Oh my God. That's so unbelievable.
One thing I want to say is look at where the armies are locating. It's exactly what we were talking about earlier. Split your opponent's base. They keep bouncing between the armies. It's a 2v1 and a 2v1 and another 2v1 and now another 2v1. It's just constantly winning fights over and over and over again.
Yeah, and I think and you could tell how CSO and Louis MT, obviously they wanted to do this, and they specialized their macro for why and how they were going to do it. As we're seeing this cleanup, Spearman, Horseman, Ghazi Raider, I don't care what color they are, they're going down. Okay,
and then immediately double rams.
Oh yeah, because it's Roos, you have the wood, right? You have the excess wood. You're getting plus 18 every time a villager drops off with wheelbarrow, and you have that Kremlin superiority. So you have enough to do this. So you're able to get a couple rams. I wouldn't be surprised if he added more.
Yep, they're sharing those deer now, and look at how many deer are still left in that location. Unbelievable when you see that triple deer spawn at the start. Rams are starting to dive in. Knights are starting to dive in. Get a few more villager picks, and Pedro and Archivarism don't seem too much longer for this world, as Louis and CSO, you can just see they are on another level.
Yeah, I think this is the first time, as far as micro goes, that those horsemen from Archivarism got to the archers of the Ruse player. There's just too many archers. You know, I mean, based on looking at it, I'm counting maybe 20, 25 archers right now. So they're going to be able to take down horsemen, and these horsemen, especially without any blacksmith upgrades, as well as we saw one of them get clicked. That mosque ends up going down. No more prayers for the Delhi Sultanate. That is for sure. Villagers from Pedro trying to get a little bit of torch going, but they're not going to be able to, and will lose their life doing so. But Dabs, I really think you did a really good job of summing up those 2v1s. As soon as you were saying that, pink charges in, and then pink backs up, but then yellow charges in. It's like, nah, you can't do that. You saw how Louis MT and CSO, all of their units were so close together that Ghazi Raider trying to get a raid happen. The only thing about the Ghazi Raiders, you hardly know her, and they didn't get any.
Unbelievable. And Louis, I think I only saw him lose one single night this whole entire game. He did lose a scout, but I think one single night the whole entire game, just due to this micro that he has. We see the full-on dive from Pedro. This is the just send it all and type GG in the chat. Was a fun one. Always sick to be able to play players like this, have the opportunity to do so. Hopefully we'll be participating in the next tournaments and continuing on here, but very clean game by CSO and Louis.
Yeah, it was. I mean, look at how many archers are on that side for the Roost player. What are you going to do about it? They end up tapping out. Really hearty congratulations to CSO and Louis MT, and also for Pedro and Archivarism. These players, CSO and Louis MT, they're some of the best in the world. So keep your heads high, watch those replays, and learn as a team together. Hopefully you guys play together and work on becoming stronger, work on becoming better. Maybe there's a Devil's Cup too, and maybe you take them down next time.
What a solid series though, but not the last series of the day. We still have another couple series going on at the same time. We'll get you up to date. We'll jump on in to another exciting one, and maybe we'll get one that has some little bit of a closer matchup over here.
Yeah, if you guys want to take a look at the brackets of what's been going on in the qualifiers previously, I put that in the chat. If you're looking for tournament details themselves, you can check out the Liquipedia page as well. Obviously, our observer for today is HousedHorse, and he is the one who contributed the majority, if not most, of the prize pool, being the observer, being the lead admin. So big shout out to him for making this tournament and the qualifiers having as much success as it has today. And it really works, Dabston, when people show up to play, I've noticed.
It does work a lot better when teams actually play. We did only have one no-show today, much better than what happened yesterday. But, you know, that's where this is the qualifiers. You expect a little bit of some struggling going with that. And next week will end up being the main event We'll see a bunch of the big names, a bunch of the teams we casted today. Well, obviously all the winners from today should end up showing up, and that's where gonna have some tight matchups, some all the big names from the high elo tourneys, the solo players, and get to see how they pair together with some team games.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're seeing with this next series coming up, maybe some players that you particularly don't know. You know, maybe they're in the team game circuit more. Usually, these are so many people that like I'll ask HousedHorse or Jigglypuff, who are the admins, and I'll be like, "Do you know these guys?" I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I played them like 7 or 8 times. They're pretty good," or whatever. So the team game meta and the team game, player community is really tight knit and compact, and you recognize each other's names. So these are people, if you are playing team games, you might have seen these players before. You might have dodged these players before. And also, there is an opportunity for some of those players that might not be known too well in the 1v1 circuit, get their games casted, and maybe make a run in the main event. We'll see.
Yeah, so looks like we have our next series picked out over here. It's going to be Black Mamba versus, what is that? Astartes. I don't know how
Nice.
to say that. That was
Nice.
Yeah. We'll go with it. Yeah, mouse, bread, another hard word to Severu and Ultramarine. And the first map is going to end up being Lipany, I believe. Every single time I brought up Lipany, though, it ends up not being Lipany. So I'm kind of like trying to be hesitant here.
Yeah, I know. So why don't we take about 5 or 10 minutes to talk about Lipany, shall we? And then we'll just get the covers pulled out from under us, pretty much. But no, we've seen Lipany quite a bit actually in this tournament. It seems to be not as bland or vanilla as Dry Arabia or something like that. Adds a little bit of spice, adds a little bit of mountain ranges. So maybe we'll see some difference of plays. We do know what the civs are going to be. For number one, it is Mouse and Bread will be playing as the Holy Roman Empire and Ayubids respectively. Severu and Ultramarine will be playing as the English and the Byzantines. I love seeing the Byzantines being played, especially in a team game setting, because for someone who's so focused on 1v1s, usually I like to see how the Byzantines play, because there's so many intricacies. There's so much minutia in playing as the Byzantines. I'm sure in a team game setting, it's got to play like a different civ.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you definitely get a little bit more time to get online potentially, but you also could be the one that just gets 2v1 by your opponent. That civ that gets focused down. Make sure they don't get online, especially when your teammate is the English. But let's jump on into it. We have Mouse as the HRE in the color teal. We have Bread, his teammate, as the Ayubids in the color pink. And what do we have for us on the other side?
I'm going to try to pronounce this name. Nicolas de Severu. Nailed it.
Better than me.
Yeah, they are the color blue playing as the English, and Ultramarine as the color purple, as they should be playing as the Byzantines. So I don't know, just from your experience, have you dabbled with the Byzantines at all? Have you played much of them?
I played a few games as them, but no, they never really were like my wheelhouse. I felt like it was one that, when I first started out, they were definitely weak, and then they got buffed, and then they got buffed, and then it was like, oh, their spearmen are really good, and that's about it. And I'm like, do I really want to just like mass a bunch of these spears that have spear wall? Didn't sound like the most fun thing to me. But it does seem like now they're kind of in a really cool spot that if you know how to play them, you kind of figured out the kind of ways to use their cisterns in the correct way, then it almost seems like the Delhi when in feudal age, where all of a sudden they'll have 100 units at your base.
Oh yeah, I mean, you have the potential to do that. I think by the number one thing was increasing the cistern, how the cistern starts in terms of the villager resource gather rate. Increasing that very first cistern from 5% to 10% really gets them going, because when the Byzantines first started in November, it was okay, I have all this shit to do, but I don't have the time to do it all. And then you just end up getting run over. Now, I feel like there's potential to pick an avenue, a particular avenue that you want to get to, and then end up going from there. So Fuel Age Aggression, obviously, you can go Hippodrome with that. Most people go Grand Winery because you get that extra batch of mercenaries out of the first berry bush that you have, and he will have the potential to be going cisterns. Although I'm seeing that this Byzantine base looks rather dry. All right, there we go. There's a cistern right next to the town center. I guess it's going to help, it's going to help your gold mine. It's going to help your sheep, and it might get you that little corner, that wood line. On the flip side, Mouse playing as the HRE, something that we've been seeing since 2021 in Ockett Chapel, taking the place near that lumber camp, or in place of the lumber camp, excuse me. This is a rather interesting chapel choice, though.
I mean, he gets his food, he gets his wood line. That's always the key of the chapels, and he gets a significant amount of the wood line, which is the really nice spot. So he can always, like, it gets to the point where with HRE, you kind of don't want to refresh your lumber camp outside of the chapel range, and it's going to get to the point where he's going to have almost the whole entire wood line where it's working very, very efficiently. We're not seeing the Grand Winery. We are seeing the Hippodrome. So what do you think about that move?
Oh, I love the Hippodrome, man. I don't think it's necessarily the best play or the quote-unquote meta play, but having Triumph on some of your horsemen, and then if you go with mercenaries to get Keshiks with it too, who also get Triumph, they can really pack a punch. And especially if you're going to be an aggressive part of a 2v2 situation where you only have to focus on making horsemen and making Keshiks, it could be really good because your teammate is an English player who's going to have longbows to back you up.
Yep. And that they could be that exact game plan. They could be going for a little bit of some feudal age aggression, try to put HRE on their heels, try to put a Ubids on their heels. Kind of feels like a weird pairing with the Ubids and HRE together. They're kind of both civilizations that want to lean towards this faster castle age, and usually when it comes to team games, you want to play off your teammate civilization strengths and not kind of be on the same timeline, because now if you're both looking for castle, well, now you can both be punished very heavily in feudal.
Oh yeah, and that's why what we talked about before with the difference in Ayubids and Mongols, right? You kind of have your power spikes at different times, because yeah, you get to that point where everyone power spikes, but it's all about just getting there. And I think now with the Hippodrome, he did get Expeditorius, he did get that technology, so those horsemen are going to have some little extra damage against villagers, so he can create some kind of raiding potential where Severu, his teammate, is already sending longbowmen one at a time, 8 seconds apart, popping out of that council hall. And they're really looking to take it to this HRE player. You can tell how scared Mouse is because he's building the second outpost already.
Well, I will say against English, you have to get the second outpost. One with arrowslits is not enough, because then they just go, all right, I have longbows. I'll just walk right around this way and start attacking your villagers from this side, and really forces down a reaction. Mouse, though, he's got a scout. He sees the longbows coming across. He knows how big of an importance this is to get this second outpost finished as well, to prevent what I was saying, and it will end up finishing just in time. The next couple longbows arrive. Mouse jumps inside and pushes the first few back.
Yeah, that was really good. While Ultramarine on the other side going to be trying to get a horseman and charge on that archer, which is really going to help you out. But you think these horsemen are obviously, as the Byzantines, you're like, yeah, I have Triumph, I have all these cool things, blah, blah, blah. They're still horsemen. Okay, they're still going to go down to town center fire. They're still going to go down to, if there's, a couple spearmen, obviously, it's going to deter you. And taking a look at where Severu is actually putting his longbowman, if you want to pan back to that for me, HousedHorse, really quickly, right in that stealth forest. So those outposts, even though they have a decent amount of vision, that stealth forest is going to make sure those longbowmen stay protected until they mass up.
It'll be soon.
Yeah, never mind.
But it's the sense of security. We'll go with that. Bread's starting to mass up some archers, which doesn't feel great to try to move across to help your teammate, because we've been seeing those horsemen continually roam, can kind of pick off those archers very, very well.
Yeah, and it looks like, even one villager goes down for the HRE at the expense of a longbowman, but the horsemen are just causing duress, for the Abbasids, because as far as the Abbasid, or the Ayubids, excuse me, as far as the Ayubids go, they want to get to Castle Age as quickly as possible, right? They want to spend the least amount of resources or whatever to do so. He had to make an archery range. He had to make some archers. So Ultramarine doing a pretty good job of making sure that he doesn't get to Castle Age pretty much immediately. Mouse on the other side is going to be making, that looks like a Burgrave Palace to me, Dabs.
We are, burgers are on the menu tonight, apparently. The question's going to be is, will he have the food to continually support that? We can see him dropping a few farms, but he's on the last sheep, and 3 farms is not enough to support TC with Burgrave.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you got to remember for the Burgrave Palace, it takes 5. Ooh, those are good villager kills. 20 gold a pop. You love to see it.
Ah, this is really when the Explorators has kind of paid off. Horsemen can continue to circle, to bounce around between both bases, and pick off any archers that might be a little bit too far out.
Yeah, but you're exactly right about that Burgrave Palace, to go back down that point. It's all about, when you make that Burgrave Palace, it's all about the first 3 or 4 minutes after you make it, because that's going to set the tempo, right? So he's getting Castle Age Men-at-Arms, he's going to be able to get Men-at-Arms, but you're exactly right. If he doesn't have the food to back up production from 5 barracks, now it's just a fancy building. So he's able to get a couple Men-at-Arms out, and it looks like he does have the Castle Age upgrade. It's going to protect him very well against longbowman fire, but at the same time, you can see those villagers on the upper left part of your screen. They're going to other resources because they ran out of food back home. He's got to go to those berries, which aren't as safe. So maybe, as far as Men-at-Arms, I'm only seeing 3 or 4. I'm not sure how many more we're going to see.
Yeah, he's at least got 1 more in queue. Rams are trying to hit the outpost now. There is emergency repairs on that. Horsemen diving the outpost as well. There are camels, though. Emergency repair has been utilized. A ton of outpost fire going to end up helping with the arrow slits. But will it be enough? The longbows, they're focusing the Men-at-Arms, though. They need to be sniping the... Okay. We just saw him swap back over to the archers.
Yeah, he needs to hit those archers. The Men-at-Arms, they're going to be shooting marshmallows at those things. They have a decent amount of ranged armor. And obviously melee armor, too. I mean, they don't have any upgrades. Severu doesn't have the upgrades on his longbowman either. So they're going to be doing 2 damage a pop. The Horseman with Triumph might be able to get through them, but you're going to need a lot more Horsemen than just the 3 or 4. He made 2 Rams, Severu did, at the cost of how much wood? Not a single building went down.
This is not one of these that you take to fight when you're Ultramarine. You are literally just throwing away your horsemen now. What you do is you need to keep those Men-at-Arms on the back foot. So now's when you try to go hit the berries that he just had to move out to. Go hit, you just wiped all of Ayubid's archers. Go hit his base now and make Mouse send his Men-at-Arms to go help his base. Instead, you're headed home and you're just asking for these Men-at-Arms to just walk into your economy now.
Yeah, and it's counterintuitive in that particular situation because, he does take 1 hit on the boar, so the boar might be able to help him out a little bit. But it is a little bit counterintuitive because you're thinking, okay, this is a mass that I can't take. I have to get the hell out of here. But that's actually incorrect. You go around and you try to make those Men-at-Arms stay at home, exactly like you said, because now these longbowmen, they're slower. HRE has that force marched already. Bread trying to get a little bit of damage on some Byzantine villagers, and Wilby ended up getting a couple.
A little bit of damage.
That's a lot of damage, actually, with the one town center that the Byzantines have, and the fact that the cisterns improved their gathering rate as much as they do. Losing villagers as Byzantines is very massive.
Yep. And now we're seeing those Men-at-Arms hit the wood line. Yes, those longbows, they're still alive. He kept a decent mass alive, but now the wood line gets damaged. He loses villagers, he loses economy, and HRE is fully stabilized. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Mouse starting to drop a monastery, starting to secure some relics here, or maybe just waiting for Bread to try to get up the castle and let Bread secure relics himself too.
Yeah, I mean, he might have the tenacity and the idea to. The fact that he went Burgrave means he might not necessarily care as much as possible. This is very difficult for Mouse, however. There's no inspiration. You can't hear the prayers all the way from the chapel from there. Bread on the other side going to be going up with the military wing, going up into Castle Age, so he will be able to get a decent amount of Desert Raiders. I'm surprised for the Ayubids of seeing economic wing first instead of military.
Yeah, I guess wanted that little bit of extra umph when it came to feudal age, when it came to, defending up his HRE bro. As I guess, we talked about both Sibs wanting to do the same thing, and that's where Bread made the sacrifice and said, all right, HRE, you can play your game. I'll help you to get to the point you want to get to.
Yeah, and I think they did so very effectively, very synergistically. Ultramarine on the other side, as the Byzantines went up with the Golden Horn Tower. He's feeling a little horny on those couple cisterns, so it just means that he's going to be able to get some of those mercantile units, some of those free units as quickly as possible. But I'm curious to see, because he went Hippodrome, are we going to see a Cataphracts play?
We could potentially see some Cataphracts. Those units are always fun to see when microed correctly, and then it always feels very disappointing when they are just thrown away into spears.
That's very true because of how expensive they are. Men-at-Arms from Mouse basically just taking a 2v1 here. Those horsemen aren't going to be doing too much against those Men-at-Arms just because of how much armor they have. Those longbowmen, man, they got to either get up to cat. Oh my god, there is a Cataphract there. Let's see if we can see it run through and trample.
It's just going to walk up and attack.
Okay, walking up is fine. That's okay. It does have a decent amount of damage, however. Has 27 damage every time it hits something. So those Men-at-Arms, I mean, there's a lot of them there, but you can see that Cataphract. It's at half health while tanking 7 different Men-at-Arms.
Yeah, and it actually was doing significant, probably doing more damage than all the longbows are, essentially. We have seen Mouse starting to, we saw him drop the blacksmith, so he's probably starting to get some extra upgrades involved. He's on some heavy gold. And I mean, this is all just a unit mass from Bread and Mouse that's just trying to keep Severu and Ultramarine in their base and do some damage.
You know, this is a rather difficult choice that I think Ultramarine had to make. With the Mercantile House, he went with the Longbowman when his teammate also makes Longbowman. So surprisingly enough, if you're taking a look at it, Byzantines have the better Longbowman right now.
They are indeed the veteran status, so they are the better longbows. It's just a little bit harder to continually mass as many as English could be able to, especially in this early parts of the game.
Yeah, and I think it might not necessarily be the longbows. It's going to be the land snakes that are going to be afterward. But Bread going to be getting some of those desert raiders for free, and that means snacking on some more villagers. Some more Byzantine villagers are ending up going down at a time when you really, really didn't want to do that.
Some?
All of them. All of them.
I mean, this is the game right here. This is one of those that has played exceptionally well, except for 2 pretty big raids, and these 2 big raids has essentially made you lose out in the whole game. We're doing a little whirly spinning around
dizzy
over here. Men-at-Arms, though, still diving the base, still under English's town center, who is not yet Castle Age, and Mouse is fine with this. He's like, all right, you got 14 villagers idled, your whole entire, both military masses are here, and Ultramarine, check your base, my guy.
Yeah, it's going to be, and, you know, those Cataphracts are so expensive. They're such an expensive unit. If you don't have the villagers to consistently get them, you know, the reason why the Cataphracts are so good, you get a group of them and you can trample. You can mass trample with all of them. You might be able to snipe siege. You might be able to do that kind of stuff. Against Camel Lancers, it's going to be tough. Number 1, that Bread has. Number 2, if you don't have the villagers to actually make enough, you're never going to get there. And I think even though Severu, you know, and Ultramarine, they're going to be defensive for a little while, Bread just needs to mass up a little bit of units. Mouse needs to mass up a little bit of more Men-at-Arms and keep killing these villagers, man, and he's doing just fine.
Yeah, he sees the longbows and he's like, all right, you can keep tickling me and I'm just going to keep killing your villagers. He's literally, watch him, he's going to walk by oh, he's actually going to fight the longbows. I thought he was just going to walk right by the longbows and head to more villagers, but look at the trades. Look at how many longbows he's taken out along with villagers. These Camel Lancers have more than paid for themselves here.
Oh, absolutely. You know, with how many villagers they got too. And I think, you know, a lot of those berry villagers that we saw from the Byzantines on the north side, yeah, they did end up going down. Ultramarine reflexively built walls after that. And it's kind of like getting a security system after your house got broken into. You know, the damage is already done, but at least you're shoring it up, so make sure that it doesn't happen again. Those desert raiders are still wandering around on that north side, and I think Byzantines is at a particular situation. I'm curious to see, just in terms of what their base looks like, if they made an Olive Grove transition, because if they didn't, oh, there we go. We got a couple town centers, we got some groves around, but he's going to need a lot of villagers quick to get himself back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's still gonna be very, very difficult, especially when you think that Mouse at any point in time could just decide to stop making as many men-at-arms as he is, and says, "All right, damage has been done. Let me just drop Swabia, and good luck with your villager count. Mine's gonna beat it."
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And now we're seeing the power of land snakes. At least they were able to take down a couple men-at-arms. But again, this is the same old thing. You know, Severu is perpetually in feudal age. He's never going to be able to get the ground from under, and Byzantines and Castle Age are going to be trying to help him out. But this is the thing. If you're Mouse and you're Bread, and you see a lot of purple units by the starting blue town center, that means the Byzantine base isn't really having any problems, or there's no units around that area, so they could just switch. You know, those men-at-arms have their heavy maces. They're going to be doing a little bit of extra damage to those cataphracts, which is great. But I think, you know, there's just too many of them, and they don't really have the English player as the longbowman. They just don't have the answer.
Yeah, English has somehow kept a big mass of longbows alive. They just haven't done the damage that they needed to do. He needs to hit Castle Age, but now all the farms just got demolished. We see woodlines getting demolished. We see Byzantines having his gold taken down as well. More and more villagers falling, and this is just full control to Bread and Mouse. And guess what? I don't see any more relics on the map.
No, I think Byzantine player might have caught one or two of them, but Mouse, he's got two in a monastery. He has one in an outpost. It looks like the Byzantine player does have a monastery and did pick up one relic. But this is the key as to the Burgrave paying off, right? Now, for the HRE, they can do a minimal farm transition, and he was probably incrementally doing that while he was going through a lot of these battles. But on the flip side, you're still able to get those outside food resources because you're not under duress anymore.
And there's another relic being brought back, a sprinkled outpost protecting up some farms, so it's not like we can see any raids from, you know, Byzantine horsemen or cataphracts or whatnot, as HRE base gets harder and harder to raid as the game goes on, as usually you get a few more emplacements on those outposts. Finally, Severu is indeed Castle Age. He has dropped the White Tower. It just feels like it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice thing about the English is the Council Hall, it's not only longbowmen that get produced there anymore, right? You can make a decent amount of crossbowmen if you need to, because we're pretty much just dealing with heavily armored units coming out of the side of Bread and Mouse. They're going to be able to make some Manjaniques as well for the IU bids, so you're going to be able to deal with that big longbowman mass. You can set that thing to fire, and goodness gracious, great balls of fire are going to be hitting that blacksmith.
Oh,
look at that
there
thing.
it is.
Oh, it's like fireworks
too.
It's so awesome.
And this is where now, like you just said, that the mainly melee composition of Mouse and Bread. Have you seen the composition on the other side of Ultramarine and Severu? It's like only range. It does not really have a front line. There's a few land snakes, not a front line, as well as one single cataphract at half health. So there's not really an ability for these ranged masses to step up and take a fight here.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these longbowmen, both purple and blue, are looking around like, now what the fuck do we do? But now they got something to figure out. Now all of these men-at-arms, just because of the food economy from Mouse is so high, he's going to be able to get all of these men-at-arms and just run through these Byzantine olive groves. Will he be able to torch some down? Maybe. But he's really looking to snack on some of these villagers. And there's an overchop over on that western side. Dabs is going to have Camel Lancers helping him out.
Yep, now you have given your opponent a nice wide opening in the gate. It's like just let your front doors wide open. You chopped on through, keep dropping in the face, and this is a get out of my game keep. We're about to see another get out of my game keep, I'm sure. Probably dropped here in front in between the two bases, but both players having their eco dove upon, masses getting dove upon, and oh no, Mega Nails! Oh! All right. Yeah, he kept that longbow mass alive well for a while. And then it doesn't matter.
That's called the Forbidden Forest now, for how many corpses that are there. That's about 20 longbowmen that went down by Megan Hellfire. And I don't think Severu has the ability to reproduce them as quickly. Talk about a get out of my game keep. That was a get out of my arm, get out of my game phallic structure with a giant arm there. That is the tower of the Sultan, and I was curious to see if he was actually going to make it, but it ended up blowing up.
Honestly, if you've seen those things, they work
pretty well at taking down some bases. Hard to defend on up, hard to take down when you only have ranged units on the other side. But there is a Trebuchet out, there is a Springled out. Severu and Ultramarine are doing everything they can to hold this, but Sacred Site timer has been ticking. I don't know how long it's for, but I don't know if the Sacred Sites are going to matter, as Bread dropping a forward Siege Workshop. He's dropping more Springleds. He is ready to win this Siege War and end this game.
You know, and that's the thing, as you know, we just saw the Sacred Sites. I know you might think it might not matter, but I say this over and over again in a lot of casts, where sometimes the best defense is a good offense. You know, if you're taking the battle near the English side, near the Byzantine side, that means how the hell are they going to get to the Sacred Sites? You know, they're just sitting there in their own base, and they're going to continue to do that. English adding some men-at-arms, but they're of the early variety, so they're going to be going down rather quickly. Land Snake's trying to get in on the action, but again, they are a front line, but not the best front line I could necessarily hope for. Cataphracts get absolutely disintegrated for how much health they have, and now you have a big bunch of heavy units, men-at-arms with heavy maces going up against those longbowmen and only a couple crossbowmen. You hate to see it if you're Ultramarine and Severu.
Yeah, really solid like early game that they had. It felt like they had some good horseman raids from Byzantines, and ultimately right after the Burgrave came up, they just didn't kind of micro quite enough. They pulled all their units back to the base and just took way too much damage after that.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. You know, I like that they were getting aggressive, but now we're at the time for both IBIDs and HRE. They're like, this is where they want to play. You know, this is their game. You've got Desert Raiders trying to take down some of Severu's wood line, and that's kind of the only quote-unquote safe resource that he pretty much had. We're going to see these English villagers, whether they have networked castles, citadels, they're going to need some kind of network to just get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, you know, they're just going to be running away. Looks like they're not even heading towards the White Tower. They're just heading towards the eastern side of the map. There are some walls over there with not fully built walls. So they're just running. They're like, maybe we're faster. We're going to go Usain Bolt over here.
Spoiler alert, they weren't. And Ultramarine and Severu are going to end up going down 1-0. So that was only the first game of the series, though. And honestly, I mean, it was contested on both sides. You know, there was a little bit of that aggression in Feudal Age, but the team of Mouse and Bread were able to overcome it. Could be a potential for a 3-game series, might not necessarily be a 2-0. So I think there's a lot of potential.
Yeah, definitely. It was one that I really think that Ultramarine, it was the 2 big raids that he took early on. It's one of those, like, if you looked at the Vil graph, I bet you that, like, there was a, like, blatant, apparent, massive spike in the Byzantine graph. And yeah, there were some dinks and some chinks in the armor here and there over on the English side. And yeah, he lost some villagers. But all of a sudden, when Byzantine loses like 12 villagers on berries, it's hard to come back from that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's kind of, especially, you know, to pick villagers to take down for the Byzantines. When you take down all of those berry villagers that are not only getting you food, but getting your olive oil. And I think when they were on the way back of depositing, they had cistern influence as well. So it was just, I mean, it just wasn't going to happen for the Byzantines at that point. No berries equals no win.
Yep. And we talked about Lipany for game 1. We're going back to OG Dry Arabia for game number 2. And Civ's graphics just got updated on the board for all y'all. You can get the updates yourselves, and we're about to be jumping into these game number 2s. We're about to see the base, see what's going on with these spawns.
Yeah, and I mean, on Dry Arabia, you know, I've actually heard, I don't know about you, but I've actually heard conflicting opinions about Dry Arabia. I've actually met some people that don't like this map. Believe it or not, they might be in the minority, but
they're crazy.
taking a look at Dry Arabia now, we have Severu in the color blue playing as the Rus. Ultramarine, his teammate, will be playing as the Japanese. And Dabber, it looks like we're seeing the same civs on the other side.
Yeah, you know, that's all we need to say. We got Mouse and Bread, same civs, purple and red, and I'm sure they're probably going to be thinking the same game plan again. You know, last time we saw Ubits do the growth wing, kind of played a little bit more in the protection. Mouse played a little bit more defensive early on his gold and went for the faster castle.
Look at his look at his villager micro right now. And I think for people that, if you're not used to seeing the Ayubids play a lot, you're probably like, what fresh hell is this? So when you go up with the House of Wisdom and you go up with the economic wing, whatever age you choose to, and I think Bread went for economic wing going into feudal age, you get an extra little bit of berries on each bush. And I believe on feudal age, it's plus 50 on each bush. So making sure that you're getting from all of those bushes, making sure that you're not depleting all of them, means they get that plus 50. It means a safer food resource for later.
Yeah, this is definitely the easier way to do it. Maybe not the most efficient way to do it, as those villagers on the far out bush are gathering a little bit slower, and you won't go through all of the bushes that earlier on, so you can kind of micro it better if you're on top of things. But, you know, he's doing it the easy way, and I'm all in for the easy way. Bread and Mouse, kind of, it does look like it's going to be the same game plan, though, because you're not doing that unless you're doing Growth Wing and Feudal.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, why not? You know, the first game went so well for them. You can't expect them to make much of a difference. The second game, the only difference now is maybe you made an extra scout just because Severu is playing Roost. You can see the bounty on the bottom left-hand part of your screen. He's got about 140 right now. If he finds a good deer pack, maybe one more deer pack, and it looks like that's exactly where he's going to. He will be able to get that wheelbarrow pretty quickly. Now, I have a feel. I mean, when it comes to Ultramarine and Severu, they have the potential and they have the ability to kind of do the same thing that they tried before. Continue to try to be a little bit of aggressive because you're up against Ayubids, you're up against HRE. Do you think that's kind of their plan of attack again?
I mean, I feel like it kind of has to be, especially when you saw how last game got played. It was one that, like, maybe they learned to do it a little bit differently. Maybe that's why they chose the different civs. They have a different game plan. It's like, hey, the first few men-at-arms that pop out, we can deal with Roost Knights, or I'll have my samurais, or X, Y, and Z. So we can kind of see from there. Kremlin location on the gold also kind of protects the stone a little bit, but on the backside of the base. And, you know, could be worse, could be better. I'm not going to complain too much about it. And yet again, this chapel, it's getting mainly the wood line, but it gets all the other resources needed too. It gets the gold and it gets the sheep.
Yeah, this was a much better spawn for the HRE player, for sure. And I think with a lot of the food resources that are around as well, some of them, well, I should say actually all of them, are pretty forward, but it's not like his teammate. It's not like Bread wouldn't be able to help him out in that regard, because we're going to see the same thing with HRE, right? We're going to see a little bit of a farm transition, whether incrementally or otherwise. And that, you know, that Kremlin spot on the southern part of the map, just because you mentioned it a little bit before, it's kind of a weird spawn, right? Because you want to protect your first deer pack, you want to protect your gold, you want to make sure you have a wood line. It's just things were kind of spread out, that everything that actually matters to the Roost right now is behind his base. So it's difficult because you always think about the Kremlin and be like, yeah, I want to put it forward. I want to make sure my base is protected and all that kind of stuff. But protecting your resources isn't exactly a bad thing either, you know?
No, not by any means. And having all your resources behind your base sounds like a pretty good spawn, if you don't ask me. And that's one where, looking at the resources, his teammate did not quite get the same amount of luck, as if you look at the backside of his base, looks pretty barren on his side.
yeah, there is a heaping bunch of fuck off at the back of his base. He's got that berry pack, obviously, that the Japanese love, and that gold mine obviously is as forward as possible, and that second berries, man, right in front. And you know, that's just Age of Empires 4. You know, sometimes you get a spawn like Severu, sometimes you get a spawn like Ultramarine, and you just play your hand as you got dealt it.
Yep. Japan, though, Ultramarine, he's dropping double outpost before he's even finished his Kura storehouse. He is planning on protecting up his gold, and this means fast castle for the Japanese, but he's not even feudal. And I mean, if a Ubids does their build correctly, or HRE does their build correctly, they can be dropping castle age here in a couple, not even a minute.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for the Japanese, going up against Ayubids or HRE in a 1v1 situation always feels bad. because you want to do things like go fast castle. That's really what where Japanese gets their quickest power spike. But you're up against the two civilizations on the opposite side that just do it better than you. You know, the HRE is always going to be faster than you, and the IUBIDS is going to be able to produce more of a threat while going up to castle age. You can see that's what Brett is doing. He's going to be able to do that. Now his teammate, Severu, is going to have to help him out in this regard. You can see that Knight coming, and actually with Mouse's scout, I guess they're going to travel together. That first Desert Raider ends up going down. So I spoke about all that aggression, but you can't be aggressive when you're dead, you know?
Yeah.
But well, the double outpost didn't really allow anywhere for that aggression to go down onto the Japanese side. That scout was definitely walking hand in hand with the knight, and probably some of the closest pathing I've seen them have together. And so Mouse was making sure to get good vision of that. And looks like Severus said, "All right, I couldn't get any damage. Let me head on home." And I don't know if that's the greatest decision if you're a knight player.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of tell that was the plan, was Severu to get that kind of early aggression as quick as possible. I guess it just begs the question, if you're going to do that, why be Roos when you could be French, right, and get the School of Cavalry? But Mouse is going for Burgrave #2. Hey, we heard you like burgers the first time. Here's a second course for you.
Yep, nice and clean timing, like we said, and Ultramarine. I don't see any landmarks being dropped on his side, even though he looked like he was planning on that fast castle. He's closer to the resources, but Burgrave's already about halfway there. And the big problem here is if you find yourself behind in numbers early on, especially with Burgrave 5 times production, it gets very hard to stabilize your eco. And we saw Ultramarine take a good bit of eco damage this last game with just a few units by not reacting late. And speaking of Mouse, decent little raid onto the gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's what kind of, honestly, this is Japan versus HRE in a nutshell when it comes to fast castle. You're not going to be able to get that gate down until about 7:20, 7:15, something like that, where Mouse is already 80% of the way done with his Burgrave. And usually we'll see Regnitz Cathedral, but otherwise, you know, having Burgrave, it just means you're going to be able to get that tempo, you know? So it's going to take a while for Ultramarine to get there. I don't think Severu did as much aggression with that Knight as he particularly wanted to. Did a really good job, Brett did, with those Desert Raiders. He's got about 3 or 4 of them, and what's great is he can just kite this Knight, and for how low of a health that it has, he can just continue to fire bows at it, and it's going to go down. It's minus 240 resources.
Yep. That is where mobility proves to be the king, when you can kind of just continually damage that knight all the way back home, and he could have done the same if he was able to track down the other one. Japanese Castle H has finished on up, but we should start seeing a significant amount of men-at-arms headed across the map already again.
Yeah, I mean, they're not messing with success, you know. They're adding a little bit of spearmen, though, with those men-at-arms. He probably will be getting the Castle Age men-at-arms upgrade soon, if not right now. But having those spearmen is really going to help you out against the Japanese fast castle player that most likely wants to make horse units. They want to make mounted samurai, or if they're up against more knights, then maybe they might be thinking about an Onimusha. But you can tell that this is what Mouse and Bread practice doing. You know, they go for the Burgrave, they get that tempo for the first 3 or 4 minutes, they combine with the Desert Raiders from the IUBID, so the IUBID doesn't go fast castle, but they have the ability, now that they're military wing, they can just build rams.
This is cracking me up. He thought he got out of range twice, and 1 extra auto hit the scout and made all the units re-aggro the outpost. Scout ends up falling. The ram has arrived. And the few spears that are there are great if the Night Mass was there to be able to brace, but Mouse actually takes a decent little raid. Outpost allows villagers to stay alive, jumps on inside, and return damage, though, going on the other side. With the ram there and this many units, the base of Japanese will start falling fast.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that outpost is fortified, but still, if it's not really firing anything besides 1 arrow slit, not really much you could do about it. Desert Raiders are going to have some really good damage against the early Knights of Severu. So even with Severu's macro and what he's trying to do, he's not going to really be able to provide much help to Ultramarine. So these outposts are going to go down. A lot of these houses, the forge, you might want to target the building that has the Oroshiro in it, in that stable. It could help you out as well, because I think there's been a couple mounted samurai that have been made there's just nothing that they can really do. So Ultramarine makes an archery range, and he's starting to make Yumi, which I'm not sure if they're in Feudal Age or Castle Age, but if they are in Feudal Age, they are not going to be doing anything.
I think they're still Feudal Age, maybe getting the upgrade now as we speak. We have, Sever has done a pretty solid job with that Night Mask circling around, continue to do some raids, breaking off, doing some more raids. However, Ultramarine has been under pressure for a pretty long amount of time, and he's just losing building after building after building.
He really is. The Shinto Priest is going to try to get a low off. Desert Raiders, Men-at-Arms are going to be able to walk in the other direction. That ram might go down just because of the horsemen and the mounted samurai that are here, but it's worth its weight of gold at this point. It took down a couple outposts, a forge, a house, so it was really good for how much wood it ended up spending. And now, for the first time, probably within the next 2 or 3 minutes, the team of Mouse and Bread actually have to back up a little bit. And I really appreciate what Severu is doing in terms of his night raids. He's making Mouse continuously look back into his base. You gotta give him props there.
Yeah, there were a few times where like spears and men-at-arms just like ran way past the TC in the positioning points. Like there's one thing when you're like diving to TC, and there's another when you're trying to deal with raids at home and your units go out of control. It was units going out of control trying to deal with raids at home earlier on, where he threw some spears away, and that push probably would have gone for quite a bit longer if he had about 5 more units there, which he should have.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it just turns down the bird rate. You know, it turns the dial back. Instead of a 10 out of 10 pumping units like No Tomorrow, it kind of pushed it down to about a 4. And now Ultramarine is going to have the ability to maybe get out on the map just a little bit, maybe making a little bit more mounted samurai or going into a ranged composition. I think it's going to be rather difficult for him because, man, Japanese, when it comes to a ranged mass, they really don't want to do it.
Villagers for Mouse were trying to move out to the deer, got spotted by some knights. However, the military mass for Bread and Mouse is starting to climb up pretty significantly. Severu's still Feudal Age. He had a decent amount of his knights cleaned up at this point, and really feels like, well, he's dropping castle now. Really feels like he needs to be able to remass back up to be able to deal with what is headed towards his base here soon.
Yeah, you know, and I kind of felt like Severu was going to sit in feudal for a little bit longer just because of the amount of units he needed to make sure his teammate didn't die. But he does go with the high trade house, which is a really good tempo in terms from an economic standpoint. I'm going to guess that a high trade house is maybe like 115, 120 gold or something like that. So he instantly gets about a relic and a half, which might be able to help him out. Now, still going with the Yumis, Ultramarine is, I'm not sure what they're targeting, but I don't think they were targeting the spearmen. The men-at-arms now with heavy maces are going to do good damage against those samurai. I even see an Onimusha in there, which is probably not long for this world. And on the north side, the Roost Knights get cleaned up right when Severu hits Castle Age. So he's going to get some of those Castle Age Knight upgrades, but they're not going to be upgrading shit, Dabs.
Yeah, that always feels so bad when you hit the next stage and just take a fight right before that happens, or right as you hit the next stage. Upgrades hadn't come through yet, hadn't been clicked yet, and Bread is microing like a madman over here with these Desert Raiders, making them look so strong here in Castle Age.
Oh yeah, because a lot of the time, they're just not getting hit with anything, right? The Yumi from Ultramarine, they were trying to get rid of some of the spearmen, you know, but they weren't really, they weren't trying to take down those Desert Raiders because those Desert Raiders don't have any ranged armor. Those archers would have been pretty good, Yumi or otherwise, right? He's going to be trying to make a ram, but there's enough nice from Severu, and it looks like he's going to be able to snack on a couple of them before trying to build something else, and actually goes with a Manjanique. So I'm thinking for the second game in a row, we're going to see some balls of fire hit somebody in the face.
Yep, and it's not just Desert Raiders. We're seeing Bread starting to get some archers as well. So just ranged mass for Bread, whereas the HRE leaning more into that infantry melee mass, mainly just men-at-arms.
Yeah, and I think because of the ability for the HRE Men-at-Arms to get heavy maces, there really isn't a reason to make anything else. You know, I mean, on the other side, Roost can make crossbowmen, although they might not necessarily want to because their cavalry. Ultramarine can make Onimusha that just get picked apart by Desert Raider. There really isn't anything they can do in that regard. So this Manjanique is going to be able to rain its special version of hell all over the Roost base, and I don't think his teammate, Ultramarine, is going to be able to save him.
No, Ultramarine does have a decent little army built up. It's just, it's all countered so well by everything that Bread has out. I feel like the Men-at-Arms, it allowed Bread to like just not get touched, not have to worry, keep his Desert Raider mass pumping, allow them to continually raid, do some damage. And now he's at the point where Manjanique dealing with the Yumis perfectly. The good old mounted samurais don't even feel like they can dive.
No, because I mean, what are they going to dive into? Desert Raiders that they get hit with bonus damage for? Men at Arms that have +6 against them? It's just like, it's tough. And especially for the Japanese, when you go into Castle Age and you put a Yoroshiru in one of your buildings, especially that very first one, because that's the tempo, you got to use that building. But his first one went into the stable. So now that Yoroshiru isn't worth it, a lot of people, myself included, when you are playing that way and you want to transition to a different unit, you end up deleting that building because you'd rather use that Yoroshiru somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. It's necessary, but he needed that in there to be able to hold the push that was in towards his base. And now there's another push headed in towards his base. Mouse Bread splitting Severu and Ultramarine from each other, and their masses need to combine to be able to have a chance at holding this push. But I don't see many masses on either side as far as the military composition goes.
No, we've been seeing this time and time again today, haven't we? Just being in the middle of both of those units. We have Wolo on the north side, Ultramarine Shinto Priest said his last Shinto prayer, that's for sure. A Ram going to be able to make the front line as well on Ultramarine side. I don't think that floating gate is very long for this world. I mean, if the Mounted Samurai get a charge on it, that's fine. But otherwise, I think if they do, they're going to be risking their lives to do so. It just feels like Ultramarine is caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yep. Landmark's going to start going down. We saw all those houses fall on the front side, which is no joke as far as resources go. Same thing with the production buildings. Farm's going to start falling behind it. So this is just getting harder and harder for Ultramarine to actually be able to stabilize this.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna continue to try to mass behind. You know, you see that mass over there on the eastern side, and it might give time for the Roost player. It might help him out, maybe take something around the back end. But I'm telling you, like, he's got his own problems. I don't think this is something that Mouse, he does have men-at-arms here. There's probably about 15, 16 men-at-arms here, but he really doesn't need any other ones. You know, there's siege superiority from Bread. He's got a range mass. He's going to be able to make sure he can take down a lot of these farms, a lot of these buildings. I think Mouse can honestly just pivot.
Yeah, I mean, with 5 mangonels, that could take down anything. Or 5 manganiques, sorry. That could take down anything. And pivoting he is with reinforcing. He is just sending all reinforcing men-at-arms over to the side of Severu. So now, Roost's economy is going to start getting damaged. Ran out of gold, and his other gold mine is quite far out.
Yeah, I think he's going to be void of gold for the foreseeable future. And these villagers for the Japanese are trying to repair those areas. Men-at-arms from Mouse are going to be able to idle out a lot of Roost villagers. He does have crossbowmen. He does have Kremlin to help him out. He popped out a couple Kremlin gremlins, but still, I mean, it's just, for a Roost player, and Roost is usually a very defensive civ that you can deal with, he's not going to be able to. Made a switch into Samurai of the veteran variety. I'm not sure if they have Odachi over there on the eastern side, but Men-at-Arms still with that +6. They're going to be able to chew up those Samurai. The Yumis aren't going to do anything against those Men-at-Arms. They got to back up yet again. Severu going to be able to do the best he can and kind of reinforce from the eastern side, create a little bit more of a front. But now, Camel Unease coming into play. Those Knights not as effective as you want them.
Yeah, and this is where Bread and Mouse, they're doing exactly what they need to do to end this game. Slow and steady, not overstepping, just taking good fight after good fight, clearing the mass, and then clearing all the production and clearing all of the base after that. Did lose a mangonel there, but nothing real big to worry about. Maybe 2, maybe 3 mangonels that he lost, but the Japanese base is gone.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the damage is already done, you know, and it's not like, just based on the economy of Bread right now, it's not like he can't make more, right? Desert Raiders are actually going in on this ranged mass, which I wouldn't necessarily recommend all the time, but because of how many Desert Raiders they have, and because the Yumi being, you know, Yumi, they're going to end up going down rather quickly. Everything gets mopped up by these Desert Raiders, crossbowmen and Knights alike. It looks like Ultramarine, he did a good job of getting relics. You can see 3 in that Shinto temple over there on the north side of the map, but all of these, you know, these are where his building reinforcements are. He probably doesn't have that much wood in order to actually make more of these buildings. This Japanese, definitely this territory is just, it's ruins now.
Yep, villagers having to head north to where he's building 2 additional TCs, but you're bringing the military mass to where you're trying to expand to, trying to reboom to, and now all these villagers are going to start going down as well. This, I mean, if this wasn't already over, this is now definitely over.
Yeah, you can't like this. If you're an Ultramarine fan, you're really not a fan. You know, a lot of these archers, just because the villagers are going to make really, really quick work of them. The economic count for Ultramarine, very quickly, you can hear it ticking down. A lot of these Japanese villagers losing their lives in their nice little hats and everything. There's only, with those town centers, you can see those men-at-arms. He's got 2 or 3 men-at-arms. He's just going to go torch it down. Those town centers, in terms of damage, just don't do anything.
Yep, it's just those men-at-arms are laughing while the town center fire is hitting them. They're like, you realize I have armor. That doesn't hurt. Makes it quite easy. Love seeing camels building more rams. Always cool, fun to see that happen. And real quick, he says, no, I want more Vil kills. Never mind.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to get some. That's for sure. A couple battering rams are coming in. Now, again, for Ultramarine and Severu, this could be their very last game of the tournament, right? So they're going to do everything they can to try to keep themselves into the game, to try to get themselves reboomed like Ultramarine is with the 2nd and 3rd town center. It's going to take a lot of time. They don't have a lot of those samurai to help them out, and I don't know how much good they would be doing against those men-at-arms anyway. That economic count for him, and you could see his population. He's at 16, and 13 of them are currently idle.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to be at 16 for long. As I say that, a couple more villagers did pop out. One of the TCs is going down. He's about to be at just about 0.
Yeah, I think Severu now has a decent crossbowman mass. I mean, there's about 8 or 9 crossbowmen, but I think there's just too many men-at-arms for it to matter, right? That town center, that secondary town center, is going to end up going down for the Japanese, and Bread pretty much diverted his attention completely away from the Japanese right now. They were looking on the south side. There's that red mass that's there and was probably going to take down the Severu, although we're not going to see it. That is a 2-0 victory for the team. And Ultramarine and the Severu are going to have to be packing their bags. So GG's out of those players, and congratulations to the Black Mamba team, who will be going into the main event later, going to be able to play some of these high-profile 1v1 players in a team game situation. So I'm very curious next week as how they perform going into the main event. But I don't think we're done yet, are we? We still have another series to go here.
I think there is potentially one more. Let's check on in real quick and see, as I believe there is another series.
I think there is a series with Lash's team.
There is. I know he was hosting that on his channel, and it was I'm not gonna say I saw some spoilers in the chat, but
Okay. We have that one because they went up against Desi. And then if you guys do want to look at the bracket yourselves, that is the bracket for you. The 4th series that we have is between 2 teams, Knockfans and Nightwolves. Nightwolves being comprised of Marco Tammy, MCK, Raresh, some names that you might know. Miyamai, NDD, and KJJ are making up Knockfans. So they will be playing their games today as well. I'm kind of just waiting for the admins to tell me what to do, because I'll do it. I just want to know. Okay, so I got inside information from our lead producer and an observer and head admin all around big boss guy, and we are going to be diving into Knockfans and Nightwolves. This is our very last series of the day and the very last series of the qualifiers. So there's more stuff coming up. Okay. Just want to say, for all of you guys who have been watching, have been following the channel, and hopefully enjoying what we've got for some team game tournament action. I really appreciate, and we all appreciate you guys being here, watching all of this great stuff. And remember, next weekend is the main event. So if you're gonna, but you got a good taste of these qualifiers, you're really enjoying it, come back next week, Saturday, Sunday, noon Eastern, same time that we started today. We'll be doing the main event, and obviously the finals are going to be next Sunday. But taking a look at Knockfans and Night Wolves, I don't think in their game, I think they just started the first game, correct? So we'll be doing this live.
Don't ask me. I'm not the large and in charge big man guy.
I'm
Oh
okay.
my
So
God.
it looks like the it looks like the first game in this series has been technically completed, but nobody knows the result, not even me, even though I just lied to you. And we're going to be going into the replay. If map 1 is going to be on Cliffside between two of these players. We have Rarish and Shineko are going to be on Delhi and English. Mimai and KJJ, we're going to be on Malians and Mongols. And we talked about Mongols a little bit, you know, their tower rush and all that good stuff. They have the potential to do that on Cliffside. I guess the Malians really boom behind it. You know, we'll see if they have the opportunity to do so, but we're diving into the game. MCK Rarish playing as the Delhi Sultan in the color orange. Shineko, his teammate, in the color pink. We playing as the English Dabber. Introduce our opponents for this series.
Our opponents on the other side, we have KJJ and is it Maya Mai? KJJ is in the Mongols in the color purple, and Maya Mai is playing as Molly in the color yellow.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Cliffside. I mean, obviously, these town centers spawn a little bit closer. We kind of talked about that a little bit before. But for the Malians, they really just want to sit and not be bothered for the first 8 or 9 minutes of the game, right? They're trying to get their passive income. They're trying to get their houses together, their cattle ranches, all of the things when I play against them that piss me off. So the Mongols on the other side might be trying to take it to their opponent. I know they have an Ubu, but look at what he's going for. He's going for a stable. Might we see some early horsemen here?
Yeah, it's one that, to each his own. I'm not really all about the early horsemen in this specific Civ matchups, but Mongols, as long as they can get the aggression, as long as they can keep those horsemen alive, then that's what matters. You can still kind of force the reactions out of your opponents. Obviously, against English, it's pretty well if they go Council Hall. You can kind of bounce them off of the gold, but if English has like 4 vills on gold, they can just shoot this horsemen as they come and walk back into town center range.
Yeah, which is kind of wild for the English. I mean, that's why age old, from the inception of Age of Empires 4, you're always in your head when you're a Mongol player, you're saying in English, you're like, okay, I'm just aging up. We're not going to interact with each other. We're not going to talk to each other. We're just going to go to feudal age, and that's it. But with those horsemen, I mean, I get why you're not going Spearman, right? You're not going Spearman against English for that particular reason. But for horsemen, even against the Delhi, do you think you could see some kind of play in that as well?
It's one I don't if you're playing the Delhi, I feel like you still always are playing the Delhi's game, if that makes sense. And what I mean by that is you're just always playing for sacred site control. You're massing up militaries. You're obviously playing in conjunction with your teammate who's the English. So, I always think Ghazi Raiders are the play. They're such a stronger horseman unit than what people realize. And so I think Ghazis are going to be your goal, and then just take sacred sites and mass up and see what your opponents do and need to react from there.
Yeah, and as you see, Rarish is the Delhi going up with the Tower of Victory. That's kind of, I feel like that's what a lot of really high Conq 7 professional players really have with the Delhi in terms of gripes, just because they play so linearly, right? There's the way to play Delhi, and there's the way not to play Delhi. It just so happens that the way to play Delhi and getting in feudal age and getting those sacred sites and interacting with your opponent is quite fun. So that's why we're going to see Delhi played, especially with the English, because they're going to have longbowmen backing them up. With the Delhi, you have the potential to make a massive amount of Ghazi Raiders that can do a lot of damage to some of the units that Miyamai might want to make as the Malians. And switching over to the Malians, as KJJ is going to be making Deerstones, Switching over to the Malians, you have this kit that the Malleys have, especially in feudal age. You know, you have a certain amount of units, and depending on what your opponent's kit is, it can either match up really, really well or really, really not. And it looks like for Malians against English, longbowmen have always been a thorn in their side.
Yeah, we're seeing Mali kind of just get to play their game though, and this is where we talked about Mongols with the U-bids earlier, and I almost feel like it's going to be Mongols with every civ. It's like Mongols does this Dark Age stuff. They're probably going to follow this up with some Keshiks once they hit feudal, and this allows Mali to get Cal boomed up to not have any pressure go down on his side at all.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just getting, you know, 1 or 2 sets of Keshiks are going to do the damage for you. But Rarish is going to be able to get up to feudal age with that Tower of Victory. Does have 2 scholars in there, so we'll be producing some Sanctity. We'll be producing some Piety if he has not done so already, and get those technologies really quickly. I think this kind of this might make Rarish think a little bit differently in terms of what production buildings to go for. You know what I mean? Because you're seeing Horsemen there. It makes you want to make Spearmen. It makes you want to make that kind of stuff. But I still think Ghazi Raider is the play.
Ghazi Raiders always the play. After watching Delhi games and casting Delhi games, playing against Delhi, Ghazi Raiders are always the play. I think there were a few beastie games that come to mind when he's playing 1v1s where it's just like I'm appalled to see how strong Ghazi Raiders can be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you don't think it's a lot, and especially in feudal age, but having +2 against heavy, number 1, number 2, having the ability to have all of that mobility, get some raids while you're trying to get sacred sites is really, really important. Not something we see from Mali, however, as Shineko is kind of getting his feet from under him, has a couple spearmen, so those horsemen won't be able to do too much. Don't really see Mali villagers go really far outside their base like that deer patch.
Yeah, it's odd to see it, but this is one where Mongols has allowed this to happen, but he needs to be worried. We've seen HousedHorse highlight the deer patch, highlight the scout right next to it. Rayresh and them have vision of this, and Shineko, look at where those units are headed.
Right there. He's got a second scout in order to help him out as well, but these longbowmen, they're going to be able to have free reign on those villagers, and it looks like Shineko's going to be trying to get some counter raids as well. One villager does go down, but again, this is just a little bit of idle time, a little bit of food that you would rather be getting peacefully. Obviously, it looks like he did go up with the Mansa Quarry. Miyamai did, so he will be able to get a little bit of extra gold. And that silver tree, though, that's all packed up. You're not going to be able to get traders out of that thing.
Second villager does get taken out, and more importantly, archery range gets denied. So what seemed like it wasn't too much damage at first ended up being a little bit more than expected, starting to burn down those houses around the pit mine. So not allowing Mali to be in the comfort zone that we were talking about. Although KJJ is definitely making English be punished for this, as we just saw a little bit of his base having some damage done to it as well.
Yeah, and it's really nice making your opponent, like KJJ is doing, it's really nice making your opponent be in 2 different places at once, because it's kind of impossible. Now Rarish, finally, as the Delhi, he's got his stable, he's got his blacksmiths, he's got his scholars, so he's going to be able to do something. KJJ on the other side, making sure Shineko is again at 2 different places at once, making those villagers go idle on the wood line. That means less longbowmen later.
Man, those Keshiks are always so annoying to deal with. And guess what? Shineko says, I'm not going to want to deal with those anymore. Trying to wall up, but you should have walled up with more than just one villager.
And, I mean, it begs the question, you should have walled up maybe a long time ago, you know, before those Keshiks even came out, but he needed wood for longbowmen, so it was going to be a little bit difficult for him to do. Now Shineko, man, because of the fact that he has 2 scouts, he has them in such good places. He knows where all of those outside food races are, all of those pocket resource nodes. He knows where some of these are. Those villagers, they might be gathering deer now, they might be running for their lives a little bit later.
Yep. Immediately, what's his teammate do? Guess what? Shineko, he let his teammate know. He probably pinged it a few times, or maybe just gave him some good old talking over Discord. But Ghazi Raiders headed right to where those villagers were on the deer, causing more idle time. Looks like they accidentally took some shots against the Keshiks, but 1 vill down, 2 vills down, 3 vills down. so far, really good damage. And actually, both sides have been trading very well. It's been an interesting one to watch so far.
Yeah, this really is. There's raids, there's everything happening on all different aspects of the map. Honestly, it's kind of difficult to keep up because we're trying to, you figure out, as me and you as casters, we're trying to figure out, okay, who has the upper hand right now? Who's killed more villagers? Who's killed whatever? I don't think I could honestly tell you.
It'd be great if we had, some better overlay or something, but bugs are a thing that you got to deal with, and never ended up getting dealt with. So at least we can try to mentally keep it all intact. And one thing I will say is KJJ has done an unbelievable job at bouncing, but not only between the English, but also the Delhi base and raiding both sides.
Yeah, I mean, he's been everywhere, to be honest. And those Keshiks, even though that one Keshik, that one horseman went down, it's been worth its weight in gold. Now Mally going to be able to get some javelin throwers to help him out against those longbowmen. They have good DPS to try to take down some of these spearmen as well. And it looks like they will have the ability. Those Keshiks might want to take a good run here. I'm seeing maybe about 4 or 5 spearmen. The spearmen are going to be having their backs turned, so they will be able to get a charge depending. And the spearmen, these longbowmen, are going to continue to back up. This is a great fight. This is great choreography from KJJ in Miami.
Yep, does end up losing the con on the other side. Rayrish has gotten to the point where he feels comfortable enough moving out, walling up, and securing the first sacred site. And this is the first tick starting. Trade is embarrassingly bad. I saw him start that earlier, and I kind of was like laughing. I was like, okay, there's a few traders, and I was just like, I don't even want to know how little resources it's bringing back. If he moves the silver tree to the north side, now we got a different story, but a little bit harder to make that full trip.
Yeah, I was not expecting you to say embarrassingly bad. But yeah, 31 gold is not great. It really isn't. It will help you maybe get a couple Keshiks later down the road, but it's going to take a while in order for you to do that. Now there's enough spearmen in Shineko's mass where he's going to be able to combat some of the Keshiks that are going to be there. Walling up that north sacred site, looks like that middle sacred site still contested. The bottom sacred site's going to be difficult for him to get to too, just because that's the closest to the Mongolians. It might be that Rarish and Shineko are going to be operating on one sacred site for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It's one that in every game we've casted today so far, it's been a lot of armies battling together, and it feels like this game plan where they have this goal in mind. This is one of those games that it doesn't feel that way. It feels like both players just queued up. They got matched with a teammate, and they're like, all right, let's just start playing. Like, they're just kind of playing their own games. Armies haven't really been conjoined together until now is when we kind of see one of the first little masses grouping up.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is the first time for Orange and Pink seeing them on the same screen. They're also kind of coordinating, or lack thereof, in terms of unit composition, because I'm seeing Orange Spearmen and I'm seeing Pink Spearmen as well. Usually, we've been seeing a lot, for a lot of these games, we've been seeing a lot of specialization. Gazi Raiders trying to take down that trade. Does it look like maybe one trader went down? But on the backside, Miyamai, they are going up with the Grand Flulani Corral in Castlades. This is when the Mali gets so scary. Each cattle gets that little bit more extra food. He's been able to not only make units with Donzos and Javelin throwers, but he's been able to cow boom on the backside. Even after that, pretty good castle time at 12 minutes, 23 seconds. Pit mine does go down, but it's not like there aren't other gold mines. He might be able to reestablish that, and then he might be able to get those veteran upgrades where it could prove to be a disaster for the team of Orange and Pink.
Yeah, I know he's on a gold to the west. It doesn't look like there's a pit mine on it, but he is at least gathering gold. Oh, there's a pit mine on it. He is at least gathering gold, and obviously has a ton of food coming in from the cows with the Grand Fulani. But Rayrish with another raid, just constantly roaming with those Gazis. Not only has he been hitting the villagers, he's been doing a little bit of damage here and there to the massive traders, really good traders over there. And Gazis take down, what was that, 5 or so villagers.
Yeah, and look at that for mobility. They were able to take him down. The Keshiks were trying to track him down. They're like, I don't think so. And then they were able to walk in the other direction. It looks like not enough javelin throwers for this one. However, for Miyamai, it's going to be rather difficult for him to deal with all of those longbowmen per se. KJJ is going to be able to help out with a little bit of archers, but this is the really frustrating thing against the Malians, where you're trying to be aggressive as much as possible. You're trying to take down things like pit mines, houses, all of that kind of stuff. These longbowmen are doing a good job against KJJ's archers, but the Mali still boom. You know, they still have the Grand Fulani Corral and all of their cattle farms. They still have a pit mine, although a lot of these villagers from that pit mine might end up having to vacate, and they will. But it just seems like you're perpetually trying to take down these passive income buildings, and you're never getting anywhere.
Yeah, it takes so much time to burn down buildings, but once you start burning them down, if your opponent hasn't gotten the army composition to stop your mass, then you will continually lose more and more. We're seeing Miyamai try to move out to another goal. Rayresh already had a few units out that way, and more damage going down. This has been a bloodbath.
Oh yeah, there hasn't been a second where there isn't some kind of battle notification going on, and I think this is the first time we're seeing all 4 colors. We have sofas coming out from Miyamai and Castlade, something the Malians love to do. Well, those Ghazi Raiders have to vacate over in the western direction, maybe go after some of this trade. On the back end of Miyamai's base, a lot of those houses are going down. He's finally aware of Raresh's Ghazi Raider and Spearman and does have to walk the other way. I don't know if any villagers were lost, maybe not, but still, that's just more idle time that you don't want and a potential for maybe a pit mine that you can't get anymore.
I can assure you that some villagers were lost, and I mean, this is one where even if villagers weren't lost, he's losing houses, he's losing production, he's losing some of those cows potentially here in a little bit. Cattle ranches are near to be burnt down. And 2 sacred sites have now been secured, not yet the 3rd.
Yeah, you could see, I mean, just because I feel like Shineko kind of opened the map for his Delhi teammate. Right? He was able to take down all these houses, these pit mines, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, this area is going to get mopped up. This is in a very advantageous position for the English player. So a lot of the archers will take care of the longbowmen and the like. But still, you're able to wall around that second sacred site. It gives you that little bit of more time. And then maybe as Raresh got the Castle Age, he's going to be able to make some Castle Age units. So we might see a little bit of a snowball just because of that. And let's not forget, for Raresh, if he does go compound in the defender, he might have the ability to outboom some of these guys too.
Yep. And if there's one thing I know about Mali, though, it's that losing vills doesn't matter as much comparative to other civs. So Miyamai is not in the worst scenario still, but Raresh has really been starting to, like, it feels like climb up on the military count. He's had double sacred sites for quite some time. He's been continually pressuring KJJ on the gold, on, you know, multiple different spots, and it just feels like the damage is starting to add up slowly but surely.
Oh yeah, and I mean this is just incremental, right? This trade, or lack thereof, I mean in terms of the distance, hasn't really been paying off too well. It's been under constant state of duress. You can see Miyamai's trying to be able to get some of Raresh's stone villagers just so they don't get the keep, so they can't get the village fortresses. These sofas, now that they're in Castle Age, they imported their armor from God knows where. But when they do have the ability to get that imported armor, it's going to be very difficult to take them down with any unit that's not a crossbowman or a spearman.
Yep, traders actually finally getting to the point where thinking that they need to vacate, although weren't providing too much resources, they were providing enough. Shineko starting to drop some more walls, and they want this whole entire, like, 3/4 of the map to themselves at least.
Yeah, I think if they able to get those walls, if the English players able to get those walls on the south side, that 3rd sacred site, obviously free for the taking. There's still relics on the map, however, but because of the map control, they might be able to gobble them up on a moment's notice, where KJJ is just protecting this trade route that, you know, I don't know if it really deserves to be protected.
Oh, Sofa starting to dive the base of Rayresh, though. Doesn't have a ton of spears here. These Sofas are no joke. You can see how the town center fire not doing too much damage to them, and villagers are starting to fall quickly, but a keep is there, and Rayresh finds it just in time.
Yeah, that could have been game ending. honestly. And Shineko is going to be able to help his teammate out just a little bit. Good communication out of these guys. You know, you're seeing some of the spearmen from English trying to help out, and Delhi's going to be able to put their reinforcements there. But again, idle time. Idle time, idle time, idle time. We're talking about it over and over again. Sacred Sites are going to give them that little bit of passive gold, but you're still going to need other resources in order to help you out. Looks like Shineko finally getting up to Castle Age. It's about time. That King's Palace is really going to help him out economically, where it seems like every other civ at this point has an economic, you know, power, an increased amount of power over him.
Oh, and the sofa, they find the King's Palace right as it finishes. Villagers jump inside. Some villagers there are low health, but it looks like only one or so would fall. More raids headed towards Shineko's base right as he finishes castle. KJJ has a huge archer ball diving the base as well, and doesn't look like many of those farms have workers at them, and his teammate as well having idle time. It looks like KJJ and Miyamai are just trying to do as much damage as they possibly can right now.
This has been an absolute clusterfuck of a game. Like, just raiding on all sides. Nobody seems to have, you know, any kind of security or any kind of safety with all of their villagers. We're watching more English villagers go down, arguably the quote-unquote safest civilization if you're a villager, but this might prove to be a different story for you. The ability for the Mongolian player and the Malian player to raid as much as they are, and also the ability for Rush and Shineko to actually defend themselves. You gotta give them credit here. This has been pandemonium.
Yeah, it just feels like there's a wave after wave after wave constantly coming in, and I feel like the game would have been over if I was in their position, but somehow they're still holding, somehow they're still massing up units, they're still continuing to push this back.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of begs the question, as Rarish is trying to play cleanup duty both on his base and in Shineko's base, how long are they going to be able to hold on? You know, I mean, there's going to be so many raids in all of these different directions. This Delhi player is not walled at all, so all he has to do is bring a couple sofas and just put a waypoint right at the opponent's hometown center, and he's going to be able to kill some villagers and create some idle time. The only walls I'm seeing are around the sacred sites.
And there is the yellow mass starting to group together with the purple one. Haven't seen this in a good bit a while, and maybe this is going to be the point where they decide to do enough damage to kind of get enough to end this game, or maybe they dive the English town centers and throw.
Yeah, I mean, it's this is exactly what it looks like Mima and KJJ are doing. They're going to dive right in there. KJJ still doesn't have his veteran archer upgrade, but I personally don't think he gives a shit. And he's going to be running in. He's going to be those veteran longbowmen trying to get protected by those gates out from those sofas and those Keshiks. This is a monstrous mass from both the purple player and the yellow player, and it doesn't have any signs of slowing down.
Not at all. Villagers are just running around, headed for the hills. Fortunately, some gates in... Oh, not that wall. Fortunately, some gates in the other wall, though, that allowed the longbows to escape, continue to keep kiting. Villagers will still be able to stay alive for the time being. Delhi probably getting a little bit closer to having the compound of the defender on point and able to start producing villagers. What is it? Village Fortress technology finished up here soon, I would assume.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is completed. I don't see it in the queue. It usually takes, depending on how many scholars you have, once you get to Castle Age, it'll take about 5-6 minutes after hitting Castle. So you will have the ability to produce villagers hopefully soon, and probably out of that keep as well. All of the keeps that he's making, he will have the ability to do that. I think for the Delhi, getting those keeps up is going to be the only way you're going to be defensive at this point. That's the only way you're going to save your villagers. And then you're going to get to a point where you have so many keeps and you have village fortresses that even if you lose a decent amount of villagers, you still have technically 5 town centers and can get them back up pretty quickly.
Is this keep going to get up, though?
I think it is.
Oh, KJJ realized a little bit too late. Keep does end up going up. 6 villagers jump inside. The archer ball still circling on around, and I'm sure the next set of sofas are about to go for another raid.
And I'll tell you what, when you, that's one way to stop an English farm build. You know, you're seeing they have a farm transition. They got a lot of farms around. You know, if you just drop a keep right in front of their fucking base, they're not going to be able to get any of those farms at all. They're going to have to find somewhere to make new ones at a time where, oh my God, there's just these villagers, these English villagers. I'm almost out of words. Just, they're running around trying to get any kind of resources at all. More English villagers are going down on the east side. King's Palace is producing villagers, but I don't know how long are actually going to be living. On the flip side, Raresh, his teammate, on the north side, getting continuously raided by sofas over and over again. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, this is just one of those that I would hate to be an English villager. I'd hate to be a Delhi villager, but somehow, some way, they're still holding and they're still in this game. They've had double sacred site control for a while. Raresh is on to his 3rd keep now, so that's technically 4 town centers that he can produce out of if he wants to, and can really start booming up.
Yeah, it's kind of mind-boggling how you had the ability to do it all. You know, those Ghazi Raiders, at least, I'm pretty sure they're of Castle Age variety. I think they got their nice helmets on. So they will be able to do a good job of taking down a lot of these archers from KJJ. I don't know, Dabs. This could be the time. I'm not seeing a lot of yellow units. There's some that are getting kind of near Raresh's western side of the base. I'm thinking that they might have been able to stabilize. As soon as I say that, never mind.
I mean, the thing about Mali is they're always going to be producing. They have so much food income from the cows. You haven't been able to touch any economy from the other side at all. So it's just wave after wave after wave. But Raresh has kept his Ghazi Raider mass alive pretty decently. He's starting to mass up a Spearman mass somewhat. And so, again, his hope here is that Miyamai and KJJ just keep throwing away units on his keeps, on his mass, and he keeps building up, and all of a sudden, he's totally fine.
Yeah, because I mean, look at Raresh's military count right now. We're seeing a lot of Ghazi Raiders here. We have some Spearmen that are going to be able to help themselves. The fact that he has 40 military units right now, and the fact that he has 80 villagers right now, is mind-boggling to me.
Somehow, some way, I mean, this is where 2v2 maps are a little bit bigger than you think. I mean, there's all these different pockets. You can look at all the way in the south. Somehow Shineko moved out with 8 villagers, and he's like under the bore with like 8 farms down there. It's like, what, like, why? But it works. Like, I'm not going to question it. He's dropping another TC a little bit north of that on the stone. So he's going to be sitting here on 3 TCs. Raresh is going to be on 4 or 5.
Yeah, and he's just going to be keeping making villagers, even with Raresh, that keep that he has there protecting Shineko. That keep is already making villagers. I know a lot of them end up going down, but it did a good job of, you know, continuing to be a town center, continuing to produce villagers who will be able to get a little bit of that stone as well. Now, Shineko might want to try to get himself a little bit of a reboon, because Raresh, he's carrying this team on his back right now.
He has been. I mean, Shineko is on to 3 TCs. He has, I think, 5 sets of full farms now that I see villagers on. So that should be a shit ton of food coming in for English as well. Raresh is starting to turn this back around to the other side, diving in onto some trade. That's Mali trade as well.
Wow.
That is Mali trade as well.
Yeah. And I mean, the Mali, they do trade well, right? You have toll outposts. They're going to be able to give you a little bit of extra income. I don't know how much that route is going to be able to be there. Men at arms from the English, Shineko, making that front line. How much armor those things have? Because they do have their Iron Chat armor now. They have a decent amount of melee, decent amount of ranged armor. Man, they could sit there and take so many hits that he was able to take KJJ, his Keshik, and the like, and get them to back up. Again, a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, this is really one where it feels like Miyamai and KJJ should have just built some sort of game-ending unit. And by game-ending unit, siege, ram, something of the sort. Never did so, just kind of continually raided, continually started to lose unit after unit after unit. And now, Shineko and Raresh, they're the ones with the leg up. Now, I don't see many units on their side. I do see another purple mass headed across, but not sure how long it'll be there.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think the score is a little deceiving on the side of Miyamai and KJJ. I mean, like, yeah, they did a lot of villager kills. They probably improved their score and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of damage, I'm not really sure how much they kind of did. I mean, you're seeing KJJ adding, I'm pretty sure that's the Curl Tide. Going to be moving with those archers. Fantastic. It's going to be able to get a foundation, make those archers and those crossbowmen just a little bit better. And you need that Curl Tide bonus damage to really back up. But now, looks like it might be able to torch down, might be able to get a surround. but it will be able to come back, make sure those archers, those crossbowmen are going to have a little bit of bonus damage. Oh my god, just park it somewhere, dude. You're
I mean,
killing me.
KJJ's going to get his whole army cleaned up here at this point. He's going to constantly try to run away. If he tries to kite, he gets hit. I think trade also is a little bit deceiving as far as score goes. I think trade gives you quite a bit of score, and we all know how that trade is maybe not the greatest, right? Actually, much better than what it was, but even still, Rayresh and Shineko have somehow extended this game, even though they have been the ones getting pushed for quite some time. We see Miyamai still having units at Orange's base. I thought that Rayresh had stabilized, but still not.
Yeah, and the funny thing about it is more Shineko villagers end up going down from KJJ's Keshiks of the veteran variety. It looks like English. That's the only thing that they cannot get until they get to Imperial Age once they get enclosures. But the food they're going to be able to get at home, the wood they're able to get at home, that gold they got to go out for in Castle Age. So they was doing a good job raiding. But man, just because, look at how many English units you saw on that battlefield. Raresh is trying to lick his wounds over on the south side. But what's great about Raresh is because he has all of those keeps, his villagers are spread out all over the place.
I mean, and it just allows it to where you actually have to have like a decent mass to go try to push forward together. You can't send like a 2-night raid or else you die from keep fire. But KJJ has that huge mass pushing forward together. Shineko's diving into some mangonels, and the ranged mass took a huge shot within when it was grouped together, all clumped up, and another decent shot there from the next mangonel fire. But Men-at-Arms able to close the gap, get on top of that. Longbow shooting down onto the crossbows. That little pocket 8 farm eco does get cleared. Looks like there's some more Sofa on the backside raiding. It is just non-stop headache. Have KJJ and Miyamai finally gotten to the point where their eco's just way too strong to deal with? And yeah, they might not have needed siege earlier, but now they definitely don't, as they can just have more and more units and deny all the eco.
Yeah, and I mean, the rating's all well and good, like you said before, but again, I feel like we're watching two separate 1v1s happen at the same time, right? We're seeing purple fighting against pink, we're seeing yellow fight against orange. I feel like for Miyamai and KJJ, I feel like as long as they just group up together, I think they're going to end up winning if they just make that one big death ball push, but we're not seeing it.
Yeah, and, oh, there it is. I was about to say, and if one of them actually chose to make the rams or trebuchets, then now this actually forces down the base. Now landmarks start falling, production starts falling, keeps start falling, more importantly. And once those keeps start falling, that was the main stabilizer. The reason why Shineko was able to start stabilizing was because Rayresh had 3-4 keeps all throughout the map and helped him out so well.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be difficult for him to actually continue to do that. You can see with these keeps, you're exactly right with how much you need in order to do some kind of raid. I mean, Miyamai sent probably about 25 units in this particular area to get some kind of raid. These farm fields in the back, I don't see a keep. I'm seeing more outposts, if anything else. And taking a look at this, Dabston with these trebuchets, even though they are of the traction variety, they're not as strong as the counterweight variety. These trebuchets adding mangonels, adding springolds. This is the Mongolian death ball that we all fear.
It is indeed, and you can tell how many resources that KJJ and Miyamai are bringing in. I mean, their trade has been online for a significant amount of time. Their eco's been untouched other than a few Rayresh raids for quite some time now. And it's just siege, every single unit that they want. I wouldn't be surprised to see both players go into Imperial Age soon as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we took a look at HousedHorse did for how many traders are on the map for both of these guys.
Miyamai has them for the bank.
Yeah, I mean, he can hit it if he wants to, you know, and especially as, you know, as the Malians, you might be able to get some good units in Imperial Age. You might be able to have the expenses to get some Musafati gunners. Rarish doing the best he can, trying to get that defensive keep up, but that's a lot of villagers, Dabston. I'm seeing about 15 different villager corpses and one unfinished keep. The Malians, this is the thing about them that makes them so frustrating, is they can just continuously send units in the dozens to your base, and a dozen end up going down. Well, there's a dozen more where that came from.
Yep, the onslaught just never ends up stopping. You can see that yellow line just moving across the mid-map. There's so much production. There's so many reinforcements.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's just too much, right? There's a conga line going on about these sofas that are really powerful, and it's making a lot of idle time for some of those farms on the back end. You killed a lot of villagers doing that. He's actually adding Musafati warriors as well that might be able to do well against the men-at-arms of Shineko, but that's not who he's dealing with right now. Villagers have to vacate these farmlands. Look at all those beautiful farmlands around those mills. He's got to have 30-some, 40-some farms over here. All of them have to be vacated, and he's got to go back to a keep. Just means less units where Mali's like, hey man, I got cows, I don't give a shit.
Yeah. Council hall's been decimated, the barracks, the production that's next to that, TC starting to fall for Shineko, and we did hear KJJ. He's clicking up to Imp now. He's at max population. Well, 193, essentially max population. Will be max population here in just a second. So nothing to complain about if you are a Mongol fan here. Looks like Miyamai never decided to... Oh, actually, nope, I lied. Miyamai going up to Imperial Age as well and has enough for Imperial Age again in the bank, essentially.
Yeah, it's unbelievable for how much gold that he's able to pick up with essentially pretty much no gold villagers, if any. He's got a decent amount of traders. He's got all of the other, the pit mines and all that kind of stuff. Just want to really quickly say huge shout out to Lash for the raid. Lash, GG's in your Devils 2v2 qualifiers. And thank you very much for the raid. This is the 2v2 qualifiers official cast. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope to see you back next week. But what we're watching in front of us between Rarish and Shineko, Miyamai, and KJJ, this has been 35 minutes of chaos.
It really has been non-stop fighting. It does feel like just non-stop raiding, non-stop army clashes. Like, I feel like a lot of times in super high elo play, they they'll be too hesitant to take fights at times. They'll make sure to not take the fight until they're all inning it. This was one where it's like, nope, we're fighting. We're always fighting. And we're throwing away units, we're making trades, and this is going to be a fun one to watch, a fun one to cast.
It has been so far. I've been at the point where I've been speechless almost a couple times now at this point. But KJJ and Miyamai they do have the technological superiority, right? They are in Imperial Age. Pearltie going to be helping them out. Decent amount of crossbowman mass. They have enough gold to not only buy their own different technologies that they need to get elite status. They could probably pay for their opponents pretty much at the same time. With all these traction trebuchets, although they're a Castle Age unit for the Mongolians, we are hitting that Imperial Age. So might we see some big old gunpowder?
Yeah, I'm not even sure if we'll get to that point now, as it does seem like the writing is on the wall, but I mean, it felt like the writing was on the wall. What was that, 25 minutes ago? And somehow Rayresh and Shineko made it out of that. So we've seen them come back from struggling times. Can they do it again?
Yeah, because I'll tell the Delhi Sultan, they are cockroaches, man. I mean, just the ability to have all those keeps and produce all those villagers. So let's take a look right now at the orange base. How many economic units does he have? How many villagers does he have, HousedHorse? He's at 100. So you're looking at, you're right. So you're looking at all of this shit that's going on in his base. All of those raids, all of those villagers end up going down. When you're on 4 or 5 town centers at the making of those keeps, who gives a shit? You're just going to keep making more.
I want to know if KJJ has improved bounty, because if he has all the bounty upgrades, he can just sit on English farms with these mangonels. Oh, I think we're about to see it. Oh, he doesn't. No. He is regular, he just doesn't have improved. But even still, he can sit on these farms with these mangonels, and I mean, he can go 5 times over Imperial Age just from killing English's base.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I mean, it looks like Shineko keeps trying to back up to make more farms, right? He's backing up just a little bit, that death ball inching closer and closer. You see those archers, those crossbowmen going to be able to take out Shineko's villagers, but I'm telling you what, Dabs, if he backs up, he's going to be in the next map over. It's not looking good for him.
Yeah, he maybe he can somehow, build up some more walls, have this corner saved on up, but you are 100% right. He's running out of real estate.
Yeah, no, I mean, especially because Rarish, he had to go back to that corner a while ago. right? So there's not really much real estate left. We got a Dumbo, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that hypes me up. I don't care if he wins or loses. We got a War Elephant coming up here against those Musafati gunners. I'll tell you what, those Malian gunners might end up being poachers sooner or later. That War Elephant doesn't live very long for this world, depending on if there's enough gunners in that area. But KJJ now finally starting to migrate north a little bit. He's going to have some crossbowmen. He's going to have a little bit of archers in that mass as well. Mangonels might make quick work of the spearmen if they're careful enough. But if they're going to end up getting popped, and somehow Rarish is going to be able to make that Mongolian quote-unquote death ball just turn into a little snowflake with that siege getting destroyed.
Yeah. We're just seeing a huge spear mass from Rarish. It's just mainly spear after spear after spear. We do have that Dumbo. Can't ever forget about that. Always going to talk about that. Fun unit to see. Treb's still popping up bounty after throwing some rocks, but looks like Rarish is pushing KJJ back, but while doing this, there's always an opportunity cost. He's giving up his base for this. Miyamai has Rams on his one of the keeps. That's his main one, protecting his TC, and more units have been falling from his production buildings.
Yeah, and that's what kind of happens in a team game situation, Dabs. You kind of nailed it, where Rarish had to save his teammate, right? So he had to go south. Well, it's like, okay, I know where your army is, so now I know where your army isn't, which is at your own base, and that's exactly what me and Mike tried to do, Dumbo alike or otherwise. Now, this is a very frustrating thing for the Mongolian players, right? You have these towers. Now they have Pax Mongolia, so it means that those towers are a little bit stronger. They're at 1,050 total health. You could strap bombards onto every single one of them because of the free stone that you're getting. So it makes it difficult to any kind of front, you know, of movement or any kind of aggression that you make. You put some towers around it, and that's your front line now.
Yeah, and you're just going to continue to creep up further and further with that front line, denies more of that real estate we were talking about that's already a struggle for the other side. And, I mean, you can see it with Shineko's score. I feel like he hasn't been in this game for, like, the past 15 minutes. He has been struggling. Rarish has been propping this up. He's been doing everything he can to try to get his teammate back into this, to try to do something to turn this game into their favor.
Yeah, and it's been honestly from a Delhi player who's had one sacred site for the majority of the game, 2 sacred sites for a little bit of it. His ability to keep his team in the game has been nothing short of fantastic. And it looks like this forward Malian base, actually, with a couple siege workshops and a keep over there, might actually end up going down, depending on if the Mali can get enough troops. But there's a huge military mass from the Mali all the way over on the east side, right where those farm villages. Well, I said military
mass. No, you said military mass. It's a military mass.
It might be. It might be. If that keep goes up, it can be. Because we're pulling provinces from the Delhi Sultanate, from the English, trying to get this keep up. I don't think, just based on, oh my God, it is going to go up. It's up.
Rebuild? Jump inside?
It's yeah, this thing.
Think about how much idle time this just caused. So all of those villagers had to pull. All of those villagers were burning down. And meanwhile, KJJ, he's dropping more farms. He's getting closer and closer to this little back-in proxy base that Shineko has. And Rarish, his big ball of an army that he had to clear up this base from Miyamai is about to come to a close.
Yeah, and that keep's not going to go down. The villagers are going to be able to repair it. You can see on the western side of the keep, they have the ability to repair it. But I'm quite curious for HousedHorse, if you wouldn't mind humoring me, just taking a look at the stockpiles of all 4 of these guys. Because when you're getting to about 42 minutes left of the game, or 42 minutes into the game, it doesn't become floating anymore. It becomes a stockpiling. And it looks like Miyamai and KJJ, in terms of their ability to keep making units and to keep producing units, they can do this forever.
Yeah, it's going to be quite easy for them. This isn't even showing their queues, how much resource they have already tied up, since they're most likely both sitting at max population, or at least should be. They should be dropping more and more production, like we said, more outposts. So there are so many more resources also tied up already out on the map as well. And this is finally getting to the point where, dare I say it, that Miyamai and KJJ might have game number 1.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult for Shineko. I mean, he's sitting on about 2,000 score. He's sitting on a population of probably closer to 50 than 100. It's going to be difficult for him to try to reboom and repair himself back up. Now a lot of Rarish's actual military units and mass that he has is going to be able to hit the deck and not going to be able to be replaceable. Those Musafati gunners are doing a really good job taking down the spearmen of the Delhi Sultanate. They were able to take down a lot of the elephants, a lot of these horseman units even, you know, the Ghazi Raiders of elite variety. And it looks like Raris does not want to fight anymore. Shinoki probably wanted to tap out 20 minutes ago, but that is game number 1 going to the Mongolians and the Malians. And guys, that was just game 1. There's at least one game guaranteed, a second game, maybe even a third game coming at you. But just wanted to say a really big shout out to Lash. Thank you so much for the raid. He's participating in the Devils 2v2 club. I would imagine he is going to be in the main event next week. You can find all of the main event games on this channel Saturday at noon Eastern time, Sunday at noon Eastern time. Thank you guys very much for the follows and the support for this tournament. And also really, really big shout out to, I want to shout out a specific one, Korax Ravenclaw. If you are still here, you were my follower number 2000. So I appreciate that very much. Yeah. So I appreciate that very much, my friend, and everybody else who decides to follow. However, pleasantries aside, we're going to be on game number 2 coming at you. Miyamai and KJJ with a 1-0 series lead. This could be match point for them. Although is Raresh and Marco Tambi maybe going to be able to get that game 2 and make a pivotal game 3? Let's see what happens. I'm excited. Are you excited?
Only time will end up telling, and I am so excited that I believe y'all might be getting another caster instead of me here in a second, as I had an emergency pop on up. I need to go over to my mom's house.
Oh, shit.
And I believe that it's not her, it's her dog, but still not fun by any means to hear. But Crackedy will be replacing me. So, you know, you get an upgrade over here. Appreciate y'all all for having me, and I will be back on next week. But for now, Tim and Crackedy, and y'all enjoy it.
Is he coming now? Is Crackedy coming now?
He's already here.
Oh, son of a bitch. That scared the shit out of me. What's up, dude? Welcome. Crackedy.
Right.
Oh my god. Let's get a camera in here. Let's see that beautiful bearded mug. Get him on the screen.
Yeah.
We're gonna get Crackedy in here in just a second. So, but Dabston, thank you so much for casting for as long as you have. We've been running for about 5 hours now on these 2v2 qualifiers. So I hope all of you guys stay tuned for game number 2 and a potential for game number 3. Crackedy, I know you played your games today and we happened to see them. How do you feel after that first? This is a post-game interview for you.
I mean, I'm not sure what rank our opponents were. I think it was a little bit unevenly matched. We did a lot of practice. Like Baltune and I we're really good together. Like I think our team coordination is at a very high level at the moment. Like we did some practice games against Beastie and Course. Well, those went really well. We practiced against Lash and Avely, against Kaio and Miyamaika, and overall, I think we're in an insanely good form right now. So. I'm really, really happy with where we are right now when it comes to our performance. A couple of teams that I'm really afraid of still, though, probably has to be like Team Puppy Paw and Wham.
Yeah.
Those are like the main. That's the main team that I'm looking out for.
Well, you know, it's tough with Wham and Puppy Paw because like they share half the same genetic code. You know, they're going to be in sync with each other. You and Baltune aren't necessarily, I know you guys are good friends, not necessarily on that level. Right? So as far as choreography, as far as synchronicity between two of you guys, I think Wham and Puppy Paw, you're absolutely right. Like for me, they feel like favorites. Right? Now we have Crackedy on the screen. Fantastic. Okay, so to catch you up to speed, we're up. We have 2 teams, Knockfans and Nightwolves, a 1-0 lead for Knockfans, which was the KJJ and Miami team. They're playing against MCK Raresh and Marco Tammy coming in to game 2. HousedHorse, I'm ready. Let's hit that button. Let's get it going.
All right, let's jump into the series then. There we go. Game number 2 between MCK Raresh, Marco Tammy. They're team Knockfans, right? No, wait.
No.
Nightwolves? Yeah, they're
yeah.
Nightwolves. Yeah. I'm just based on the score, I can tell. Yeah.
You're doing great. Keep it up.
KJJ, like, Raresh I know from 1v1s. KJJ as well a little bit. I know that KJJ is, correct me if I'm wrong, but KJJ is like sort of famous, very well known.
To me,
and Marco doesn't tell me a lot.
For me, I'm not really sure because I don't know a lot. I mean, you might have seen them in a 1v1 situation because you're at the top of the top and I'm not. So you might be able to see these players in 1v1 situation, but even in team game metas, because you and Baltune have been playing team games, obviously in practice for this tournament and playing this tournament, I am not in tune with the team game meta at all. So a lot of these players, unless they do play 1v1, they're pretty new to me.
I'm looking at the composition right now that they're going for, and I'm a little bit confused by Team Nightwolf going for Delhi and Byzantines here.
I want to hear your reasoning as to why, because it feels like for Byzantines, they do have this kind of feudal presence now, do they not?
They do. Like the spearman and mercenary push is really, really nice. The main thing that I find problematic here is that in team games, a lot of it also comes down to tempo. Like, tempo is a very big part of team games overall. So you really want to have a player that has access to something like knights. Now, Dali somewhat has like pseudo knights with the Ghazi Raiders. They're not that great, but they're not bad. They're not bad. But overall, you just want to have a player that has like a really, really fast kind of unit to be able to harass and keep your opponent on their side, because if you're the one that's like harassing and raiding the opponent, they're gonna have a hard time coming over to your side, and that just gives you a lot of mobility, a lot of abilities to stall out a game in like crucial moments and stuff like that. We're actually gonna move out to the deer here very early on from Myanmar. That's interesting. He still has a lot of sheep under his TC. Moving out this early kind of signifies to me that he knows, okay, my opponents, they don't have any knights, so I'm free to just take the deer right now. Because if their opponents had like a knight civ, like a French player, for example, a move like this could very easily cost you 1 or 2 villagers, just because those knights are just so quick when it comes to taking down your villagers.
Yeah, and it feels like in a team game situation, because you talked about the Ghazi Raiders for Delhi, and we saw this in the first game with Raresh playing Delhi. The mobility of them is so important. You know, just because it's 2v2, the maps are a little bit bigger, right? You gotta clear, you gotta be able to raid not only the person across from you, you might even be able to raid with Ghazi Raiders the opponent's diagonal from you. So it gives you a lot of avenues of different play, which is gonna end up idling your villagers. Those villagers from the Mali, I should say, over on the eastern side for the deer, that's something that Miyamai does. You know, he did that the first game, and I wasn't really sure why either. But it looks like this is a good kind of interlude in between this cow boom.
Miyamai, he's locking himself. Like he's still very much in Dark Age. He's not aging up yet, so I'm kind of confused as to why. It's this move out to the deer before H2 right now that is kind of just like delaying him crucially, because normally by like minute 415 at the latest, you want to be aged up as the Malians. Here, we got the age up only just now coming in close to minute 4. Aging up with 4 villagers, so it's still going to take a while. That's still going to be like minute 5-10-ish until Miyamai will reach feudal age. And in that time, Marco Tammy actually has a very nice window now, and it is the Dome of the Faith that he went up with. So that kind of tells me that it's 100% just going to be that mass Ghazi Raider play from him.
Now, when you are going Dome of the Faith in Crackedy, and you're going for that kind of mass Ghazi build, especially in feudal, is the goal for the Dome of the Faith just having scholars behind it? Is that why people are picking it?
Dome of the Faith just overall is really nice for having those additional scholars. So the scholars, at one point in time in these team games, like it's unlikely that you'll be able to completely finish off your opponent in feudal age in many situations. So having the ability to just have a lot of scholars out at the same time once you reach castle age just speeds up your technologies very, very quickly. And that helps you like actually getting castle age grade units out on the field quickly.
Yeah, I can see that because, I mean, for the Dome of the Faith, if you guys don't remember or might not see it too often, scholars are a little bit cheaper, but they're produced a little bit slower than the average.
They changed it, actually. They're produced just as quickly now.
Are you kidding me? This thing is broken. Why are we not building this? The Dome of the Faith is insane. No, but the it does help getting a lot of scholars out just because they're cheaper, and you're absolutely right. Getting those technologies, especially from the blacksmith too. You know, you've probably had deli games where maybe you have 1 or 2 scholars, and then each one of those technologies take 3 minutes, and you're checking your watch. You're like, holy shit, I'm just waiting for any of my technologies to come in at all. So the Dome of the Faith obviously going to help you with that.
Yeah, on team games as well. Like if you got the micro for it, once you age up, having a lot of additional scholars just helps you like getting this many more relics, just because we have a lot more relics in these team game maps.
Yeah, that's a really good point too. More scholars, the better. And it looks like Marco Tambi trying to get a little raid on KJJ's gold mine, only with 1 Ghazi Raider. But it looks like that knight from KJJ came out just in time in order to take it. And honestly, for the French and Mali composition for a team game in a 2v2 situation, I kind of like it because French wants to be aggressive, right? French
nice
wants
brace.
to keep those other players in their base, while Mali can just get their boom on.
Yeah, the Malian boom is definitely something to watch out for, just because it's always ticking. Like, even once the boom has happened, it is very, very hard to stop it. Like, with other civilizations, you can... Oh, nice little harass there on the gold mine. Oh, this could be very deadly. KJJ hasn't reacted to it yet. He might lose 3 villagers to that. And 3 villagers at this point in time? Oh, it looks like he's only going to lose 1. And at the same time, raid on the berries from Makatambi. And he's going to lose even more villagers there. Okay. That could have been absolutely devastating for KJ, but actually it turns out to be okay for him.
Yeah, it just kind of shows, like, for the Ghazi Raiders, he spent 2 or 3 Raiders doing that, but each particular one doesn't pack too hard of a punch, not like the Royal Knights do, right? So you send 1 or 2 Royal Knights, you're able to take 2 or 3 villagers. The Ghazi Raiders need a little bit of time, and you could argue KJJ's reaction time wasn't there to start with. Those Ghazi Raiders got in between the mining camp and the villager, but still was only able to take down 1 villager. Now KJJ with these Knights got a little bit of a map control, getting a little antsy, gonna be going over to that deer pack, but Rars knows about it already.
Yeah, the deer haven't been denied yet, neither from Myanmar nor from KJJ, so these 2 players right now, they've gotten a lot of additional food that, in theory, if there was a Knights found right now, they should not have gotten at all. And while the Ghazi Raiders are a lot faster than the Knights, in actual straight-up fights, they are not nearly as strong. And even when it comes to, like, raiding, you mentioned earlier, they just don't quite pack that punch. And, like, when you have a French civilization that 2-shots villagers, needing, like, 5 attacks from a Ghazi Raiders, from Ghazi Raider, that also, on top of that, has much slower attack speed as well. Like, Ghazi Raider attacks once every 2 seconds, and Knight attacks once every 1.5 seconds. It's actually a major difference when it comes to, like, killing villagers quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the DPS discrepancy is absolutely insane. You're absolutely right. And plus with, you know, just like you said, the ability to 2-tap. You get that first charge, and then the +3 on your second attack, so you're able to take those villagers down. That's why people complain about French Royal Knights probably since this game's inception. Being able to lose villagers in the blink of an eye is something that people don't necessarily like. KJJ wants to make sure he doesn't see another Ghazi Raider raid, so building a second outpost in this area, and this is the only way I feel like that's going to save him. He needs to make sure his food is secure. He needs to make sure his gold is secure, because he's going to need a lot more Knights to stop a Delhi Byzantine feudal push.
Oh, there we go. This could actually be a very good raid now from T9 Wolves. The Limit Naya there as well. And the villagers, they're trying to move out. Very weak now. Limit Knight, I have to start attacking as well. Villagers moving out. Micro not quite there.
The Limit Tonight just did a little how you doing, keep it moving, you know, out there instead of trying to take down those villagers. But a lot of the villagers ended up going down.
2 villagers went down, but it potentially could have been 5, so it doesn't feel quite as good as it could have been. Outpost will get taken down, though.
Yeah, and this is just a little bit of a smothering effect, right?
Yeah,
With these
in the
Gazi
end,
Raiders
right
and
now,
limited name.
they're keeping the Knights in the base from KJJ right now, which is very good. Which means that KJJ is not out on the map raiding anybody else. Instead, the pressure right now is all on Miyamai and KJJ. Something else, I wanted to talk about it earlier actually, but then my train of thought got interrupted, is that with the Malian boom, as soon as it's built, it is very hard to deny. Like, villagers can go idle, cattle don't go idle. As long as they're in the influence of the, like in the ranches, inside the influence of the landmark, they're always going to be producing food. And the age up is coming in right now as well. So very soon we'll be having a lot of units. Not a lot of production buildings yet, though. I think we definitely need some mass Musufati warriors here very soon. I don't think Sofa's really cut it just because of the limit night. But right now, just mass Musufati warriors would absolutely destroy everything, and instead we're seeing archer ranges. Okay.
Yeah, it is a choice. I mean, I understand because
You're seeing a choice. Yeah.
I mean, you're seeing a lot of limit today for Raresh. I'm just trying to get in the head of Miyamai in terms of what he wants to do. He's probably seeing a lot of limit today from Raresh. He notices that, you know, they're probably not going to stop. So getting archery ranges, getting archers, because you know your French teammate isn't going to.
I mean, right now, sacred sites are also being captured. That's going to be 2 sacred sites immediately. Can we quickly take a look at Tammy's base and see just how many scholars he has out right now? So no scholars inside of his buildings at all. And only 3 scholars overall. It feels like he hasn't been... I guess he didn't have any sacred sites so far, which, for one, is already a little bit late. Like, you want to start getting sacred sites by, like, minute 7.5. But because he didn't get any bonus gold, he wasn't able to, like, produce more of these scholars then. Doing some damage on the pit mines, though, which is nice. Reinforcements have to be very careful, though. It's like the main job right now from KJ, just making sure reinforcements are getting sniped.
Yeah, and those Kirosifans, just because those Malian houses aren't as, you know, high in HP, so they will get burned down in the blink of an eye, and you can see how damaging those Kirosifans are. There's 3 of them out there. That pit mine is not long for this world. Mining camp houses. He might be trying to get towards the production of Miyamai. So, yeah, KJJ is using knights trying to get rid of some of those reinforcements, but there's a death ball in front that I don't think either of these guys can stop right now.
Yeah, and Miyamai, he's making archers, but there's already javelin throwers out on the map, so this is like the one unit that can get countered right now, just completely. We got the cattle here. If the cattle actually stand in the fire, he can go down pretty quickly.
Anyone like their steak well done? With those Kirosifans coming out, the cattle did take a little bit of damage, but those ranches are continuing to get burned mercilessly. That's the third ranch that's going to end up going down. The Kirosifans have no signs of stopping. You could also, if you are Raresh and Marco Tambi, take some of those cattle and just snipe them down real quick. It just means that they can't build cattle ranches in those same places.
There's a lot of that cattle out right now, and right now, I mean, Miyamai, he's not getting as much food as he would really like. Like, a lot of these cattle right now, I think I only count like 8, 9, 10, 11 cattle, but most of them are outside of the ranges, so they barely give as much food as they could. Then again, the army mass is slowly starting to look weaker and weaker here from Raresh and Tambi. The TC fire, slowly but surely, is making itself noticeable.
Yeah, I'm kind of watching KJJ's Knights try to kite around, or trying to find these Gazi Raiders, right? Just because of the mobility, and you see a couple of them going down, but then they're able to get out of harm's way. It's really nice to be able to get any kind of raiding potential. It looks like Raresh is trying to even get some raids with Limit Tene. That Kirosifan left unattended, but the villagers got to be super careful. Good job by the Knights on the back end. This has happened to me countless amount of times, Crackedy. You're trying to take down a Kirosifan, you send some villagers there, they walk right into the Greek fire and die.
Yeah, I have to be really mindful of that. The eco right now from Miyamai, just in shambles, in absolute shambles right now. Javelin throwers probably are gonna go down. That's still a lot of knights, and it's not nearly enough Gazi Raiders right now to deal with those, so probably will have to retreat. But at the same time, like this entire time throughout, Tambi has been getting like almost 400 gold every single minute, while Miyamai's economy has been very unstable. I also think I see a lot of farms right now, or rather olive groves around Rarish space, around this landmark. So should be having a really, really nice food economy right now.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of those groves, and he's actually starting to connect some of his cisterns, his tertiary cistern, I should say. Number 3 is going to be coming up, while Tambi on the other side, obviously, he was not bothered throughout the making of that Malian destruction. So he's going to be able to go up with his Castle Age landmark, and we saw this from Raresh last game. You get compounded defender, you get some village fortresses, all of a sudden you have 100 villagers. Now what's your opponent going to do?
This is the moment now to just go for that really big all-in. You collect all the relics, and we can already see on the map, Tambi has prelates scholars all over the map, just ready to pick up relics. Immediately, first relic gets picked up, and now he can just go for the mass Lancer play.
Yeah, that's what that's what it's looking like. It looked like that knight was trying to decap that sacred site, but he found something just a little bit spicier. And it looks like the scholar, that looks like relic number 2. There's going to be a Wolo over there on the east side. That scholar might. Oh, if it survived that hit, it would have took that knight.
If he did it immediately, then definitely would have worked. And still, this pressure just doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop right now.
Yeah, this has been relentless from Raresh, and this is one of the great things that the Byzantines now have in their arsenal, right? I know you're a Byzantine player, much like myself, but I don't do it as well as you do. So when you have the ability in Feudal Age to go winery, get that second pile of mercenaries, no matter what you choose to make, and you can combine them with Limited A, which are so easy to macro for because they're mostly food and not that much wood at all. They're 10 wood apiece. So being able to macro that has been paying off in dividends for Raresh. He could sit in Feudal Age for a little bit longer.
So a lot of Ghazi Rays just doing damage here, and KJ, she's just losing a lot of villagers right now. Frontline though, it looks like Miyamai is starting to mess up his units finally. Archers not getting focused down. Raresh needs to be very mindful here of his javelin throws. Like if he loses them, it's very hard to get them back up in numbers. That's because you're always going to be reliant on the oil. Some great picks though still on the knights. Archers slowly but surely are going to go down. And with the shield wall, these units, like these it just takes a long time for them to go down. Another wall load just for distractions.
I'll tell you, you know what's been crazy about this Byzantine aggression and how much force they're doing is he basically just 2v1'd right now. He didn't take down both armies completely, but I would say, based on how much he had, it was rather cost effective.
Oh man. Night raid's continuing. Meanwhile, KJJ, he's kind of still stuck in Feudal Age right now.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that a lot with the French Crackedy because their units, I mean, they make knights that are 140 food, 100 gold. So like, you kind of sit there, you know. Now with the Malian trader,
I think they got a desperate now. They're starting. Yeah, they kind of desperate now. They're just starting to mass trade.
And I see KJJ on the north side walling a decent amount. They probably feel like trade is one of the only resources that they can actually get scot-free, but now pink and green, Raresh and Marco Tambi are combining forces here. A lot of cavalry from Marco Tambi. If they can get on those archers, get on those javelin throwers for the Malians, it could be ball game.
I don't like that they're trying to push this right now. I feel like Raresh's economy is so nicely set up right now that if they just wait for like 30 seconds, 1 minute, Raresh would be able to go up to Castle Age. And once that's the case, like, what is his business? Why is he getting 1,600 gold per minute? What is Raresh? You're Feudal Age. You're not making anything that costs gold. Why are you on 1,600 gold per minute?
Yeah, and he's on with this 1,600, I mean, yeah, you can buy whatever you want, but I'd rather you just get the resources that you need to actually make some of these units. Knight's trying to get anywhere to try to flank around, get some of these javelin throwers. Now the Delhi Knights from Marco Tambi are going to be able to help and get a little bit of that brace. I don't think there's enough archers here for the amount of javelin throwers, but the Limited 8, they're kind of getting cleaned up.
Yeah, it's not a lot of them remaining. More coming in though, but right now the javelin throwers, they're not focusing on the archers, and they really need to, at this point in time, just fall back a little bit, go up to Castle Age, because really that is like the one thing that Byzantines needs right now. Get Castle Age, get Varangians out, and just keep up with this mass. Or you don't even need Varangians, but what you really need is like the +2 Pierce armor, because that's just gonna help make it even more tanky.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, with them having shield wall and they get a 30% reduction now after being nerfed a couple times, being at 30% reduction with that +2, it means the world, and especially because those Malians, they're gonna be having those poisoned arrows on those archers, so it's gonna be tough to really cut through.
Finally, we're seeing some Musafati warriors coming out. This is like, I feel like if Miyamai just had made Musafati warriors the entire time, not even bothered making the archer range, he could have just had this one unit that would have been able to beat pretty much everything that they were able to throw at them. Looks like Rarish finally is gonna opt for that castle age. There it is, Gold One Tower, finally.
There we go. Now for the second time of the broadcast, we're getting horny, ladies and gentlemen, on the third sister. And it looks like, you know, for him, what's really nice, and for the Byzantines in general, is you can still make units. You saw he has 1,700 olive oil right now. He could still make some units and make sure he doesn't get completely run over while doing this transition.
Looks like KJJ was also raiding a little bit. Can we actually just quickly somewhat hover over the village accounts of the individual players? So KJJ right now, he's at 61 villagers. Miyamai still 61, but he has the cattle as well. So that's roughly more like 80. KJJ at 62. And, oh, Tambi, it looks like he had suffered a couple of raids. He's at 55 right now. Definitely will probably want to go into a little bit of a TC boom himself, or rather a keep boom. At this point in time, more raids coming in though. Oh, that hurts. That hurts quite a bit.
Yeah, that's really bad. I mean, the Delhi, they have to get a lot of those pocket resources, right? It's very difficult for them to do things like farm transition when they're trying to get keeps and they're trying to get stone and they're trying to get food to make sure they can produce villagers out of all their keeps. So it's really, really difficult. Might have been a little bit of an overextension from Miyamai, though. It looks like some of these archers are going to get cleaned up. Raresh, his teammate, is going to be able to help him out. But for the first time, probably about 21 and a half minutes in, at least, Miyamai is able to breathe a little bit back home.
Yeah, I think right now, KJJ and Miyamai, they're stabilizing. They're actually stabilizing. They're getting the trade up. And French trade, it's... Now, usually you would want to be like, oh, I need TCs, I need more villagers. But French trade is really good because you can switch between the resource that you really need. And usually, I mean, it's French right now in team games. French in team games, they make one unit and one unit only. That's nice. They're very gold heavy. So trade is like the ideal way for them to scale the economy. And it's very quick, very easy. Relatively hard to punish because it's all the way in the back of the base, right?
Yeah, and it creates a little bit of a stalemate situation, right? Because they're able to get some gold. It's very difficult to get all the way back there in order to really deal with it. And it looks like Marco Tambi trying to be able to take down some of these traders, trying to get to that back wood line. But as soon as he stops, there's going to be all of those knights going to be rounding up the back end. It looks like KJJ will have the ability to get up to Castle Age, and Castle Age he will attempt to do so while his teammate is ending up fighting Miyamai with Donzos. He still has those poisonous archers in the back, but just because those javelin throwers are now a veteran status, those Limitane are a javelin status, this looked pretty good for Rarish here.
Yeah, veterancy javelin throwers just do so much more bonus damage to those archers. It's actually kind of insane. Like earlier, it was like 6-7 javelin throwers in order to one-shot an archer. Now it's pretty much like 4 javelin throwers to one-shot an archer.
And I mean, based on how many javelin throwers you get per mercantile bunch, you get 4. So you will be able to one-tap archers. You just got to make sure you keep them alive.
Yeah, we're getting some Camel Riders out as well. Camel Riders, an excellent unit actually against the Musafati warriors. Don't take bonus damage, attack really, really quickly, have a very large health pool. And, I mean, if you... Not immediately, but if you go all the way to Imperial Age, they actually come with a lot of melee armor as well.
Yeah, they do have the potential to do that. I know not necessarily in this game, but they do have the Triumph ability if he ended up getting Hippodrome, so that's a nice little tidbit for the Byzantines as well. Miyamai, again, has to back up, has to get to KJJ's Knights to make sure he's a little bit safe. I'm telling you, if I'm Raresh, I think I still kind of push here, because KJJ just went up to Castle. You know those Knights are still feudal.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I feel like Tambi's only job right now is to just raid. Raid. He's not really doing it right now. I actually think, like, Raresh also doesn't need to completely push in. Oh, this doesn't feel good. Tanvi's army is completely surrounded. Just lost a lot of units there. And now Rarash is kind of like buying him time to be able to move out, but sacrificing his own entire army for it. Yeah, this doesn't feel that great. More reinforcements, though, could change the tide here. And if they're able to overwhelm, get once again onto Miyamai's economy, that would be real nice. But the reinforcements are just looking.
Oh, they're just standing around doing fuck all. Get in there.
That's like 30 units there. 30 units just like, yo, what are you guys doing over there? You having a fun time? We're back here. We're having fun and watching you having fun.
We're just watching, guys. You guys are doing great. Keep it up. A lot of these knights, now that they actually come in, a lot of those knights of the veteran status are going to end up going down. And honestly, those 1 or 2 camel riders you talked about, their ability to tank Musafati hits and all that kind of stuff, but also causing camel unease for those Royal Knights of KJJ. That's nothing to slouch at either. That's a 20% deficiency.
And those camel riders, like if we actually go to Imperial Age, they're so good. They're so good because not only do they provide camel unease, if he goes up with the engineering school or whatever, the not mass unit landmark from Byzantines.
Which one? Do you talk about Palatine School? Or the...
No, the other one. The engineering. Yeah, foreign engineering company. You actually, not that Tambi right now has any infantry, but you actually spread the camel support aura to your allies as well. That's +2 melee, +2 pierce armor. And you gotta imagine, like, +2 pierce armor on Lamidnai, with the way that it scales, with the shield wall ability, those guys don't take any range damage from crossbows or archers.
Yeah, and then we're going to see a bunch of posts on Reddit, right? So maybe, be careful what you wish for. The limit today, though, for how many there are, I think there's got to be about 40 here. You're going to be able to torch down everything. Those archery ranges don't have time for the French to get a keep around those areas. It looks like those archery ranges might be trying to get Arbaletrier, but they're not going to be as effective. Miyamai has to walk all the way around to the wall from the front side, which is going to prove to be difficult. Javelin throwers are going to be able to be a little bit of a DPS unit, maybe to help him out. But what's really nice for the yellow, the way he actually engaged, it means he's able to cut off reinforcements of green. Now it's just Rarash just stuck there between 2 different armies.
Now, Tim, I feel like every time somebody says, oh man, Byzantine's so overpowered, I gotta play this one card that I have up my sleeve.
Play it. Now's your time.
Actually, looking at the AoE4 world stats, Byzantine still has one of the worst win rates in the game. I think they need another buff, honestly.
Well, actually, I think there needs to be a correlation between the people that play it and the civilization, because I know that you need a PhD in order to play Byzantines effectively. I am still working on my doctorate degree, and I know a lot of you guys are when it comes to playing with the Byzantines. So let's not make too much of an issue about this. But I'll tell you what, Rarash, he's got not only a bachelor's, he's got a master's, he's got a PhD in playing these Byzantines right now.
Can we check his village account? Because after that last raid, I'm not sure if he's down to 72. Now we need comparison. Now we need comparison material. Miyamai, 80. So he just lost like 8-9 villagers. KJJ, 97. The trade is popping off actually right now. Can we select the market? Can we select the market in the quarter from KJJ? Like, how many traders is that? 28 and 3. 31 traders. 31 traders as well from Miyamai.
Because, I mean, if you're Rarash and Makro Tambi, like, you got to be thinking, and I do this too when I'm playing, you got to be thinking, how the hell did these guys have so many units? How are they making all
so many villagers?
Right.
I thought Miyamai was dead. What is going on?
And before you know it, you got 30 some odd donkeys over there carrying around goods all the way in that back end. First siege.
Now you know they're getting annoyed. That's when the siege comes out. It's like, man, I thought you're dead. I'm getting the siege in now. No more joking around.
How many times I've played this game, and as soon as I start making siege, I literally say, yeah, I'm fucking done with this. Let's just make some mangonels and let's make something happen. And that's exactly what they do. And that's the difference, especially in Castle Age, when you're playing Age of Empires 4, man, it's, if you have more siege, you end up winning fights.
I mean, right now they're already winning fights. Something that I really would love to see right now is just keeps from Tambi getting dropped on the sacred sides. They already have 2 sacred sides. Just go for sacred side victory. Get that timer going. Because the second the timer gets going, your opponent's under pressure. That's when they have to move out, and you can just feel happy that they have to do something. Like, you can just raid in the meantime. Like, you don't need to take any big fights anymore. You can just completely focus on raiding.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, that's why, honestly, that's why the sacred sites exist in this game, is because it's supposed to break stalemates. It's supposed to break those things from happening. And now that Marco Tambi, he does have some keeps around, might not necessarily be on the sacred sites, but he does have some keeps around that'll help bolster his economic count. I think he's using them more as town centers, resource protection devices, I guess, if you will. While Varesh is going to be able to continue to take the battle to KJJ and his French opponent. But you are right with these sacred sites, man, because it just feels like every time Varesh and Tambi, like they're taking good fights, but for some reason they just hit a wall after a while.
Speaking of taking good fights, that one is definitely one of those.
No.
And can we take a look at Nehemiah's base? Because he also added in a second TC now. Like, he's doing a really good job of just removing back into this game. I say that, I look at the cattle ranches, I'm like, okay, maybe not quite as good, but he's in there. He's in there. Don't you just believe it? He's definitely in there. He's making a lot of military units, and right now, Tambi's actually struggling when it comes to his own military population. I think, what is he at like right now? Like 40 military? 57. I'm not seeing it. And I don't even see him raiding that much. Oh, it's probably Scholar. Yeah, Scholars count to it as well. Okay, now man.
Yeah, I was gonna say it could be the Scholars, and I know the Siege. And 2 might be a little difference. Finally, that trade line gonna end up going down. Some donkeys from both yellow and
that's a lot of
purple.
ops though.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they are gonna get cleaned up eventually, but at least you're able to stop
It's
a little
damage.
bit of this.
I wish that instead of going for the traders, they would go for the markets. Stop the markets, you're gonna force your opponent to rebuild them, but in the meantime, the entire trade is gonna be stopped. So you're kind of getting more like two birds with one stone. And if you're then able to hold that area, it's getting even better. Like, the best thing probably they could do at this point in time was get a keep up in the corner-ish of the map. Just send like 30 villagers in, build a quick keep.
Yeah, because I mean, I'd make this mistake all the time too, because you want to kill traders because you're like, oh, they remind you of villagers, and you got to kill villagers every time you see them. So a lot of times people have that difference, that train of thought. They kind of just tunnel vision into the trader instead of the market. But you know, if the traders can't drop off anywhere, what are you gonna do? Now with the siege, we're seeing more mangonels. It's gonna make Nehemiah continue to back up here. It might be that keep is not long for this world.
Mangonels can also do a lot of damage to that keep. Wish those Gazi Raiders would also kind of work. There we go. He's hearing me.
I do think you're right in terms of what Marco Tambi is doing, because he pretty much has obviously he has the siege, but he just has a lot of cavalry, right? I would really like him to take advantage of that mobility.
Are these veterancy Gazi Raiders or still normal Gazi Raiders? Can we select? Okay, it is veterancy and release. They look pretty much identical to me, at least. The veterancy and the normal Gazi Raiders.
Yeah,
maybe the shield is a little bit different, but honestly, I can't tell the difference in looking at them right now.
Yeah, it is very difficult, especially with all of the other units and all of the other colors going on. We're finally seeing all 4 colors, all 4 players on your screen.
Oh, they're fighting without the siege.
This is
They gotta go back to the siege.
Oh man, you gotta have that siege with you, brother. So
yeah, you can't fight it into like this is just like 120 ranged units right there, just waiting for those mangonel shots to land. At the same time, now Springles are going to be coming in, though. Springles from Tambi. Oh, these are some beautiful mangonel shots, though. Finally, Springle is focusing onto the other Springles. We need more of these great mango shots, though, and there they come. A lot of units going down. But now with the Springles, it's probably not enough to really, win this fight. Man, Raresh, you could have just killed all these Springles with his javelin throws there. Javelin throws actually, pretty much one-shot Springles. And now we see, is that a red palace going up in the middle?
Oh my
It is.
God. He's going for it.
They're stalling at the game. Well, not stalling, but they're going to make sure that they're not going to die within the next couple of minutes here.
Oh my God, look at how many villagers got pulled for that red palace, and now he's sending it. He's pulling the boys. Crackedy,
Yeah,
that
he
looks
wants to get that
oh,
one up.
That's like.
But now this time they have the siege. They have the mass military. That is so many military units right now, and Tambi, the Gaza, I don't know, it just feels like he has no military at all.
Yeah, I think a lot of them ended up getting wiped out, you know? And especially
feels like there's no production as well.
I think so too, to be honest. We keep looking back at the military counts, and we keep seeing like 40 to 45, 50, but I'm in kind of the same boat as you, is where the fuck are they?
Can we take a look at his base? How many of those are squad? Okay, it's 23 scholars, 15 garrison, 8 inside of other buildings, like military production buildings. So that's like half of his military usually.
Yeah, well, I guess that makes sense.
If half of your military units are sitting in a building with a fucking book, it's probably not going to help you, right? Especially on the battlefield. So, Red Palace is going to be able to come up, and I really like where this Red Palace placement is, because you got a big stone, you got a big gold. I know you have trade, but just being able to disable your opponent from getting those resources is pretty impressive as well.
I can't believe that KJ and Miyamai are like getting back in this game. It looked kind of like over. At the same time, Rarish though is also now in the Imperial Age, and we do see all of those infantry units getting the glowy aura. Well, not for long though, because the camels get killed. Oh, there it is again.
There they are.
Yeah, and as long as they're glowing, right? Like they're taking very little damage. Like look at the javelin throwers, like getting tickled there. Okay, now the camels are gone. Okay, they're taking damage again.
But even still, I mean, without the camels, that's a group of 20 archers trying to hit every individual javelin.
They got poison arrows. They actually like. It's weird to say it like this, but like archers for Malians, that's their crossbows with the poison arrows.
Yeah, I mean,
like
it's
if you fight against armored units, you want to make archers as Mali.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because it's probably the only civ that's going to give you that option, you know, with the poison. And it looks like Marco Tambi tried to get rid of those elite Arbaletier from KJJ, but Miyamai doing a good job having those Donzos, making sure, even though those Ghazi Raiders are the elite status, those Spearmen, those Donzos, they are going to get hit hard.
I feel like right now they just need the Mass Midnight Javelin Thrower, and then just a couple of Camel Riders. And just be careful with the Camel Riders. Don't send them in all the way to the front line. Just have them there for the aura. You will see that your Midnight will barely take any damage from both Arbaletier as well as archers. And they're going to be super tanky. It's just probably the most tanky front line that you can have in the game.
Oh, yeah,
unless there's Transmission involved. Like,
yeah.
there we go. Look at them. Now they're glowing. They got the shield wall up. They survived so many volleys. It's actually insane.
Look at this. It's so unbelievable. Especially because, like, I get the archers. They're going to have a little bit of bonus damage to you, but the Arbaletier don't. You know? So they, even though they pack a little bit of a punch in terms of base damage, it's still going to take a lot. And Rarish back, you could see on the part of the minimap, especially on the western side of the minimap, you could see how many olive groves he has, right? This is when Limited A becomes Unlimited A.
Yeah. I had so many mercenaries right now as well. I feel like we're getting to that point in time where we could actually just start seeing some Grenadiers coming out. And once you get Grenadiers, like Grenadiers in team games, actually broken. Actually broken. Guildhall check, good idea. Let's do Guildhall check all the way up there in the corner.
Oh, he cashed it.
He cashed it out. Can we check his resource then? How much he has right now? How much does KJJ have in resources? He's got 2k, 500, 700. Actually, he's got a lot of stone.
He does have a lot of stone. I'm not sure if he actually used the guild hall on stone or if he used it on food to kind of change it, because that's, I mean, he probably cashed out the guild hall to make the Red Palace, so he might be still, you know, waiting to get resources or something like that.
I should have already, like, the Red Palace was like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, true. But it looks like for Rarish, I mean, he's doing a very good job of being consistently pop capped.
I feel like Rarish right now, Rarish should probably just solo push into KJJ space at this point in time. Just like go in there, go all the way into the crate and just sit there. Just sit there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, for these, you could burn down, it's just a little palisade wall, right? You take a palisade wall, you go to the corner, you burn down those markets. What are they going to do about it? They got to send their entire army all the way to the corner of the map. I love that idea, especially,
like, what
you know, because...
do?
Go ahead.
What you do is you just lean over to Tammy and you're like, yo, Tammy, I want you to just make some mangonels for a little bit and just hold out for the next 2 minutes. I'm gonna go over there. I have a great time. You hold on, okay, buddy?
That's when every team game player, when they're like, I'm gonna try something, you're like, oh, motherfucker. You're like, this game is gonna end. But I think that strategy would end up working out very well. Looks like the Malian player, Miramite, adding in some Musafati gunners. This is the second straight game we've seen a gunner boy over the Malian.
And we stop with the cavalry play. Tambi, please. Can we stop with the mass cavalry into both not archers, but like sponsors and Musafati warriors? Like, at this point, I'd rather him just make only siege.
I would. I think if I was his teammate, I'd rather him stockpile for a fucking wonder, because that would be more beneficial in terms of the cavalry that he's throwing in. He does have some trebuchets there. They don't have anywhere to go.
They're gonna get sniped. Yeah, they're gonna get sniped there. They don't have a way out. They're all like Spider-Man, no way home.
Yeah, and there's more cavalry there. And before I finish this sentence, they're gone.
Yeah, I mean, there's hand cannons. Okay, fine. Okay.
Yeah, get in there.
There we
That's
go.
what I'm talking about.
So
Right,
Raid's
getting in
going
there.
to the trade. There we go.
Yeah. And he's got a lot of those farm villagers too. They're going to end up going down. I think he's going to be focused in Crackedy, what we talked about before. I think he's going to be more focused on the traders and the market stuff.
Now the question is gonna be though, can Tambi hold? Looks like Rarish is kind of like doing two things at the same time. He's holding over Tambi's side as well as trying to raid. I don't like that. I wish he would only have to do one thing right now, because Tambi, I feel like he could absolutely just hold the solo. No problem. Just rely on the siege, you turtle up behind your stone wall, you just have the mangonel shoot over it 24/7. That way you buy Rarish the like opportunity to just spam units into the trade.
Yeah, I think it was gonna depend on the response, right? It was gonna depend on if Rarish sent a lot of limited A over there, and look how many units he sent. He sent knights over there, even he sent a bunch of Arbaletre over there. Oh my God, how many arrows that they are actually tanking right now with that shield has been unbelievable. But it's been a large response from KJJ. So now Marco Tambi can breathe a little bit. He can get his trebuchets out, maybe take down that red palace. If I'm Rarish, that worked so well the first time. Let's just do it again.
Yeah. This time we're also getting some archers in. This is probably not the best path to choose. Like, you're walking... The ground is... It's a nice little summer, like, you know... It's like that California summer where your sandals are starting to stick to the concrete.
Yeah, you're like, what the fuck am I stepping in? But all of a sudden that oil, it's not only on the ground, but it's on your face. And he's trying to siege down this keep. But the Malian reinforcements here, they finally have bombards. He's got a decent, pretty good gunner mass. And we talked about, you know, the limited A siege wall, or the shield wall, I should say. It's really good against arrows. Might be good against, you know, crossbow bolts, but it's really difficult when you're going up against the gun.
Yeah. Fun fact, the main footwear of the Byzantines were sandals, so, you know, that's why they got stuck there.
Huh. Do you think they'd fight in sandals?
Probably. I feel like sandals are very much undervalued, or rather underestimated when it comes to combat performance.
Yeah, because I think it was
like a lot of people when they get into a fight, they take off their shirt. I get on the sandals, man.
Somebody else takes off their shirt, you're like, nah, I'm keeping this fucking thing on. Where's my sandals at? Let's go.
Hold on, man. Let me get in my sandals, dude. Not in my J's. Not in my J's.
Oh my God. We're seeing another 4 colors going to be coming out. Another big battle. Mangonel's going down on the side of Marco Tambi. Those cavalry units are going to continue to go down limit to Nay, creating that tank as they're just so good at. And I think it's really important because this is something that, you know, I've tried to do in Imperial Age games. I think it's really important that Rarish has that range mass behind, because that's your actual DPS. So having the ability for him to push through Malian units, push through, make those Arbaletre back up, the sole reason is because of the fact he has a range mass behind us.
There's something beautiful happening right now. So we're 44 minutes into the game. Half an hour ago, Miramite and KJJ have started trading. Rarish and Tambi have just started trading as well.
Oh man, a little late to the game, but you know, better late than never.
Late than never.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, at least now they're getting to the point, and I think the reason why they were able to delay off trading so much is because they had the map control for the majority of the game, right? They were able to use all of those gold deposits. Oh, might be some good shots. Marco Tambi, got to bring them up, brother.
Trying to get some more keeps up now. And this is more like it. This is Tambi's job now. Just supply the siege. Mass Mango. And I don't want to see more Gazares. I just want to see, like, Deli Spearman. Just, wait, no. No, don't tell me he doesn't have biology. Can we select the Gazerator again? Okay, never mind, he does that. Okay, for a second. I didn't see the plus 40.
But it's kind of telling though that we're 45 minutes into this game and we're still waiting for chemistry. You know, with how many scholars he had. Now he's gonna bring the scholars to try to do some healing here and might be able to heal those limits in A. And if they do, it's gonna be really effective because, you know, they're gonna be able to use the shield wall, and then how much healing with herbal medicine. This might be a good push here.
I'm really careful nowadays when it comes to these university upgrades, just because yesterday I played a show match with Baltune against Kaio and Miyamaika, where after like 40 minutes of spamming out infantry as HRE, I noticed, oh wait, I don't have elite army tactics.
Oh, that's the worst, isn't it? It's just, it's like the technology.
Doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good.
I mean, and you know, for somebody, I mean, like myself who doesn't play Imperial that much, every time I hit Imperial, I'm like, okay, what does Imperial have? Let's sit and think about it. Let's build all the buildings, because I know if I don't, I'm going to end up forgetting. You know?
Mangoes.
Get a
Do
good
the mango
hit.
thing.
Nice. Good hit. Good hit. I was expecting, to be honest, I was expecting more units
More
to come
hits.
out. Those Arbalest
More
Trays,
damage.
You gotta get target them,
Focus
dude.
them. Focus them.
There we go.
Oh.
Good hit. Good hit.
No,
Let's see if we can get another one.
They're one shot, man. They're one shot.
There you go. That's a decent amount, maybe about 6 or 7. I am shocked that those mangonels stayed alive throughout the duration of that battle. That was insane.
It was the body blocking, like the scholars. The scholars are such a great meat shield. They just heal each other up. They have the bonus health, and they just surround. Actually, interesting thing. Scholars actually have a much larger hitbox than their body like makes it seem like. Like they actually have a pretty big hitbox.
That is actually interesting. Yeah. It just makes them all the more tankier if they want to be that kind of that front line for those mangonels. So there were 4 at the start of that battle. Now there's 3. So you were still able to do a good job of tanking a decent amount of them. There's a good amount of hand cannoneers from the Byzantine Empire as well. So any knights that come in, they're going to end up getting hit. And now we're finally seeing the cavalry from Marco Tambi be cavalry. And instead of being that front line, continue to be that raiding unit and trying to take down these traders. This is what, oh my God, Crackedy, we've been waiting for this.
There we go. This is what the Gazarators were supposed to do this entire time. Now, Walt's coming out from Nehemiah. He just wants to make it more and more difficult for Tambi to navigate that backline. Cannon placements, though, are going to be able to do significant damage to these mangonels.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how much damage they're able to do, and you think those outposts being a defensive structure, you wouldn't think a siege unit would be taken down by a structure. But here we are with the bombarding placements being able to do that. More traders going down on the north side as well. It looks like Musafati are trying to catch up. Not necessarily the unit you want against those Ghazi Raiders, but all in all, just because of their mobility, I think that's the choice that he made. I really like his idea too, because there's some bombard towers over there, a little bit of farms and stuff. He's just kind of going around, and I'm a fan of that.
Oh, huge! Okay, that was a big shot. That was an absolutely big shot there. Donzos focusing onto the mangonels, should probably be able to take him out now. But the damage has been done. Arbalestria numbers, they're not there anymore. The question is, where's the military right now? Where are the reinforcements? I feel like at this point in time, it's probably a good idea to make some more like production buildings a little bit more towards the middle of the map and just try to take the midfield right now.
Yeah, I guess that was going to be my question for you, actually. Like, when does it go off in your head that you're like, okay, I need forward production? I guess when you're seeing a massive conga line going from your home base to the opposing base, I guess that's when you start.
There are 2 things that you can do in these kind of situations. Either you delete villagers so you just have an army that doesn't die, or you just make the forward production.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter for either of these players which one you want to do. It's really interesting that the score differential is not much. I mean, the Deli always has a little bit less score.
Mali's score is weird.
They got a Culverin now going to be able to take down those Mangonels.
Needs 2 shots though, and there's a lot more Mangonels coming in. And these Culverins, they don't have a lot of armor. If that Culverin gets in range of the hand cannons, they're just going to one-shot it.
Yeah, and I think it's the Culverins, they do have such a long range. You know, you can see how far they're able to take out a lot of those Mangonels, and I think Marco Tambi is going to start going to the drawing board again. It looks like they're trying to get that little bit of back flank on those Culverins with those Gazi Raiders. Not going to happen. Another cleanup for Tambi and Raresh. They just haven't had that death punch yet.
Oh, man, Tim, I wish that we were in a world where we had Stonewalls on the sacred sites 10 minutes ago. Time to reach 0 right about now.
Yeah. I mean, we're 50 minutes into this game. We're seeing a lot of back and forth, and this is kind of the late game, quote-unquote, stalemate.
Tambi's a good player. Look at that unit composition. 80% siege. That's what you want to go for. That's a high elo gameplay right now.
Yeah. We heard you like Mangonels, so we're gonna put some Mangonels with your Mangonels, so you can have some Mangonels while you have more Mangonels. That's how it's gonna work. And as long as Raresh is gonna be able to protect them, I don't see them going down.
You know, usually Mangonels throw rocks. What if a Mangonel throws a Mangonel?
That's a big damage. That's some anti-building technology, for sure. Imagine a giant catapult coming through your fucking window.
Gotta be careful with that, because then your opponent immediately has a catapult to fire back.
Yeah, it's kind of like a message in the bottle kind of thing. They just send it to the other side.
Now you!
Yeah. But a lot of those Danzos, I mean, just from the Malian units, you know, a lot of those Danzos, they're using Sabusa's body gunners. They're still foot soldiers, you know? So even though those Danzos aren't necessarily ranged, they're not getting the bonus damage. You know, they're going to be able to do something. And do I saw HousedHorse clicked on it. Is that a Byzantine Hui Hui Pow? That it is.
It is.
Oh,
how much
my
range
God.
is that? Like 18? 18
Yeah.
tiles of range? Yeah, 18 tiles.
Oh, man, imagine just going all Hui Hui on a motherfucker, you know what I mean? Those trebuchets, just for how much range that they have.
And they have so much more damage as well. Like, normally, like, 2 villagers to out-heal a trebuchet, like firing on a keep. With the Hugo Power, you need 3. Yeah. And that's massive. You actually need the same amount of top space to heal as the unit that's attacking it. Wow. And you love trebuchets.
Oh my God. It's just, honestly, it's for style points more than anything. I really appreciate it. Mangonel's taking down a cannon, because that makes sense, right? And then with all of the Mangonels that are here, again, he has some limits in A around. I think there might be one Culverin around the back side if I'm looking.
It must be somewhere. Yeah, it is there on the right-hand side. 2 Culverins even.
Because that's the only thing that's really going to help you against a siege match like this. You need the best anti-siege. You're never going to be able to get there with horsemen, right? So you got to do something. More Mangonel shots on that Arbaletier mass. And this is why Mangonels are so powerful in this Imperial post-Imperial play, because usually you're in a stalemate where you can continuously pop cap. If you kill a lot of units at once, say 20 with a Mangonel shot, you might be able to get your opponent under pop cap, and it gives you that little bit of time to actually push. Another big shot. Those Arbaletier are getting absolutely wiped.
Oh, yeah. Culverins doing some damage, but it's just so slow. It's just so slow. There's still so many Mangonels remaining. And judging by how much damage they do, you would think that it's an anti-ranged army unit. It's destroying the entire front line as well.
Yeah, it's an anti-army unit, pretty much. Ranged, melee, doesn't matter. As long as you have enough of them, if you have enough rocks, you can stone anything.
Yeah. As long as you're in range, it doesn't matter what unit you are, you're going down to the Mangonel.
Yeah. And that's the play. You know, that's kind of what you have to do. That's the only way to quickly and efficiently kill a lot of units out of your opponent.
You know, that's the only thing that really has an AoE outside of Land Snake in this game, but that's not the contract that we went for, that Rars went for. So for AoE, this is what you have. Oh, Grenadiers, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Why didn't you? Oh my god. Why aren't you making those? I forgot they even existed. That's how much we haven't seen them.
Grenadiers are actually so great at taking buildings down as well. Like if you get like 20 Grenadiers out, you can take them keeps, no problem, very easily.
Yeah, because they're considered siege, right? They're not considered range damage.
Yeah, and they do a lot of bonus damage. It's not just the siege damage, it's also the amount of bonus damage that they do to buildings. I think they could do like 40 bonus damage to buildings with every single shot.
Yeah,
It's a lot, but there we go. Mass Springles now coming out from KJJ. He's gonna be able to get some of these mangonels back.
But it's gonna be difficult to protect them though. Like the only thing he has with those Springles is Arbaletria, and I mean, yeah, they can body block, but that's pretty much it. And with shield level,
Yeah, goodbye,
they're just gonna run right in. They don't give a shit.
Yeah, they're going down like the Arbaletria right now. They're not really doing a lot. I read they're not taking a lot of damage, but once the Mangonel arrives there, they will take a lot of damage then.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening now. Some of the cavalry is going to make reinforcements for Marco Tambi, get a little bit of that bonus damage. One Spring will happen to get out alive, but these Arbaletria are going to get cleaned up on the north side. I'm seeing green. I'm seeing pink. I'm not seeing much of yellow and purple on your screen right now.
And that Tambi finally is going to be able to deny the trade. Markets are getting taken down now. And that was like the main economy from KJJ behind it as well. Take a look at the top market from KJJ. There's a couple of traders there.
Look at that. That's a line of donkeys. They're not getting any gold. They're not getting fuck all. And with the French ability to get a little bit extra gold for the traders, like I think it's like every 6 seconds or something like that. That really helps when you're actually able to, you know, use the traders along with that gold. It really helps you out. Just with them standing there, it's not going to do anything.
Exactly. Once again, front line. It's time to move on to the back line here from KJJ, and with that, another cleanup on the Mangonels, on the siege from KJJ. As he finally moved into the Mangonels himself, I think the Mangonels aren't going to be alive for too much longer, as now the Gazi Raiders are going to be coming in.
Yeah, and I think there's just too much. There's just too much of them right now. They're going to be able to encircle. There's no front line that's going to be able to help them out. They're going to be able to get through the Gambesons of the Arbaletria just because of the bonus damage that they have. And now we're about 40 minutes later, 45 minutes later, and here we are back at the Grand Fulani Corral.
Where it all started.
I'm sure, Crackedy, I'm sure you're thinking about all of the decisions that led you to come in and be a guest caster, and I appreciate you very much for making all the wrong ones and being here for 57 minutes.
Yep.
Oh my god. But now, I mean, there's got to be only a few minutes left, I would imagine. If they're able to continue to push the initiative, continue to make some of these Mangonels, is going to be able to push the Donzos, push the Malians all the way back to the trade line. And that's pretty much all it is, right? With the trade line, with getting rid of a lot of these buildings, a lot of these passive income buildings, we're finally in range of taking down things like pit mines. We're finally in range of taking things down like the cattle ranches. And this is the heart of the Malian Empire. You know, this is something that's so difficult to do, and we're watching how difficult it is to do. We're 58 minutes into this game. It took them another 45 minutes to get to another piece of cattle. Now that they're finally there, they're going to be able to take them down, and I don't think Miyamai is going to be able to recover from this spot.
Oh, more Mangonel shots. These Safari bot gunners, they're really expensive, and you can't really afford them without trade. Looks like trade is somewhat going on again in the back line. You've got a lot of traders just being clumped up next to each other right now.
Oh my god. It's like, for the Europeans, it's like football. Don't bunch. Just get in there. But when they do drop off, it'll be great. Hui Pao decimated an entire French province in the front. I'd like to say that Hui Pao is the MVP. Takes down lumber camps just by fucking looking at them.
I just wish that behind us, we had the sacred side ticking again.
Yeah, I know. Every time you say that, I die a little inside, to be honest, because I forget about it, and then 5 or 6 minutes later, you're like, hey, what about these sacred sites? And I'm like, yeah, shit, this game should probably be over, shouldn't it?
I mean, it's... Oh man, I'm just thinking of an analogy right now, but every single analogy that comes to mind, I'm not sure if I can say it.
You can. It's my channel. It's not EGC. You can curse. You can say what you want.
It feels like if you're at a construction area and somebody was supposed to hammer a nail into like a slab of concrete or something. At the end of the day, the nail is in there, but you don't want to see the piece of concrete after that, because right now, like, it took a lot of hits at various places, but I think they're finally bringing it home.
Yeah, I mean, to further your analogy, I mean, you have the nail going through the concrete, but there's just been so many cracks in the concrete while making this happen, to the point where if that piece of concrete was my soul, it would also be shattered as we're eclipsing the 1 hour mark.
That's a lot of arballetry, yeah.
Yeah,
Tavisa being deployed. We're getting the shields out. But these are the range sort of shields. It doesn't really protect you from the Gaza Raiders. At this point in time, like, it's so difficult to take control back over the trade, and the trade is like the lifeline that Miyamai and KJ we're hanging on to for what feels like the last 45 minutes.
And you know, you got to think about a game like this as now these traders are going down, there's no markets anymore. You got to be thinking about, you know, losing this game. Really, it's tough for your morale, man. You know, like, it's an hour-long game, and you know, too, just because you play 1v1s in a rather professional level. Losing a game like this, how do you get a short-term memory to pick yourself up and get back up and get another game going?
And it looks like GG has been called. Miyamai throws in the towel. KJJ soon to follow him with that. GG gets called, and now we're 1-1 in the set.
We are 1-1 in the set. Guys, we started this series about, I want to say 2 hours ago, something like that. And it's our first 3-game series of the day. A lot of the ones that we had before were 2-0s. We had a lot of players that were some of the top going up against people that might not necessarily be of the same echelon. But now we're going to have a third game, and these players are rather neck and neck. Like, both of these teams, there's a lot of good talent out of both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say I'm mildly surprised by how long the game went, considering where it all started. I just feel like the game should have been over, like, literally minute 30.
Yeah, I agree.
At most. Like, even minute 20, like, once they were under the TC from BMI, I think the game should have just ended right there. But I felt like they just threw all the units, like, into the meat grinder time and time again. At one point, actually started looking really, really close. But I think in the end, like, the early lead that they had gotten kind of paid off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know when it came to that game too, how many units were killed in the making of that game, and hopefully this one might have a little bit less in terms of the death totals. In game number 3, Marco Tambi, the color teal, playing as the English, going to be going up with Rarish playing as the Absa Dynasty in the color pink, playing against Miyamai as Order of the Dragon in the color yellow, and KJJ as the Malians in the color green. So we're seeing a little bit of Malians again, but now it's our first Order of the Dragon.
Yeah, first Order of the Dragon game. That's interesting. We don't see a lot of Order of the Dragon. Actually, Baltune and I, we tried to get Order of the Dragon into our practice games. They got banned every single time, which was kind of weird. So maybe there's something to it that we don't know yet. But actually, speaking of Baltune, because the last game went a little bit longer than I expected, it dragged out for quite a bit. I'm actually gonna queue him in right now, so he's gonna be taking over for me as I'm gonna get a bit of shut-eye before the next workday.
What the fuck is going on here? Where's my break? What are we doing here?
You know, again, but I'm signing out. See you guys next time, man. Enjoy the series.
Thank you, Crackedy, so much. Thank you. All right.
I'm glad to be here.
Baltune, my friend, how are you? You are the partner of Crackedy in this 2v2 Devil's Cup series. First of all, how you doing? Second of all, how's your voice? Because mine shot to shit.
I've been watching and I've been observing. It's been a great series, and I'm very, very tired, but I think that'll fit in quite well.
Yeah, you're gonna be You're amongst friends. You're amongst friends right now. So I was gonna ask Crackedy this question, but he decided to dip and disappear. So I'm gonna ask you this question. And rather, you could talk about in a team game situation, or you can talk about in a 1v1 situation. What's your opinion in a vacuum about Order of the Dragon? What do you think about them?
I kind of like them. I think I like them more for T games. Like, they fill the role of English kind of decently. Like, you can kind of go farms relatively early, and you have really good archers that can also do damage to like heavy knights, right? Since they have one more attack than normal archers. So yeah, I actually like them quite a bit. And then you have the like going castle, getting relics, right? It's such a massive power spike also.
And I think the DPS capability of those archers that you talked about, it's so insane, right? Their ability for how quick they actually, not only the +1, which obviously when you're talking about something like Feudal Age is a giant deal, right? Because, that's the reason why longbowmen are so important. They have 6 damage instead of 5 damage. But the DPS capability that they have and how quickly they shoot arrows, they can take down a lot of heavy units in Feudal Age. So I still think they pack a power. Now we're seeing Order of the Dragon with the Aachen Chapel here right by the woodline, right by the goals. What do you think about it? And what do you think about the Aachen Chapel now that it's been buffed?
Yeah, it's a really, really good spot, I must say, actually. I think it might even hit the berry slightly if he gets to the middle of the edge here. So that is really, really good. And getting both woodlines pretty much also. Like, I can see this being really, really good. If he gets, if they're gonna make units here, I'm not sure. I presume so.
Right below the starting town center for Miyamai, he did drop a barracks. So he might be adding a couple other things. Now, on the flip side, I mean, his opponents, we're seeing some Abbasid, we're seeing some English. I know the English can get aggressive in the Feudal Age, obviously, with longbowmen and stuff. Do you think there's some kind of synergistic capability with the Abbasid dynasty? Maybe the Abbasid wants to boom a little bit, they go military wing, they get a couple units, and then all of a sudden, before they get that Castle Age power spike that we know the Abbasid can do.
Yeah, I'm looking at it and I don't see any stone mind, and I'm seeing military wing, so I'm curious what he's actually planning to do here.
And I think we're looking at this match kind of in a vacuum. Let's not lose the forest in the trees here, where we just came off of an hour-long game. Right? So it could be, the Abbasid might want to boom, go for your second TC normally. But now, for Europeans, I'm sure for you, it's past midnight, right? For me, it's 6:30 Eastern, so I'm still okay. But these guys might be like, yeah, fuck this. I just kind of want to get some aggression.
Think what the time is for the Taiwanese guys right now.
Oh my god, it's got to be. It might be next week.
It's 6 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, we're gonna have to see. I mean, for the Malian player, obviously KJJ is going to be like what Malian players like to do. All right, so they're going to be able to try to boom up a little bit. They're going to be able to get their pit mines, the corral, like we talked about in the last game. And I think those walls, Baltune, they were at such a good time because it made sure that woodline got preserved a little bit, and it's making Raresh start ram ranch in 5.5 minutes into this ball game.
That is a move and a half, I must say. And at the same time, we see OOTD and Abbasid going for a second TC. So just turning up to be like a very, very boom-heavy game, I feel like.
Yeah,
it's only the English really being aggressive.
When you play Order of the Dragon, as in a 2v2 situation, are you a second town center kind of guy, or do you like to stick on one?
I think you should stick on one, to be honest, and have your win condition rather just be to age up to castle and get the relics, right?
Yeah, and that's what I think too. That economic power is going to come from those relics, right? That battering ram ends up not getting completed by those military wing units. And you said it was a move and a half. I would happen to agree with you. Now that hindsight is 20/20, but looking at what we're seeing on the screen as a pile of kindling, obviously that's a really good, accurate representation of what's going on. KJJ does have a couple javelin throwers, right? So he's going to be able to deter some of the longbowmen. And I think this aggression, like we talked about, even though the Abbasid's booming a little bit, aggression from English pretty much quelled.
Yeah, it'll be really hard for him to do anything actually against especially against the javelins, but also the gilded men-at-arms, which are coming out slowly.
Those things, I mean, HousedHorse just looked at them for just a second for how much health they have. They have 230 health. They're tanks. They're utter tanks. And just having one or two of them, especially against the longbowman mass, you can take so many different arrow fires. Now Raresh going to be going for that second town center right next to the gold mine. And I know for Abbasid, usually you have town centers in different places. You maybe put a stone mine or like buy a stone outcropping so you get a third town center. I think he's just sticking with 2 here.
I want to bring your attention to the right corner of the map.
Son of a
There are
bitch.
2 markets. Yep.
God damn it. What are we doing here? We're trading 7.5 minutes in the game. It's the Malians where we're trying to. Nah, I'm getting pissed off now. We're trying to get cattle ranches and booming and maybe a Castle Age power spike. We're making donkeys. Oh my god, this game's gonna be an hour.
Yeah, I'm curious how this turns out because that market is pretty far out, and it looks like they're going to be trading to that market, the neutral market. So
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting how they choose to defend it, right? Because Order of the Dragon, they're going on 2 town centers. They're trying to boom up. They're trying to sit in their base while Mali's getting traded at the same time. What I've seen a lot of players is see a men-at-arms raid by Miyamai is going to be pretty good. For how slow that unit is, it really does pack a punch. So it will be able to, cause a decent amount of idle time. But, for both of these civs, Order of the Dragon and the Malians, they're trying to boom a little bit at the same time. It could prove to be a weakness for them.
that is a great spot by Marco between the wood lines here. He's denying so much.
Yeah, that's probably, I think that's the best place he can really put those longbowmen. And because you're one of the professional players, you play just about every civilization. If you get those longbowmen in the right spot, it's so good. But if you get them in the wrong spot, it's so bad.
Yeah. And we see also the traders, he's not actually able to go through all the way with them. So that is really difficult for him. And now it's an investment that isn't actually going to be paying off at all. Because he can't actually go anywhere with them. Unless he wants to go to the bottom, perhaps.
Well, I think for this Order of the Dragon player, how much military do they actually have? Because, I mean, I saw 1 or 2 men-at-arms, and that's all well and good. But I don't think they're going to be able to stop a push with all these longbowmen and a couple rams coming at you.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And you were talking about the 1 or 2 men-at-arms. It is 2 men-at-arms indeed. But he is producing a few more now. But I'm not sure how they can actually deal with the longbows. Because there's not nearly enough javelins to deal with them.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing just about 5 to 7. It looks like 7 of those javelin throwers. Not even getting a 1-hit on them, but just because of how many longbowmen there are, network of castles or otherwise, they're able to 2-hit a lot of those. And those javelin throwers actually end up backing up. Those Malian donkeys better rethink their strategy, my friend. They better get back on the other side. And it looks like Raresh does have the ability to go to Castle Age if he wants to, and he does with the economic wing. What do you think?
That's a good choice. Although I actually could see Culture Wing being amazing here, because there's so many berries that he could possibly take, especially now when they have map control.
Now, for the people, because for the Abbasid Dynasty, we usually don't see Culture Wing that much as we're seeing this aggression kind of ramp up. So, with Culture Wing, when you do get into Castle, I know it's a little bit cheaper. But what does it actually do to the berries?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure it does very much to the barracks actually, but.
Oh no, the bear. I'm sorry. Just hover over HousedHorse. Hover over the Culture Wing for me, please. Perfect. So you get the technologies, the Preservation of Knowledge Medical Centers.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it'll be able to, for his town centers and his keeps, it will be able to do a little bit of healing, but otherwise that's pretty much it. But while he's going to Castle Age, and for the Abbasid, it's 1:45 seconds, whether you like it or not, he kind of stalled a little bit in his aggression. He's choosing more of the economic path than the militaristic path.
Yeah.
And it looks like a lot of these longbowmen are going to be kiting backward. Some of these men-at-arms, just because they are a little bit slow, they will continue. Some of them will be able to go down. And it looks like maybe just one of them, but still, that's 240 resources you would rather have alive and moving around. It looks like the men-at-arms for Miyamai just trying to create a thorn in the side for Tambi and Raresh. These are 2 different civilizations that actually struggle mightily well for men-at-arms in Order of the Dragon, you can argue that they have some of the best feudal age men-at-arms just because of how much that they have in terms of health and armor and all that. But now with Rarik's hitting Castle Age, what kind of units would you expect out of them?
I would just expect Ghulams, really. There's a very small chance that KJJ will go with Safadi before he actually goes Castle, I feel like. So Ghulams will just be able to completely destroy everything, I think.
And even, I mean, worst case scenario, right? If he does go with Musafadi, it's not like Tambi doesn't have longbows.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So he will be able to kite them out, but just because they need to wait for some of those technologies, they need to wait to get a massive units like Ghulams. It means these javelin throwers, these men-at-arms are gonna be able to get in there for just a little bit. You see those Abbasid berry patches are now completely idle. Javelin throwers are gonna be able to back them up. And it looks like Abbasid's going to have to find a different place for food.
Currently, I'm most worried about Tambi, because if you look at everyone else, they have some sort of like boom going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Tambi is just on 1 TC, and he's got only 8 farms, and I'm not sure. I feel like they will have to do something with his army, or else they will have issues and will fall behind.
Yeah, you're exactly right, because I think of it more of like some kind of economic advantage. Right?
Yeah.
You're not just sitting on that one town center or whatever, because the Malians, they're going to have trade, they got their pit mines, all that kind of stuff. Abbasid's got a town center, Order of the Dragon has a town center, and now I feel like this is the time for Order of the Dragon too, as you're seeing all of those men-at-arms just go on the longbowmen. Most of them, they don't give a shit about those Ghulams, they're just running in the opposite direction, but you know, for Order of the Dragon, now with 2 town centers, they're on a decent amount of villagers, so they can start producing these units at a quantity that might not necessarily be something that Tambi and Rarish can handle.
Yeah. I think this game will turn out somewhat similar to the previous games that we've seen, where Rarish is doing a lot of lifting, I feel like. But he did it before, so I'm curious to see if he can do it again.
Yeah, and I've seen, I mean, with a lot of these teams and the successful teams that I've seen throughout these series of the past 2 days of castling is one tries to get aggressive, and it looks like that's what Tambi was doing with his longbowmen and, you know, Rarish did with the military wing, but back, you still have one civilization that's booming out of their skull.
Yeah, definitely.
Having that juxtaposition is obviously going to be very helpful for you, but now the Ghulams, we got enough mass of them now. I'm seeing about 9 or 10 on the field on this particular area of the screen. Those gilded villagers have to walk in the opposite direction. A lot of these Malian traders might end up going down. Now they're outnumbering the gilded men-at-arms, but I'm expecting some crossbowmen to come out for Order of the Dragon, and they are so deadly to those heavy units.
Yeah, definitely. But this is like the best timing possible for them to attack, almost. They're getting inside the trade and getting inside the farm eco. And like KJJ is just now aging up, right? So if they were like 1 or 2 minutes later, he would have Soph and he could deal with it. But now they're actually getting a lot of value. And I think this is actually what they needed to have a chance in this game.
And you know how much when you're playing and we're seeing these battles go on right now. A lot of men-at-arms, Order of the Dragon variety are going to end up going down. There's only 1 or 2 crossbowmen here. How much are you thinking about that while you're playing, especially in a 2v2 situation? You see one go castle and you're like, yeah, we gotta go now.
Yeah. That is very important. Like when someone goes castle like that, you have to make a choice. Like either you go for it or you try to age up yourself, right? Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, and I guess the age-old question is, how do you know? You know, how do you know what to do? And it seems like Rarish and Tambi did make the right choice with all of those Ghulams. And now Tambi, just because he's able to breathe a little bit, right? So now he can go up to Castle Age himself and get a King's Palace. And this is that little bit of economic advantage that we're talking about, that we needed from him.
Yep, for sure. And from this point, like, English will have pretty good scaling, I would say. And at the same time, KGD's like scaling, which would be the trade after the cow boom, it is kind of getting denied by the, like, he's still trading to the neutral market, which is getting contested by the Ghulams, and it's very tough for him, actually.
Oh yeah,
I'm surprised they're not putting a market in the top, actually.
Yeah, because that would be the safest option, right? Yeah. I mean, that neutral trading post, it's not, I mean, it is necessarily on the side, but it's not a corner. It's not a corner market. And now we're seeing KJJ now is the Malians. Now that he finally went up and got that corral, he instantly made some stables, instantly made some sofa, imported that armor from God knows where, and you saw the ranged armor that it had. It was 3+3. Those longbowmen don't have a shot in hell at dealing with this group. And even javelin throwers around there at the backside, just in case those sofas weren't able to take anything down. But when you're the English now and you're seeing, you know, there's a lot of sofas, there's a lot of javelin throwers, what can you transition into as English? Because they're mostly seen as an archer civ. I mean, you can add some men-at-arms, but I'm not really sure how effective they're going to be for it.
Yeah, I think you want to go into crossbows quite heavily, but then also just men-at-arms later.
Yeah, I think so too. Because, I mean, with the crossbows, they're going to be able to deal with, obviously, the sofas, right? They're going to be able to at least pack a little bit of a punch if KJJ adds some javelin throwers to add them in. And then for Order of the Dragon, I really haven't seen anything except men-at-arms. So absolutely, you know, and it's not that difficult to re-macro, right? Because you have a lot of your food. You're going to be taking most of your food to make your units from your farms. And then you're just going to allocate a little bit more to gold, and that's pretty much it. But it looks like a lot of these Gulams, they're going to be adding spears with them. Now we're going to see those sofas go down pretty well. But look at the crossbowman mask. Look at that archer mask from the Order of the Dragon. They're cleaning up just a little bit. I mean, obviously, not hitting those Gulams, those crossbowmen, they still only do 16 damage. They're not too dissimilar from a normal crossbowman.
I do want to point out also, they finally did actually add a market on the top, but KJJ does not actually have any traders going there yet.
Yeah, I'm hoping he does that eventually. And now Tambi, you hit the nail on the head in terms of unit composition. He is starting to go back into crossbowmen that might be able to help him out. And I love this game of back and forth that we see in AoE 4 all the time, even in a team game situation. You know, you're not that hard fixed on a particular unit. You can re-macro, you can pick different units, you can use pretty much your entire Civ kit, your entire Civ arsenal to figure out what to do. And we see in long games like this, there's shifts time and time again.
Yeah. I want to bring your attention to Raresh's income. He has incredible food income, so he's going to be able to have a huge amount of units coming out the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this is the fear of playing against Abbasid, right? You have that economic wing in Castle Age, so you're going to be able to make your farms work a little bit better and all that kind of stuff. So 2,400 income per minute. Yeah, these Gulams are going down. Some of these Spearmen are going down. And I think Raresh is at the point now, he's at such an economic advantage where he's like, yeah, I don't really give a shit because I'm just going to make more. And he's even making more production. He's got to have at least 10 barracks around. And he's going to be able to pump out of all of them.
Yep.
But, I mean, he's trying to get these barracks up. And then all of a sudden, we see these sofas. We see these gilded crossbowmen. All of these Abbasid villagers end up going down. It looks like those starting barracks that were over here on the backside are the only things that are going to be able to make units. I like the crossbowmen that are going to be helping out for the English player, and Tambi just trying to get his feet out from under him. Just trying to get his units, you know, his economic advantage underway. But Malians, instead of javelin throwers, they're switching to archers because they're seeing more crossbowmen. I think it's going to be difficult for KJJ unless he gets some poison on those arrows. Those Gulams might run a train on him.
Yeah, I actually like this a lot from the perspective of the English and the Abbasid. Like, once someone goes like archers against, or Molly goes archers against you, I feel really good because you can just make men-at-arms and crossbows and they will counter everything pretty much.
Which is it's pretty interesting because, like, for the Malians, those poisoned arrows are basically what their crossbows are, right? Because they don't have any. Or they use Musafati as an anti-melee kind of unit, but they don't have an anti-melee ranged unit in the sense of the poison, but you actually like going up against them.
Yeah, definitely. They just, against English men-at-arms, they do only 1 damage, and then they, like, the poison, I don't think it actually does. I think it's quite underwhelming, honestly. Unless it's against, like, a Joan or something like that, I don't think it actually, yeah, I don't think it actually matters as much as people think.
Yeah, and it could be just because of, I remember how the Malians were when the Malians actually came out, and poison arrows were busted because they stacked 25 times. right? Now I feel like with these poison arrows, it's a little bit difficult, but ranged mass coming through from Miyamai. He's finally starting to get that. Sofa's continuing to raid with the imported armor. Keep trying to go up from KJJ. They're trying to get not necessarily a face keep. I think this is more of a throat keep because it's not directly in the base. It's right behind those walls. It's going to be difficult, but I think if they're able to take down these archers, it might go up, but he ends up canceling it.
Yeah. And that mango is really, really clutch in the situation, I think. Because there's basically only ranged units pushing them.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all, I mean, we know this in Age of Empires 4. Once you get to this mid-castle area, if you don't have siege, you're asking to lose ball games, you know? Yeah. And now with Rars having the ability to actually get that mangonel, it does go down in a blink of an eye, while Miramai on the other side, as Order of the Dragon, he goes Imperial. I'm not sure what landmark he went, just because of how many villagers he has. I'm not sure if he actually chose to go Swabia, or if he's making Elsbach somewhere in a rather defensive area. But regardless, that's an Imperial Age Order of the Dragon with a post-game economy. Now, with Imperial Age, I mean, I know they're an expensive unit. He did end up going Swabia, but I know they're an expensive unit. But for Order of the Dragon, how do you feel about hand cannoneers making an appearance?
Possibly, but I feel like they can get sniped out by the longbows a bit too easily. I honestly just like, if you just get archers and you get incendiary arrow, like they will be insane against almost everything. I saw a game, I think yesterday, with Beastie against Wham, and Beastie, he was completely out of gold, but he just made the archers and he was able to push back, like Abbasid that had a really good army comp.
Yeah, and you know, it's one of those very few civilizations that, you know, as the game goes later, the archers don't fall off in power, you know, just because of their DPS potential and all of that kind of stuff. But now, with the English, they're going to be fighting under, finally, they get to fight under a network. There was an outpost a little bit up north, but now they're going to be able to fight under their King's Palace. It looks like Rarish is going to be trying to get a keep, but the units from KJJ are going to be trying to snipe them out. Looks like a lot of these sofas, whether they're crossbowmen, whether they're longbowmen, they can still tank a decent amount. This push from Miramai and KJJ has been rather impressive.
Yeah. But I will say, Rarish has done an incredible job. He's completely keeping KJJ's scaling at the bay by camping on his trade in the top. Since he still isn't trading to his teammates' market in the top corner, like, yeah, he is just losing trader after trader, and he's still just on 1 TC as compared to the English's 2 TC, essentially.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those games. This is one of those times where they're gonna watch the replay, and they're gonna be like, "Motherfucker," you know, like he told me there was a market up there, and I still didn't rally there. You know, it's just one of those things you just facepalm about. But hopefully, as we get later on in this game, I don't think this game has any signs of slowing down. I expect Imperial Aid from all of these guys. Hopefully he's able to change it up just a little bit, because I don't know how many traders went down, but it could be the reason why KJJ is an Imperial himself.
Yeah, definitely.
And we're seeing Order of the Dragon around that stone mine, hopefully trying to get some keeps as well. Really nice forward keep from KJJ, is able to go up, but I know that there's a trebuchet back there trying to take hits on that keep. Green sofas on the eastern side trying to find a special place to go. It looks like they're trying to find these raidable areas, and you know from playing against the English time and time again, being able to raid an English player, whether Castle Age, whether Imperial Age, just because of that town center, just because of that network, it's always a challenge.
Yeah. But I think he definitely has to try to get in there and just raid a bit, because the fight is completely stalled out because of that keep and all the siege. There's no way for them to actually fight, so they have to just find other ways to attack. And we see both on the top and him coming in from through the bottom with the sofa. That's really, really good by them.
Yeah, and I think that somebody, like if you're a low elo player and you're trying to learn how to be aggressive, how to attack people, attacking from 2 angles at once is always going to be your place to go, because you're making your opponent be in 2 places at once, which is rather impossible, especially with an English army that's more on the immobile side. Those villagers are done running. They've mustered up the courage to grab their short bows, but all of them will be going down in the process. And now finally, HousedHorse is looking at it. That top trade, that top market, finally is starting to come online, and maybe KJJ might be able to use a little bit more than that passive income. Maybe might be able to see a trade boom happening. Ranged mass from Miyamai in the Imperial Age. He's gotten veteran Gilded Archers, which are still of the Castle Age variety, and no upgrades at all, Baltune. It's gotta hurt.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that front line, those men-at-arms end up getting cleaned up by them, and hopefully that ranged mass, for the sake of Ryrish and Tambi, might be going up. Tambi's going to be the first one to Imperial, however. Those Sofas completely bypassed those villagers that are building the Berkshire, and I think that could have been game-saving. I will say.
Yeah, that is incredibly scary. Reminds me of playing with Jiggly sometimes.
Got him. Yeah, actually, speaking of, as we're watching these Sofas raid, I heard you guys had a rather good water game, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wish not to speak about that game for a couple of weeks, I think.
Okay, no, that's fine. We'll move on. Berkshire coming up for Marco Tambi. He will be going up into Imperial. Those Sofas just not enough. And Simon was poking fun at my metaphors. I'm going to hit you with another one. Those Sofas with imported armor, they're like furniture that your grandma has, that little plastic covering over the top so they don't get hurt. Excellent. Excellent. And they're going to be able to take down a couple of those villagers. But Berkshire still going up. They still will be able to get to Imperial Age. And for Marco Tambi now with Imperial Age, that's that power spike, right? That's that enclosures.
Definitely.
That's that English shit that everybody complains about on Reddit. Including me. I will also complain about English on Reddit. So
I would actually say that I actually favor the topsides civilizations for this late game.
the Order,
Especially-
you mean the Order of the Dragon and the Mali?
Yes. Especially because of the trade. Molly would trade in late game. I honestly believe it's one of the strongest civs in late game. Just because of the passive food from the cows that doesn't cost any pop space. And then you also have all the really strong units like the Misfadi Gunner and all that. It's, yeah.
And I think for the Mali, like what you said about the passive income not taking up supply space, I think that's what makes the Malian so powerful, not even just in this late game, but in Castle Age too, that we saw KJJ is hanging out in Castle for a long time, and he's wiping up this Imperial Age range mass fourth with his Sofas. Not only are the Sofas obviously strong, but the fact that, you know, you get that big power spike of you can get 100 military units and then pop cap yourself. You really can't do that with any other civ. A lot of these villagers are going to end up going down. Teal villagers from Marco Tambi. I know he's got that King's Palace, but he better start churning out some more. It looks like Ryrish making a transition into camels. He's going to be adding a little bit of camel riders and hitting up with Imperial Age at the same time. I think those camels are going to be so good for you, especially with that Sofa heavy composition. Now he does go Culture Wing in the Imperial Age, and I think that's the best place to get it, Baltune. Getting that preservation of knowledge before you get those Imperial Age techs, it's such a good deal.
Yeah, definitely.
Sofas continuing to make this back line. It looks like Tambi, just because of those Sofas having as much armor as they can fight under this pink keep. They can fight under a network of, I would imagine this is network of citadels at this point. At least I pray to God it is if you're Marco Tambi. We'll be able to try to take down some of those crossbowmen, but I think he's just consistently, and what a lot of these, what this team is doing, and I've noticed in the first couple games, closing games is proving to be difficult for them.
Yeah, really difficult. Yeah. Like, if you look on the bottom, Marco Tambi has the perfect setup. He has a Berkshire towards the bottom, it's covering that entire area, and then if you look up a bit, he has one keep from him and one keep from Reresh that'll completely cover that area, which makes it completely impossible for KJJ to do anything on that side, which is probably why, I don't know. I thought he was moving up towards the top, but he's not actually. But,
And, you know, just because of how much range that Berkshire has and how much vision it has, it might not necessarily stop 15 to 20 Sofas if they want to bring it as a raiding unit, but at least you're going to know what the hell's going on.
Yeah. We do see Miyamai actually getting in quite deep into the farming eco of Rush at the same time, which is a really big thing for them right now, since KJJ still isn't imp and needs to get up.
You know, I really like the use of these camel riders from Ryrish. I mean, they are of elite strength, and it just means they have so much health. They have 270 health, and this is without some of those Imperial Age technologies. So the crossbowmen that are there, the archers that are there, they don't get bonus damage. So they can take a lot of arrow fire.
Do you see markets coming up from both of the players on the bottom, actually? And some nice stone walls, actually. I like that a lot. That is really nice by them.
Yeah, I mean, stone walls is... I feel like when you get to Imperial and you get to post-Imperial, those stone walls are kind of a must, you know, because what happens is you make things like Palisades, all of a sudden sofas just burn it down, or any kind of melee unit ends up burning it down, and then it's like, why did you even build it in the first place? You know, so getting stone walls, making somebody build a ram, making somebody actually commit to taking down those walls is super important, and I think that's something that not only we could learn from as low, well, I'm gonna say me as a lower elo player, you are not, but the players that are on the other team, VMI and KJJ, most of the walls that they've had while protecting trade, they've all been Palisades for the most part.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing a single stone wall from that first game, actually.
Yeah, I don't really think there was one there. Now, this stone wall might not have the potential to get completed, but this is exactly what it is with the Berkshire. You send a little bit of those sofas. He's got about 10 to 12, and yeah, some of them are going to go down, but you're still going to raid. You know, some Ararish villagers actually get targeted first instead of Tambi. Everybody scrambling to try to get back into the Berkshire. Overall, solid raid from a lot of the gold, and I know for the English that enclosures is a good, you know, passive gold income and all that kind of stuff, but I don't think you can necessarily rely on it as your gold supply anymore, can you?
No, I think you need perhaps like 15 to like 30 traders, and that'll be really good for you. I think if you can get to the point where you can make mass hand cannons as your backline, you're kind of unstoppable against a lot of units.
Yeah, and I mean, just because of how much firepower, you know, those hand cannoneers have, when you're able to have the especially with the farms too, right? For how good the farms are, food is never an issue when you're the English. You know, usually when you're in team games, and I would imagine you feel the same way as we see 46 traders from KJJ, you probably are at a point where when you're playing with Crackedy and 2v2s and you're playing English, you're like, hey, do you need food? Like, you're like looking to give it away.
Yeah, I think I sent him around 20k the last time I played English with him.
And that's and that's how the English economy works because of enclosures. You know, the only way you're really going to pay that off is if you get 80 of them. You know, and you can see with Marco Tambi, if we looked over at what his macro is, he probably is having a shit ton of food. Which again, at this point in the game, 34 minutes, he only has 34 on farms. That's actually rather surprising.
Yeah, I was going to mention that is looking like very scary to me actually. Like if he loses his army, I'm not sure he's going to be able to re-pop very quickly at all.
And again, that's the difference between a post-Imperial game and something like a mid-feudal early castle game, where you're not floating resources anymore, you're stockpiling them, right? So having all of that food or lack thereof in Marco Tambi's place is you're not going to be able to, if you make a lot of hand cannoneers, which are rather expensive, you can make men-at-arms that are expensive, you know, whatever you want to make, you're right, in terms of reproducing. And we can see the difference because a lot of the great post-Imperial players, they're continuously pop-capped. Right? They lose a unit, they use a men-at-arms, they lose a hand cannoneer, and then it just comes right back out of whatever barracks or archery range. And Tambi's struggling in that regard.
A really good wall by BMI on the top to completely cut off the camels that are raiding the trade from going even further into the trade. So they're gonna get trapped in here and gonna get destroyed by the crossbows. It's a really good play.
Yeah, heads up. Honestly, that's a really heads up play from BMI because we talked about how, you know, some of these ranged units don't necessarily have bonus damage against the camel riders. Camel riders don't have range against, or don't have bonus damage against them either. But BMI making a switch into a little bit more cavalry. I'm seeing some Gilded Knights. I saw maybe a couple Gilded Horsemen up there as well. What do you think his mentality was to make that change?
I'm not sure at all, actually.
Don't worry. If I ask you questions, you're allowed to say you don't know. It's completely fine. I know from watching and obviously from casting with somebody who is a fantastic player, such as yourself. I usually like to ask questions because I want people to learn, you know, while they're going through this, and it helps me learn as well. So if you don't know something, please don't feed me false information because I'm gonna think it's the word of God and then I'm gonna lose ball games. So don't do that to me. It looks like Miyamai he's making just a lot of different units as Order of the Dragon. I'm seeing land snakes. I'm seeing, you know, we saw knights, we saw horsemen. I think he's just kind of making a smattering of everything while Rarish is just staying completely onto the camels. And, you know, as much as I love the camels, as much as I love all them humps, they're a pretty expensive unit in their own right, Baltune. Look at his food stockpile right now, or lack thereof. He's on 600.
Yeah, he does have 3,000 per minute, which is kind of good, but yeah. I'm not sure he can actually sustain making them as his front line, or even just as the only unit he's actually making, because I don't actually see many other units that he's making right now.
Yeah, I think he kind of gave up on just about everything else. You know, Tambi with the hand cannoneers, they actually do a pretty good job of cutting out these other things, these culverins, just because of the springald in the back. The culverin's going to be able to go down. Mangonel's going to be able to go down. Tried to get a repair KJJ really quickly on that Mangonel. Isn't going to quite get there. There's still a Mangonel and a culverin in the back, and it looks like Miyamai is going to be trying to help out his buddy here. You know, KJJ looked like he was staring down this kind of death push and a lot of the siege going down, but now we've got some hand cannoneers, we've got some gilded crossbowmen, some archers. Man, this ranged mass from Order of the Dragon, do not sniff at that thing. That will destroy any unit you make. If it's a light unit, a heavy unit, a big HP unit, anything, it's gonna take it out.
This is kind of what I was talking about earlier, about Marco just doesn't have the eco to sustain his army and like continuously being top capped. Like right now he's falling down to just 23 military, and he's it is very difficult for them now. The only issue for the team on the top now is that they actually need siege to break through at any point around this area. So they might get stalled out for a bit longer here, but I actually believe that they have enough here to push.
Yeah, and that's kind of, I mean, that's kind of what happens in these late games, you know? You take some good fights, he's bringing some Mangonels in the back, you can see 1, 2, 3, and a culverin that might be able to help out. That's a difficult thing against English, too, because, you know, English gets the network on their siege units. You can see that teal springald glowing, you know? So that springald can shoot as quick as literally any other springald has the ability to, so you could really stall out, you could really be defensive. It doesn't do much good shooting when a culverin pops it into oblivion, but still, having those springalds is the ability to really stall out, because again, that late game ender, that exclamation point that we need, it's not going to come from Mangonels. You got to get rid of this keep, you got to get rid of these stonewalls.
Well, I was talking about how they might have been stalled out, but it looks like they're just going to go straight in, which seems to be working. Actually.
Yeah, this ranged mass is becoming a kind of unstoppable force at this juncture, just because I feel like just because he has a mesh of everything. I would say, no matter what Tambi throws at him, you know, longbowman, he could throw men-at-arms, which it looks like he's trying to do. Whatever he makes isn't really going to matter. Those Mustafati gunners also from KJJ, which might help a little bit. And now we're seeing camel riders coming out from Rares, those Imperial camel riders. But look at how quickly they go down. They have a lot of health, but who gives a shit?
I'm really questioning the choice of the camel riders. I like them a lot as a frontline unit, but I think you need to have something behind them, right?
Well, you know, I think it was really good when KJJ had Selphos, right? That was a really good frontliner. That was really going to help you out, but KJJ just it basically just transitioned completely away from them. I'm not seeing Sophas, I'm seeing more siege, if anything else. He's going pretty much siege and moves body gunners because he has the gold and he has the stockpile to do so. So he can make the most expensive units, and now they're knee-deep into that trade from Tambi and Raresh, and Raresh is still just throwing camel riders at him. It's difficult. It's a difficult situation. I mean, you throw enough camel riders at the situation, maybe it will go down. It looks like they might be able to snipe out these Mangonels, some culverin as well. Mustafati gunners have at least a little bit to say about it, but another Mangonel is going to be hitting the turf, popped into kindling. Another Mangonel going down, and now with KJJ, instead of Mustafati gunners, he's going to be adding Gonzos. And I feel like when you have such a big siege ball, you need some kind of spearman to make sure the shit that you just saw doesn't happen again.
Yeah, it's a great choice. Especially with the first strike ability, it is. I don't think people talk about it enough. It is insane. Like, if you have a Musafari gunner, it's in stealth. You go out of, or you click on a bomb bird. It'll do real damage to a bomb bird when
And
it comes
how-
out of stealth.
I mean, when you're using Musafari gunners, and I don't know how much you actually do use them, but how frequently are you using stealth? How much are you even thinking about stealth? Because it's easy, you know, for somebody. I don't play Malian, so to be in an Imperial Age situation, I never see a gunner in stealth because we're in God mode all the time. You know?
Yeah. I would say when I think about it, I will do it, right? as with many other activation abilities or whatever to call them. Yeah, when you realize it's a thing, you will do it for a couple of minutes and then you forget about it again. But when you do use them, I think it's really, really good.
I think you basically summed up the way I play Byzantines in a nutshell. With all of the things that you can click on and off, I'm like, yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a really good idea. Like someone in chat will tell me, and then 5 minutes later, it's gone. But exactly, I feel like with these gunners and having stealth, it's really going to help you out. It just still looks like, even though for how many gunners they have, it might not necessarily be the firepower to protect these mangonels. More mangonels end up going down. We're stalled out yet again, and now we have Rarish and Miyamai kind of going at it. More ranged mass from Miyamai, and it looks like he's adding some front line. I think that's Land Snake. He's got a couple Land Snakes out there that might be able to help. A Spearman or two is obviously going to be able to help you as well, but you're exactly right. With those archers, you just see those flaming arrows. But before the first one even hits the target, the second one's already out.
Yeah.
And I think really quickly for that English player, Marco Tambi in Imperial Age, he's trying to get Rebaldequins out here. I don't know necessarily, I think for a lot of people, I don't know how often you see Rebaldequins, but the ranged armor for those things, next to nothing. So those Musafati gunners are able to snipe it pretty much at a moment's notice. Now we got a sneaky, looks like villager raid, question mark, on those farms. Yeah, I mean, it's a dead farm, you know. Thoughts, Baltune, on that one?
Something, yeah.
Yeah,
I guess he wanted to make an outpost. Wait, okay, I see. They're both actually coming in through the left side and making towers and keeps together. That is
that keep ends up getting canceled over there. That would have been really good to try to take down some of those English farms, but now we have gilded villagers. And the thing of it is, these gilded villagers, just because they have textiles on them, a change of clothes makes a big difference. They have 98 health with textiles. They are tanky. You know, going up against any villager, short bow or otherwise, they're going to be able to do some damage. Rebaldequins actually with a really good shot. There are Musafati warriors of the elite variety, but both Rebaldequins end up taken down. Man, I'll tell you what, for how expensive those Rebaldequins are, like, there's never a place for them, right? There can't be.
Yeah. Yeah, the only time I can see them being used is if you have already, like, I don't know, like 10 Spring Ults or something like that, and Mass Mangonel or something like that. And then you just have a couple Rebaldequins to deal with if some horsemen want to run on them or something like that. But yeah, they are just... They're not it.
No, and actually while you were explaining why they weren't it, we saw another one pop.
Yeah, it's instantly.
That kind of makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? So a lot of these archers from Miramai, again, he's going just pretty much into archers. HousedHorse is getting a good feel for the landscape of Rarish right now, and there's a lot of fields of wheat, both English and of Abbasid variety, that are getting vacated. And I think we're getting to a point where we saw this happen in the opposite form for game number 2, but this is a slow and steady push. And I think this is something that if you are a post-game player, if you are an Imperial game player, you got to know that sometimes patience is what helps you win some of these games. You got to sit down or take a second and be like, okay, what do I need to get through what's going on? And then make it. You know, I know a lot of times with a lot of people in Imperial, they end up just button mashing and hitting a lot of different units because they're like, well, as long as I have units, I end up winning the game. It's like, not so much. Your opponent's going to be top capped as well. Not only do you have to make units, you got to make the right ones. And I think for Miramai and KJJ, they did a better job of just making the right ones.
Yeah. And I would also say the trade from KJJ has helped us so much in its choice for army comp. Being able to just make almost pure Musafadi gunner is just such a good way to push, especially together with the siege.
Yeah, and I think with that trade, obviously activating it, like you said previously, you know, and the ability for him to stockpile as much, you know, he's making, and with those Musafati gunners, like, he's making culverts and bombards. Like, they're not inexpensive units, you know, these are really expensive units that you got to be dealing with. So this is a lot of times for the Malians. You're exactly right. You talked about how good they were in a post-imperial sense, and now, not that I didn't believe you before, but seeing it in action makes me a true believer. And now they're continuing to progress up. A lot of those Musafati gunners, looks like they're saying fuck that mill in particular, but Miramai, excuse me, on the other side, on that eastern side, doing the best he can at just continuously raiding. He's at the point now with how much food that he has. We took a look. HousedHorse showed that at the top left part of your screen, that those he had as terms of food. He's got about almost 6K. That House of Wisdom is getting shelled by bombards, and there aren't enough books to study to figure this one out, to try to repair this House of Wisdom. It's just not going to happen. I do see Raresh did not get composite bows for the duration of this game. And he went mostly for melee units. Might be something to think about, although English was your counterpart on the opposite side. But House of Wisdom with 17,000 health ends up going down. There is no golden age of the Abbasid dynasty any longer, and I think after that Wisdom goes down, those town centers are soon to follow. The English landmarks are soon to follow. Marco Tambi is the first one that surrenders. Raresh quickly follows suit as his golden age becomes null and void. KJJ and Miramai taking that 2-1 series. What an absolutely insane series to end this on. We were at about, you know, a couple, I would say, maybe about 2.5 hours ago, we were like, yeah, we have one more series, and then that's pretty much it. And here we are, 2.5 hours later. And Baltune, I thank you very much for being a part of this cast and coming in on short notice at probably 1 a.m. your time. So it means a lot. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
It was absolutely. I think this is the first time I really sat down and had a cast with you and talked to you for a long period of time. And you know, might I say, Baltune, you're a good guy, and you look good today. You know that?
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You can't see him on camera, and neither can I. So, just for for all you guys to go. Okay, we're 7 hours into this thing. For everybody who's watched, everybody who's managed to tune in over the 7 hours, thank you so much for supporting the Devil's Cup qualifiers. But guys, we're not done. Today we are. But next week, we got more stuff. On Saturday, main event starts. Sunday, we conclude the Devil's Cup with the finals. You guys have been so amazing. There have been a lot of follows to my channel personally, so I thank you guys a lot. I wish I could shout you all out personally, but you know who you are, and I appreciate it very, very much. Are there brackets? Yes, there are. Exclamation point bracket is going to tell you who's made the qualifiers. A lot of big names are going to be there. Baltune, you're going to be there. You don't have time to talk about this shit because you're going to be playing in it, baby.
That's going to be great.
And you and Crackedy, I think you're in a really good spot. Honestly, I think you guys are going to be fantastic. And don't tell the others, but I'm rooting for you guys. And we we will be back again. So basically, for the TenFourTim side of the program, we're going to be doing the same thing tomorrow, same time that we usually do. It's going to be actually me playing personal channel. But next week, if you guys are interested in the 2v2s, in the team gameplay, I strongly recommend you come back next Saturday at noon Eastern. And now we got to figure out who we're going to raid. Who's on the line? Let's take a little look here. We've got... I got a buddy of mine who's online right now. I'm going to send you guys to a player. He's one of the people who run, or he is the leader actually, of the Extra Sheep podcast. So give him some love, give him some follows. He's going to be doing the podcast live actually on stream for you guys. So if you're interested in taking a look at the Extra Sheep, you can very much do that. Baltune, again, thank you so much for being here. It means a lot for you to be here this early in the morning. So
For Baltune, I am TenFourTim. Thank you all so much. I love you all. And we'll see you tomorrow.